Good afternoon and welcome to the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series Monaco stop from the sporting Monte-Carlo right here on the shores of the Med. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu with a third and final day of our $125,000 main event, that which we will be bringing you coverage of later on today. But of course, Randy, for those whose hearts were broken in that 125K yesterday, we played ourselves a 25K turbo just to make sure they didn't have to go home empty-handed. And who was it that took that event down after 57 entries? None other than Ireland's Steve O'Dwyer, as he emerged victorious, taking down his second title. It had been a long drought for O'Dwyer, as his first title came all the way back in a 250K Hong Kong dollar turbo event, mind you, perhaps a specialist, in 2019. Nice to see him up top again.
Yeah, it's great to see O'Dwyer. You know, he's been at our Triton stops from the get-go, right, in Montenegro, as you just mentioned. One of those players who's very well respected, just been playing with the toughest competition for a very long time. I'm happy to see him, and I don't know if you got a glimpse of that winner's photo, but there's a plant just randomly in there.
Yeah.
And it wasn't a real plant, so he's like, maybe next time we can get some flowers.
It was quite the sight, and it's actually here in the Triton Poker Plus app as we take it and show you O'Dwyer's payout, $416,000. There's the, it's not a poinsettia. I'm not sure what you call that thing. It's like a red calla lily or something like that. But in any case, there's O'Dwyer, and as we scroll down, we find other payouts and names that are less familiar to us, Randy, given that they have punched their tickets to final tables and cashes for the first ever occasion. I'm talking specifically about in second, the Bulgarian Dimitar Danchev, and of course, Clement Deng, who was right down there in ninth. 41,000 going his way. Danchev, 299,000. This is the thing that we talk about at the top of every single stop. Who will be the new faces that show up and make their mark early and often?
Yes, we always have these new faces who do really well at our Triton stops. You know, there's a little bit of mystery. You're not really sure how they play. Sure, some of them are experienced players like Dimitar Danchev, but, you know, they come along. We also had, Chewy come out for the first time.
Right.
You know, I'm imagining he's going to get a big score, and also later we got our final table with some new Triton first-timers.
The thing to keep in mind, and we always stress this, is just because they're new to Triton doesn't mean they're new to poker. Even when they come from the VIP side, occasionally these are people with a tremendous amount of experience, especially when it comes to those who handle their business online. Screen names could be cryptic. People don't know who this guy is, and then all of a sudden light bulb moments as conversations at the table take place, and you realize, oh my gosh, I've played with you plenty. So those themes obviously will emerge. Another one that came out of that FT there in sixth, the German Fedor Holz, notching more cashes here on the Triton circuit. 89,000 went his way, sixth place finish. Second final table already of the series as he finished seventh in the Invitational. Hasn't been able to get over that hump.
He hasn't, but, you know, two final tables after playing, 2 or 3 events is very impressive. You know, I know Fedor was a bit disappointed with his 7th place finish. I thought he played it phenomenally well, but someone has to go. That's just the way poker is. But it's good to see him make another resurgence here in Monte-Carlo.
Let's not forget, of course, that it is somewhat of his prodigy. There we call him Mario Masbach, who finished second in the Invitational event, so he can take some pride in that one. Dan Smith finishing first, of course. Now then, let's turn our attention to what we teased at the top of the show, that 125K main event final table. We began with 135 entries a couple of days ago. We whittled down to 9 players last night for this final table. There were 88 unique. So the prize pool came to a staggering greater than the invitational figure of roughly $16 million. $3.925 million is going to go to our eventual champion. $391,000 guaranteed. Everyone who has made it to this FT. And as I flip back into the Triton Poker Plus app, we'll be able to get our first look at that FT, Randy, and exactly what we are going to be paying attention to. And the first thing that jumps off the page, of course, is Adrian Mateos, the only man with higher than the average stack. Just look at the drop-off down to second between Mateos and Chris Brewer.
Yeah, it's just so drastic, that huge chip lead. Usually the chip leader, when it comes to the final table, maybe they've got a 2x stack at best against the second place. The way it's distributed here, it's just he's going to lean so often. He's just going to keep raising. There's a bit of a race between second and ninth. There's not a big gap. where they don't really want to get involved. And it's going to be a very interesting scenario because we don't normally see this at a final table setup.
I mean, when you say there's not a big gap, there are 9 big blinds separating Brewer in second all the way down to Ken Tong, who's in ninth. And even the shortest of stacks has 19 big blinds in Ken Tong. So clearly, we're going to have some play. We don't expect that all of a sudden it's going to be a spin cycle. And as we look at the pay gaps back in the app, 391,000 is going to ninth place. And the jumps are significant, at least a 100K jump. If you can slide up to eighth, and they get bigger and bigger. So the ICM pressure that Mateos is going to be able to apply is going to be astronomical.
Yes, and we're going to witness this. You know, Mateos has so much experience under his belt. He's won so many tournaments in his time. Not a Triton one yet. You know, it seems like he's already running away with it. I would be surprised if he doesn't just raise a much higher VPIP than he normally would. It's going to be rough for everyone else.
You're absolutely right about that. But as we have seen, coming into an FT with a chip lead or coming into a day of play with a massive chip lead does not guarantee that victory, as all it takes is a couple of maybe cold decks, a couple of spots where it's close and you give somebody a spin and a few players double through you. Suddenly you find yourself on the wrong side of that chip lead. So we'll keep an eye on that. Other themes emerging from this particular FT, of course. How about Justin Bonomo, a shot to reclaim the top spot all time in poker?
Yes, as long as he gets top 2 in this tournament, then he'll regain the all-time money list, which is definitely possible, you know, because given that he's currently in 7th, and like we mentioned, just a few big blinds between him and Chris Brewer, who's currently in 2nd.
Well, I love that you mentioned the name Chris Brewer because a lot of times people like cold brew. But in this case, we've got hot brew. As Chris is warming up here with 2nd place, he's going to overtake Ike on the 2023 earnings?
Yes, that's right. And, you know, it is the year of Brewer. Surely, yes, there was a point when he just kept bubbling every huge tournament out there. Gets really unlucky. He did get unlucky in this event where he could have knocked out Justin Bonomo 2 aces against ace-4 off, and Bonomo somehow hits a flush.
Yep.
But he grinded his way back to 2nd place, and Chris Brewer is just one of those guys I really love watching. You know, he just demonstrates how tough the game can be, but really still navigates in tough spots and find ways to win chips.
All right, how about then Ken Tong and Quan Zhou, both in their first ever Triton events, working their way to an FT. As you know, you thought that the themes were emerging from that 125K main event final table. Yet again, we see it here. Different faces, of course, but a lot of new players, and 2 of them joining us here at the FT. So, turning my attention then to the seating chart at this particular table. We go back into the app. If you cast your eyes on the positioning, on the layout, who benefits the most in terms of how to navigate against Mateos? Is it just clearly Suvarna being on Adrian's left?
It's actually probably Ponakob's, you know, because when it folds to Mateos' button, he's just going to raise every button, so you don't really get many opportunities. Just being away from Mateos is the ideal spot. Clearly a disaster for Nick Petrangelo and Joe Trent and Ibinger, as they've got to play out of position. They're going to have to be quite tight.
Yeah, they're obviously going to get the cuffs put on them by Sheriff Mateos early and often. Now then, a relatively pretty day out there in Monte-Carlo. I know you like to step out of the hotel, get some fresh air, and then every now and again you bump into players while you're out there. Randy, anybody on this occasion?
I mean, I did take a walk with James Chen for a bit, walked around. It's just a beautiful day, and did I run into anyone else? Don't think so.
No, not today. I know that the players have been out and about. Last night, actually.
Oh, I did.
Oh, here we go. Voila. Go ahead, Randy.
As I was taking a stroll, I ran to João Vera. Saw him just exercising, but before the tournament started in the main event. So, yeah, it's a lovely place here in Monte-Carlo.
I'm not sure what you call it. There's like a beautiful public beach not far from the resort that you can go, and like the whole city seems like it's out there on any given day enjoying lunch. Al fresco, truly one of the nicest places that you could ever hope to play poker. And those of you who haven't already, take a peek at our Triton Poker social media accounts, because we've got plenty of content of just how beautiful a place to play this is. And if you haven't, book a flight, get on down here, because we do have more left on the schedule that could be a little bit more approachable. So then, with that, Randy and I are going to send it down to the voice of Tom Clark Hill, who's going to be introducing our final 9 as we take a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Monte-Carlo and the Triton Super High Roller Series. This is the main event. As always, the very best in world poker took a seat in this $125,000 tournament. And through 2 days of play so far, a field of 135 entries is down to its final 9. There have been highs and lows, thrills and spills, but it's time to meet the final table players who have a shot at a $3.9 million first prize. In seat 1, a close friend of fellow Hong Kong poker talent Elton Sang. Our first finalist says he only plays the game casually and rarely, but he has shown skills in this event that might make him reconsider. He's 35 years old and once again traveling to the Triton Series to support Elton, but now finds himself at one of the biggest finals of the year. In seat 1, it's Ken Tong. In seat number 2, he already has a lead of more than $10 million at the top of the Latvian money list. And with yet another final table appearance on the Triton Series, this 32-year-old again underlines his sensational talents. He watched his businessman partner Ilkin Garibli make the final of the Triton Invitational, and 2 days later he is back in the hunt for the big bucks himself. Please welcome to seat 2, Alex Ponakos. In seat number 3, one of the true stars of the early poker boom, this former online whiz kid has been at the very top of the tournament game for close to 20 years. And if he wins here in the Monaco main event, he can take the very top literally. He will return to the summit of poker's all-time money list with earnings set to top $65 million. Now 38 and based in Las Vegas, in seat 3, it's Justin Bonamo. In seat 5, less than 2 years ago, he was thinking about quitting poker and convinced the game was not for him. Took a job in New York. But there was nothing like working for a living to persuade him back to the card tables. And his results since have proved he made the right decision. He's a 2-time Triton winner, now looking for a main event title. Age 30 from Las Vegas, Nevada, in seat 5, it's Chris Brewer. And in seat number 6, it's been quite a week already for poker players from Vienna. And now a third member of the same Austria-based crew finds his way to a final table. He has 2 wins already on the Triton Series, both in his favored turbo format, but he is proving once again that he's to be feared in any event. A former engineering and economics student, he has never had any other job than poker pro. Age 30, please welcome to seat 6, Matthias Eibinger. And in seat number 7, one of the best-known poker players from China, with huge results in tournaments across the globe. He plays cash games and tournaments in Hold'em and PLO, and took the obvious next step in his career when he came to the Triton Series for the first time here in Monte-Carlo. He turned 39 years old last week, and now has the chance to secure his first 7-figure tournament score. In seat 7, it's Kwang Zhao. In seat number 8, a talented college athlete who might have made a career for himself on the golf course or the hockey rink, but instead found poker and went on to become one of the best in the world. His early mentor, Jonathan Jaffe, has already won a Triton title here in Monte-Carlo this week. And after finding his stride on the Triton Series in the past couple of years, it's no surprise to see this player at another final. In seat 8, it's Nick Petrangelo. He is the most decorated Spanish player in poker, who burst onto the scene as a teenager, winning some of the most prestigious tournaments in the game. Still only 29, the man from Madrid now has 4 World Series bracelets and more than $35 million in tournament scores, but is only missing a title from the Triton Series. Is this his time? Please welcome to seat 9, the chip leader, Adrian Mateos. And finally, in seat 10, an Indian businessman whose passion for poker shines more brightly than maybe anyone else on the tour. He has made the Triton Series his second home, playing all the cash gamesman tournaments he can and landing a famous first victory during this year's trip to Cyprus. When he's not at the poker tables, he's director of a real estate company in Mangalore. Age 43, welcome to seat 10, Santosh Suvarna! Good luck to all our players. Let's shuffle up and deal.
Thank you, Tom. And how about a look at our first official chip counts as we get this final table of the $125,000 main event underway. 5,100K will be the blinds. The antes are 100K, and you see that monolithic lead for Mateos. 12.5 million, in the neighborhood of 4-1, ahead of Brewer and Petrangelo, the Americans, rounding out the top 3 slots. Almost $4 million will go to the eventual champion. 5 7-figure scores and almost $400,000 awaiting the next eliminee. Those chip counts and payouts brought to you by betacr.eu. Let's get those cards in the air, shall we?
It's a big day, Ollie.
I wonder what the handicappers would put Mateos' odds at with a chip lead like this.
I have no idea. Maybe you're not allowed to bet on it.
You would have to lay a price for sure.
Because because of how many chips he has, you need to think that he's just going to win so many uncontested pots. So really, it's expected for him to have even more after one level of play or 2. For me, what's going to be most interesting is actually how the other 8 players respond. Are they just going to let him run over, or will they find some spots where maybe they put in the 3-bet and some defense to try to maintain their stack and try to position themselves in a spot to guarantee a top price?
Well, it's not going to take us long to find out whether or not anybody's got a specific
I would teach him a lesson if
approach.
I were you.
I would probably do it.
You did it at
Atmosphere.
Prague.
Seems relaxed.
50K versus
Yeah, that happened. Yeah.
For now.
Anything can happen.
Do you have Triton
Good point.
title?
Not yet.
Maybe next time.
Do you think there's just something you haven't figured out yet about the Triton tournament?
Have to wait.
Figured it out yesterday.
You get him,
It's all
bottom up.
solved now.
Well, folds over to our chip leader.
That it does.
It's a reasonable hand. Not going to tell the story of how wide he will open. Oh, but Ken Tom picking up ace-king suited. Nice spot.
Especially as the smallest stack coming into the FT, just south of 20 bigs. Jams predictably. And Mateos does get leaned back on. Very first time that he does what everyone expects him to do here at this FT. We'll see if that theme continues. Clearly, Tong had the goods on that occasion.
But he's closed the gap. Now it's 23 big blinds for him, and the second short is 24.
Who do you think's going to win now? And his answer was actually pretty funny. He's like, why do I kale?
Was he actually like angry about that? I feel like he was.
Yeah, he was legit angry.
I think he was legit tilted, but on camera, his response was mostly just like funny. But then he complained about it later, so I think he was annoyed.
Who was that?
Daniel. He got knocked out of, he took like a bad beat to Ike, and then they were interviewing him. And they're like, so now that you're out, who do you think's going to take the ring? And he's like, I don't kale. He was like one step away from being like, I hope the casino blows up.
Heibinger,
I've chopped and gotten the most money like a bunch of times there.
King
And
Queen.
there, multiple times my post-game interviews like, so what do you think is keeping you from the win? I'm like, I don't know, flip all dark all ins, heads up.
Yeah, those are the funny ones. They,
A real holding here in the small.
Yeah, Alex Ponikov's. Couple of jacks.
It's actually interesting if he should 3-bet small.
I already know next
Or
Super Bowl, they'll be like,
outright
"So you
rip."
rolled this twice. What do you think you can do to prevent that this time?
Make it so
He's
that
going to think it over,
tournament
Randy, and I
started
think this will be
16.
informative in terms of just how conservatively this logjam is going to navigate
I don't know, there
things
was half the field left when we got to
until
the final table.
stacks sift out a bit. Because we touched on that pay jump of 100,000 from 9th to 8th, and then bigger and bigger it gets as we move up the ladder. But 5 7-figure scores are available, so you really don't want to get out there into the murk.
1.2 million.
And yet, Ponikov's does 3-bet.
A committing 3-bet.
Yeah, half his stack. Heibinger not going to make a meal of the King Queen releases. And so opens and 3-bets have been the order of the day with 2 data points logged. Both occasions, the open and the 3-bet were legitimate, including from Mateos, by the way. King 10 certainly worthy of an open.
So far standard. Plenty of hands to go at this
Oh,
final
yeah.
table, so let's not just make an assumption based on that small sample size. Baby Duck's not too good of a hand.
What made those ducks babies? How do you know they were ducklings and not ducks?
They were the ugly ducklings that got left behind by the
When they're up front and you look out at the way the chips are distributed, indeed they're ugly, and they would have been in trouble against Petrangelo's jacks, which open here. 2 1/4.
couple 6s straight in the muck as well.
Yep.
No one really wants to play speculative spots.
You wonder how long those sorts of aversions
Your microphone also
will
does,
continue
like, zzz, zzz all the time.
before someone sticks their neck out, Randy, because if the group as a whole
675.
just continues to play passively, they'll get whittled away and whittled away and whittled away, and Hadrian's the guy who's likely going to be absorbing the majority of those chips.
Oh, Chris Brewer.
I had 3.1 result.
I guess we've got our answer, and the answer is not long in terms of passive inclinations. Chris, 3-betting from the big blind, and obviously he recognizes that in context his hand is supposed to be way stronger than King 5 offsuit, but unfortunately he's run into 2 jacks, which aren't going to go away.
Yeah, and he must know that Chris Brewer is going to be 3-betting polar with these Ace X, King X offsuits from the big. It feels like 4-bet jam is the best line usually, just because jacks are a bit vulnerable. Petrangelo sitting in third at the start of his hand. Chris Brewer in second. So definitely crossing his mind is, do I want to be at risk right now? Oh, that is
wow.
one crazy laydown.
But you can kind of understand, given the fact that, as you mentioned, these were the two biggest stacks of the logjam behind Mateos. I think
Everyone wants that
with
watch.
position, maybe the Jack's more inclined,
Pretty
but
watch.
far be it from us to question Nick Petrangelo, obviously one of the greatest to ever do it. And he's always got a good reason behind his choices. And I think when he lays that hand down, he knows that there is a decent amount of the time that they're going to be best. But when they are best, what is he up against? 2 overs at a minimum? It would seem maybe very infrequently smaller pairs than the Jacks would play like that. But 10s on down, don't you feel as
I
though
don't-
Brewer would be more inclined to just flat?
I'd be shocked if Brewer would ever 3-bet 10s and lower in that spot.
So then you start, as you range Brewer's holding from Petrangelo's perspective, to understand why the Jacks may not want to do anything further.
There's a lot of things that happen in that hand. You know, how often is Brewer 3-bet bluffing the spot? The main one, of course, is the distribution of the rest of the table. He was in a position where he was sitting in third at the start of the hand and was like, I really don't want to bust out now when pay jumps are just starting to get good. It was a big fold. And we got 2 Jacks once again in Monaco's
Third
hand.
time that they've popped up in the first orbit here at the FT. A Jacks-rich environment.
No King 5 off this time for Brewer.
Yeah. And if you thought that the YouTube chat on our live stream was incredulous about the 3-bet by Brewer, you ought to see the eruption that came after the fold by Petrangelo.
It had me surprised, but I certainly understand where he's coming from.
You had 9s.
Ibinger defending his big.
No fun.
King 8 does not improve. Ponakov's top set. Whole lot of hand.
It could be one of those spots where he actually might check back, just having top set. Certainly bet is fine.
2.5 starting. 5 seconds. 125.
And he's just going to bet as little as he can just to hope Ibinger's got a piece, but nothing.
Ponakov's trying to work his way up toward the Brewer Petrangelo slots. There are a total of 5 Triton titles spread across this final table, Randy. 2 for Brewer, 2 for Ibinger. Care to guess who that 5th title belongs to out of the final 9?
So you said 2 for Ibinger, 2
Yeah.
for
Brewer.
Brewer,
Mhm.
and 1 for Bonomo.
Santosh Suvarna.
Oh no, I feel like fire me now.
No, it's okay. One would not be blamed for thinking Justin Bonomo was the man with the title, but Bonomo actually does not have a Triton title, surprisingly enough, given that he is 2nd winningest poker player all time. Oh, forgive me. Bonomo has 2 titles.
Okay, so
you know what happened?
Fire you.
Yes, fire me, because as I wrote everything down from left to right, I started trailing off, and then the 2 ended up looking like it was attached to someone else. So check that. There are
You do better without
7
the notes,
total
okay? On the fly.
titles. Honest mistake there. Joe, you were super surprised, by the way. Nailed it. Credit
Yeah,
to Randy.
I'm like, wow, I swore I watch all these final tables. They just took Bonomo's titles away.
Right.
So Ken Tong, C-betting 125 into Joe. Ken Tong is a friend of Elton Sang. Decided to kind of support him.
Playing under the Hong Kong banner, along with Danny and Elton. Turning in a lovely performance here, this first ever Triton event.
Is
third
that
day of play.
one of those expensive watches? Oh, that one, of course, too.
The Richard Mille?
Yes.
Yeah. But the Triton Epic X watch is the only one to really be focused upon right now. It's the
You
title.
can't purchase that one. You have to win it.
Exactly. Chidwick wore his with pride dinner last night. I'm sure it raised some eyebrows around Monaco as people are always looking for the
Like,
next
can
best
I
thing.
buy that one
Yeah.
off of you?
Where'd you get that one? Oh, you can't buy this. You can't have this. You got to earn this. Bonomo's titles, by the way, both came in short deck events, not long deck, as producer James pointed out.
They are titles still,
Yeah, absolutely.
and they
But,
do
you know,
come
he-
in big buy-ins.
But the
yes.
two-card streets is where he's earned most of his money throughout the
Yes.
course of his career, as most have. And so, a bit surprising maybe that he is yet to have a long deck title.
He did sit out the last stop, right, Bonomo? So maybe not getting a little bit less reps in.
He did not come to London, the first stop here in Season 3.
This man sure did, though. Ponakov's. A different getup for him. Usually see him in one of those golden tracksuits. Velvety.
We're in the Bombay
The Bombay hoodie.
One of the sponsors that help make this particular Triton stop possible. Giving away a very impressive yacht package
What?
to the winner of the main.
I did not know. Okay. You get a free yacht.
You get 5 friends that you can bring on the yacht,
Oh.
too. This is where we really need to make sure we're supporting whomever is most likely to invite us, Randy.
Shall we go talk to Adrian Mateos now?
I guess that's the person, whether we think he's going to invite us as it stands.
Can we speak? I can't
Right.
speak Spanish. Can
Oh,
you?
well, I'm sorry, Randy. Lo siento. Do want to take a moment to acknowledge all of you throughout the various time zones on this blue marble that tune in each and every time we offer Triton coverage. In particular, those of you on YouTube, we ask you to hit the like button or the subscribe button. Heck, hit them both. Make sure that we can continue to deliver you the finest in streaming poker entertainment anywhere for free. Can't argue with that, right? A small ask, I would say. Jerome from our back end team. Always.
Oh, what a walk.
Yeah.
So far, you haven't lost with queens in this tournament. Lucky queens.
I was going to say that Jerome, part of our back end team, is always letting us know how we're doing in terms of numbers. And at one point, I believe we breached 20,000 concurrent viewers across all of our platforms. That was definitely a milestone of sorts. Here at this second, third season stop on tour. Definitely encourage those of you who are streaming to download the Triton Poker Plus app, unless, of course, you're streaming us through that app where one can do exactly that. Shout out to those of you on Twitch as well.
A little bit of an interesting spot here for Ponakov's because this is the type of hand where maybe you put in a 3-bet. Good blockers to hands that can continue, although it is early positions.
500?
We raised to 500,000.
And sure, Ken Tong's got the better holding, but it's so tough for him to continue out of position. Remember, we've got that stack distribution where everyone has 25, 27 big blinds or so.
And you see what happens to pocket eights in the face of this action.
Glancing over.
Yeah, another 300,000 if you do, sir.
But that's just to see a flop. You don't know what kind of bets are incoming on certain board runouts. But he's not phased. Ken Tong's here to play.
Makes the call, covered by Ponikovs. See our first flop. No, it's not our first flop, but between these two, 9-8-3.
Not a great board for either player. Although advantage to the pre-flop raiser. Try to shed these ace highs if it does get checked to him, which it does.
See Ponikovs shooting a quick glance over.
It's a little tricky because he needs to try to figure out what is the 3-bet call range of Ken Tong. Then again, Ken Tong's a bit of a mystery player. His first time playing at Triton Stop, so it's hard to define the hands he's up against.
Well, one would imagine that Ponikovs has had some opportunities to play with Ken en route to this final table. Not a given, but he is going to follow through for 400 into that 1.2. That's 1/3 potish.
I mean, he's out of position. Technically, yes, if they were deep, not in the final table, you'd want to continue with ace-jack of hearts, having the backdoor nut flush draw, potential best hand.
Trouble is that call brings the pot to 2 million and leaves Tong with just north of 1 SPR, out of position and expecting at least one more bet to come in, whether it's on the turn or on the river, if he fails to improve. So he decides to just get away now.
He was onto something.
That he was.
Yeah, a little bit. You got pairs? I don't know.
You will know.
Blinds up.
Look disappointed.
A lot of pressure now on these shorter stacks. I mean, everyone's now got 20, 22, 23, 24. What a cluster.
That it is.
125 now.
Ponikovs enters the over-average stack turf after taking that last pot. Roughly 4 million, good for 40 bigs before this new blind level.
250. Raised to 250,000.
Gonna work with this 9-net off on the button for our chip leader.
Couple of King X's promptly folding.
Free chips.
Oh, yeah. This is like in video games. You know, Mario, you'd get the star. You cast some sort of invincibility spell. You just get to get out there.
You cast an invincibility spell in Super Mario. I didn't know that was a
not
thing.
in Mario or like in some other game,
Okay,
right?
go on.
You're the gamer between the
magic
two of
potion.
us, Randy. You know what I'm getting at. For Mateos, you can do no wrong for the most part. And you know that when people do 3-bet you, it would be ridiculous for them not to have the goods.
Yes, because he can press and call 3-bets or 4-bet jam, and if he's wrong, it's not too detrimental to his stack. He would still have a massive chip lead. Maybe that's why you saw Chris Brewer actually attack someone else rather than the chip leader when he 3-bet King 5 off. Folds over to our blinds. Ken Tong, Queen 7 of clubs. He's actually got 15 big blinds with the new blind level.
Vamos.
These pots are just so important for our short stacks.
1.7.
Incredibly tough. You need to be very careful betting flops. Although it's okay to bet a flop if you got 2 clubs for Ken Tong.
Indeed. His queen 7 turning into a flush draw on a 10 high board. He does check it over to Ponikov's, who's king high. He is actually in front by a nose, equity-wise.
Do see that little backdoor potential. But king high is king high, and it does show down decently if he wants to.
125.
Bet of 125,000.
Now the game plan is, do we check call, check raise? Must expect a wide betting range for Ponikov's. It's really hard to say what's better. Does Ponikov's bet like a 2 or 4x?
Raise to 500,000.
Like this check raise though. Just win it now.
125 becoming 500 as Tong showing his appetite for a little gamble in spite of the circumstances. Putting a W on Ponikov's after some of his chips moved left last time they tussled.
He's shown a little bit of fearlessness, right? You know, he called that 3-bet earlier with ace-jack suited, where other players may fold given it was undergun versus +1. Here, check raising the flush draw.
Haven't had an opportunity to chat with him and get to know him, but I'm always curious as to how much self-awareness with regard to the fact that they are the unknown entity in any given spot they employ when making decisions out there, right? They're like, well, you might know what a lot of the other guys at this FT are up to because you've been playing with them, but with me, you have no idea, and that can be leveraged to their advantage in terms of the newcomers.
A lot of people do exercise using lines that others might not imagine to try to win some extra chips.
Yeah, when they're the new player that haven't been baselined.
Yeah. You know, we're going to see more of Ken Tong and Joe Tren at this final table, and we'll see if that comes into fruition. 7 deuce off.
You may have caught Randy there saying Joe Chuen. That is indeed the correct ethnic pronunciation and sequencing of his name. But of course, Western-wise, we've been presenting it as Kwanzhou. Who, by the way, looks terrific out there in that white suit, straight off.
He loves to just always be in the best dress, you know, at these final tables. And
it's not close.
This is the biggest of his career.
Pocket fives here for Ponikov's. Not the biggest hand, but he will set mine with it from the small blind against the Petrangelo Open. 750 in the middle as we head to a flop.
I think it's actually important to note that him flatting the 5s in the small, whereas Bonomo actually folded 6s in the small earlier. Difference in styles.
And a difference in hand strength now as Petrangelo jumps way in front, courtesy of the ace of spades, checked over to him by the 5s that are looking up at those 2 overs.
Nice advantage. Also, against the small blind flat, you might expect hands that to continue would be broadways or like a queen X. Not too often it's an ace, unless it's the same type of ace 10, ace jack occasionally. And should be over.
Well, there have been a few times where we thought something should be a certain way, and
then
somebody
jacks.
rises up to put us in our place. Not assuming that's what we're going to be seeing here from Ponikov's. Lack of a spade. Boy, there was a hard swallow there, Randy.
He's bleed into a time bank.
What's on his mind?
I'm not so sure. There should be a lot of ace X's in Petrangelo's range.
600.
Oh, how about a check 3X as the 5s turn themselves into a bluff? And remember, this is the same man who folded 2 jacks pre-flop when Brewer raised from the big blind against his open. that same sort of logic could very well be playing in Petrangelo's mind here, expecting Ponikov's to lack a willingness to play a big one without maybe having this ace-10 in trouble from time to time. Nevertheless, in position, he makes the call for the extra 400, and that is not what Ponikov's wanted to see. He was targeting holdings that didn't contain an ace, trying to draw the curtain here and now, but instead, he's brought the pot to 2 million as we take a turn, which gives Petrangelo aces and tens and way less reason to exit at this stage of the hand, let alone on the river, unless, of course, something like a spade, jack, or king were to roll off and Ponikov's were to just go brute force.
Yeah, and I wonder how often Ponikov's actually has spades to check raise. He would have a lot of reason to just check call. It makes sense that he's just going to give up. The game plan, like you said, was to kick out all hands that don't have an ace on the flop and looking to just check fold if he gets called. There's a lot in the middle. Sure, yes, there's a flush out there, but he does have 2 pair. And we know there's a lot of disastrous river cards that can drop off. Does check, needs to try to fade one of them. But that's a good one.
Ace is full of tens for sweet relief, just in case you were up against spades. Really rate to be the only hand that he would be concerned about. King, jack. Doesn't seem like it would want to be check raising on that particular flop. But nevertheless, here we are after a round of checks on the turn. And when Petrangelo checks back on that turn, some of the time it's an ace, as we saw, that is a bit wary. But every now and again it isn't an ace. And if that's the case, perhaps Ponikov's could have contemplated a barrel there. But I think he took his one shot at this one and is done with it.
Yeah, especially once he checks this river, he's no longer involved. Ace-10 is, I mean, I guess you just rip it in and hope you're up against a flush. It's just so hard to imagine Ponikov's having some kind of check-calling hand that could pay you off. Like, would Ace-Jack check raise the flop? Maybe, I suppose, and then you can try to get those hands to call.
800.
800,000.
He's just trying to get anything to pay off, but
Yeah, slightly sub 1 SPR, but went with the milkier sizing. Wasn't going to matter.
he said sevens to him immediately, and he just said, gave him the close.
Interesting that these guys are just able to narrow one another's holdings so well.
Thank you.
That was one hell of a read.
Joe looks great. Do you think that he packed that suit, or you think once he made the FT, he went into one of these amazing boutiques in town? And
he packed it. He knew where he was going to be. Like, I saw him. I didn't expect him to come try and stuff, but I kind of thought it was coming soon because he's had a lot of success recently at other tours.
Okay.
And every time he makes the final table, he's always just dressed very dapper, you know. Like,
but you don't know whether or not he's buying those suits at whatever the stop is that he's playing at. That could be the case.
no, he has many different suits as well. Trust me.
Yeah, well, maybe he's got many FTs.
Yes, yes, true.
Because that looks like a Monaco special. I'm just going to say the white suit, Randy. Come on.
Okay, maybe. I suppose technically he's got the budget since he's in the money.
It's kind of calling your shot, too. If you pack the suit, you're like, well, I expect to make an FT, so let me make sure I don't leave this at home. Ken Tong showing his risk appetite. Yet again, Queen 6 suited the kit with which he's doing so.
Yeah, that's just stepping out and trying to win chips. Did not expect that from our player currently in 7th.
Brewer's spades are smothered. Nevertheless, he defends. And that is not his board. Not necessarily Ken's either, as he has it checked over to him.
Check. Check.
2 quick checks, and now a second one by Brewer after a 7 rolls off.
Playing fast. Maybe he sprinkles now, does check.
Dry river. Brewer, no showdown value.
The way the hand's played out, it does kind of seem like Ken Tong's got ace high most of the time.
Check.
Check.
He's done.
Check.
Check.
5 high.
But everyone's going to see this queen high open from the cutoff.
Dominate.
Yeah.
Full check down there. Modest pickup for Ken Tong, but they're all important when you consider the fact that there are 5 7-figure payouts waiting for homes here at this FT. And you don't want to be on the outside looking in.
First one to act. Queen Jack suited. Looks strong.
Raise 200.
Oh, I see what you did there. Suited and booted.
That's right.
Fold. Fold.
Ace 10 into the muck. Ponikovs.
Fold.
When a player opens from under a gun off a 20 big blind stack, you know he's got it. He just showed a 7 deuce. Is that a mandatory show in the big? It's also aces and 7 deuce always get shown.
Right, because you want to make the guy think that, hey, listen, buddy, I'm willing to dance with you, but it was dead bottom of range. Then with the aces, it's like, hey, when I re-raise, I've always got it. You know what's happening there. Story's getting told.
You ever get the guy who... You never see a guy goes, here, let me fold king 9 suited, you know?
Yeah, and then just show it. Be like, hey, man, all right, if it wasn't for the fact that my hand was so bad, I'd be in there.
Fold. Fold.
Rockets.
Suvarna. Finally with an opportunity to get involved.
Raise to 250,000.
See if he gets some action from anyone.
So far, no.
Praying for anyone to call.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Are they getting shown?
Oh,
No.
come on. You got it.
Suvarna's such a pro now. Just quietly folding the aces.
Does he have like one of those software upgrades like mid-tour, like a 3.5 possibly, now that he's at a final table? You know, the little software updates where it's not a full revamp?
Yeah. Like
3.1.
yeah, exactly. Not a full new operating system.
The iPhone S, you know, quite similar.
Oh, yeah.
I don't do the iPhone thing, Randy.
Oh, God. What do you do?
Shout out to my Android people.
Shout outs. I've never heard anyone go shout outs to my Android people.
Telling you,
Okay.
Android rules the world.
Okay.
iPhone market share is significantly smaller.
Fold. 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 Fold.
No longer friends, by the way.
King 10 suited. Mateos opening here off of very legitimate holding under the gun. Petrangelo with a couple of 5s. Let's see his approach.
What's nice is actually You don't want to tangle with the chip leader, but you're getting the perfect position to be dealt these little pocket pairs.
Ace 9 deuce.
This is where it gets interesting because this is a hand where maybe you take one off, but then again, you're up against the chip leader, and we know Mateos likes to press and just put multiple streets in. Especially this 150K bet. You know Mateos is opening wide, but it's under the gun, which should have more ace-X's. Little wheel action, backdoor spades for added equity.
And also that perception that Mateos doesn't have to have ace-X to be opening pots coming together to allow Pietrangelo to continue. And the 9 and the 8 aren't the cards he's so worried about. It's does Mateos have the ace or doesn't he?
Agree.
Checking once more.
It feels like if Mateos wants to bet the turn, we'll often have to follow through with one big river bet as well to kind of shake out weak aces.
5 seconds.
750.
Man, he's a monster.
Yeah, and this is when you feel a bit helpless with the 2 5s as Pietrangelo. Mateos can just barrel away with relative impunity. Pushing those 2 5s into the muck forcefully, courtesy of that turn bet. Well, I don't want to have to get forceful, but if you haven't already, what are you waiting for? Enter the exclusive Triton merch giveaway. Get yourself maybe not as kitted up as Guangzhou. We don't do formal attire, but we do some of the slickest looking gear that you're ever going to get caught wearing at a poker table. And I confess, in my travels now, I'm starting to see Triton merch from people who have never been to a Triton stop as they go and visit the online store, but that comes at an expense. Whereas we're looking to give stuff away. Just type ! giveaway in the chat or scan that QR code that you just saw on the screen and get involved.
You sold it to me. I'm going to go enter that giveaway now. Be right back.
You're not allowed, Randy.
Why?
I don't make the rules, and I don't want to have to enforce them either.
Enforcer Ali.
No,
Wouldn't be effective at all.
Enforcer Pietrangelo, that's going to be very effective. 2 aces, small blind.
Love this limp.
Absolutely. And Mateos, another king 10. That's been the hand of the day for him. But note, he doesn't bite at all. Checking back, looking over at Nick. And now he's flopped second pair with the backdoor nut clubs up against top set. Deeply under-repped.
And he's actually betting out. Trying to make it look like a bluff because he shouldn't be expected to bet out an ace against the chip leader. Mateos just got so much hand. The nut mid pair, backdoor clubs.
Pietrangelo coming out swinging, and now the wettest of turn cards for Mateos' purposes, the queen of clubs. Gut shot royal flush draw against the continuing top set for Pietrangelo. 625 in the middle, and he is going to slow down, take the safe line.
Yes, because clearly Mateos could easily have a flush, just given he's got the whole check back range pre. Get a free shot at it. Not
7
quite.
of spades, yeah, not the one that he had in mind, Randy, and now Pietrangelo can feel a lot better about top set.
And given that he's holding 2 aces, he's not going to think that Mateos has got an ace himself, combos-wise, so He might downsize to try to get crying calls out of 10x, maybe a queen, which he does.
$250,000.
It's tough here because he shouldn't. Oh, he does make the crying call.
But go on, the thought.
I was going to say he probably shouldn't expect Petrangelo to try and steal the pot against him. Like, doesn't have that much incentive given how comfy his stack was to start things off.
I kind of skewed toward your perception in that spot as well, where even though you have the 10, it just didn't feel like Nick would be betting with less, you know.
But one of the fortunate things about having all the chips is you can make some calls and kind of readjust. Doesn't change anything for him.
Strangely, though, when I see calls like that, I also think it's a product of an opponent actually giving more credit to their opposition, not in terms of hand strength, but in terms of being able to exploit, being able to deviate, and go, I know how strong this bet looks, therefore I'm going to make it because I think I can clear a lot of equity.
Reputation is a big thing in poker, and I think that's what earned Petrangelo those extra chips on the river.
Yeah. Clear a lot of hand, rather, not equity, given that we were already at the river. Now then, Ibinger, ace-queen.
This qualifies for a lot of hand.
That it does, and for a raise to 275,000. Petrangelo, decent amount of hand himself on the button, asking for the count.
And this is not an easy spot, right? You got king, queen. If you 3-bet, it feels a little bit committing against the 2 million chip stack. If you flat, it doesn't feel so nice either. Looks like he will 3-bet. Matthias is currently the shortest stack, but a very narrow gap because it's only him and Bono is separated by 1 big blind. But if you want to think about it, the players who are likely to 3-bet bluff you are the comfy stacks.
Yeah.
Petrangelo, currently in second. It makes sense that he would have 3-bet folds.
And hence the jam from Ibinger as he wants to ask real questions of Nicky P's 3-bet range. And into the bin goes the king-queen without ado. Those are important ones when you're down toward the bottom of the leaderboard. Thumbing through the chat, Randy.
Go on.
An account name popped up at one point, admonishing them for not having mashed the like button harder. Guess who?
Who?
Henry Kilbane.
Henry Kilbane's in the chat. A real one or the fake one?
That's the part I didn't know. I'm going to say it's really him.
Was it Henry Kilbane #1 or anything? No?
Nah,
Or maybe a
just a
birthday
stone.
at the end?
Nah, no numbers.
2023? No, no numbers.
But there's no check marks in YouTube accounts. You know what I mean?
I didn't know.
Unverified.
Can we temporary ban him? Is that a thing? I'm just curious.
You don't want to give me the controls. I'll mash the ban button harder than they'll mash the like and subscribe. I really won't, though. I just like the power. And
Yeah.
Speaking of power, Suvarna ace-king here in the face of a very out-of-line 9-6 offsuit. Adrian doing big stack things.
Nothing personal.
Yeah, just business.
This is business.
Oh, yeah.
Should be announcing himself soon.
There it is. As expected. Suvarna's accounts receivable department issuing an invoice. Mateos unwilling to pay.
Is there like late fees or anything?
They're called time banks. He just paid it. Nice to see Santosh out here. Was a bit surprised that Suvarna didn't join us for the 200K Invitational, as he would be from the invitee side. Doesn't require an invitation, but perhaps business was calling. Mentioned that Suvarna does have a Triton title. That came courtesy of his performance back in
The very first event at that stop.
May in Cyprus of this year, the 25K GG Super Million, $700,000 of his career Triton total of $3.3 million picked up there. 11 cashes under his belt, and very patriotic. You know, I don't think we've had any other participants on the Triton Tour from India, but that is certainly a market that has been expanding in terms of poker. Obviously one of the most populous nations on earth. Huge addressable market there.
Yeah, it just feels like he's become such a household name at the Triton stops that you can't.
And well liked.
Yeah, very well liked and fun to watch.
And you can't have one without him? Is that what you were going to say?
I was going to say it, yeah. Exactly.
I'm with you.
Ken Tong has really ramped up their aggression with a stack you wouldn't expect them to do so with.
Jack 9 off from the small blind, mind you. And offsuit 10 deuce. Concedes. I mean, obviously he's picking his spots. Ace Jack suited was the open earlier. He flopped.
What about the Queen 6 in the cutoff?
That one was a little out of line.
Like, he's getting a little out of line lately. And like I said earlier, friends of Elton saying, now you begin to wonder who's the mentor.
Right, everyone calls Elton a nit over at the Hong Kong home game, maybe. The real savages are unbeknownst to us. Elton, disappointing finish in the 200K Invitational after being a massive chip leader day 2, going into that FT, ended up in 3rd, and actually eventual champion Dan Smith, his fate was kind of in Elton's hand in the spot that many were talking about after that FT, 3-handed. Elton did not call a jam with Queen Jack. I think it was in the 10-ish big blind
I believe
neighborhood,
so. Yeah.
maybe a little north of that. See whether or not he's been able to put that one behind him as this festival marches forward. Meanwhile, Brewer under the gun, ace-6 suited, 2-time Triton title winner.
He likes the blue, doesn't he, Chris Brewer, that is?
Yeah, that is his lucky hoodie of sorts. Brewer with 4.3 million plus in career Triton earnings across 16 cashes.
A couple 8s for Santosh Suvarna. An uncomfortable one. It is a undergun open. He's sitting in the cutoff with a 22 big blind stack. It's not easy. These are the spots that really are difficult to navigate at final tables. Gonna try to take the pair value to a flop. Does have to fade one of these remaining players picking up a hand.
Or just deciding to squeeze.
Well, he's deciding.
Getting away from the King 10. Queen 10 suited for Bonomo. Price is nice.
Opportunity. Bonomo currently the shortest stack with 17 blinds to start things off. So we're going to play a 3-way flop. A little bit unusual at final tables.
And that flop is ace jack 10, all diamonds. Bonomo, 10s in the gutter. Brewer with top pair. Suvarna, 2 checks in front of him with the lone flush draw, but an under pair. So he checks back, and the queen on the turn, putting 4 to a royal on board. Bonomo now queens and 10s, but Suvarna with the diamonds.
I would think that Suvarna will be happy to check the turn with his flush, just try to show it down. Definitely not another diamond, which he does.
9 on the river.
I wonder if there's value to be found with the 8 of diamonds. It does seem kind of thin, though, if it does get checked to him, Suvarna.
Well, it's only the king of diamonds and the 9 of diamonds that have Suvarna beat.
then you also need to ask the question is what hand will call you that's worse? A small diamond might be hard to imagine.
5 seconds.
But maybe Brewer's thinking about bluffing this one. Brewer's really got a game plan.
He's not just thinking about it, he's doing it. Here it comes, 550,000 out of the man who opened this pot in early position.
What's tricky is for Savannah is that he also has Bonomo right in the middle who might be holding a bigger diamond. It's not just a heads-up pot.
Note that he's looking over at Bonomo just to kind of get a sense how interested Justin might be
That's right.
before choosing to make this call.
You win.
And the fold. Easy for Justin. Brewer instantly advising you win, as there's no world in which Suvarna would be willing to make a call with less than an ace.
Santosh, 3.1. He's currently in second.
For those that don't know what Randy's alluding to, the first time we saw Santosh, he certainly was far earlier in his poker playing career in general.
Wasn't the strongest, I'll
No.
admit.
Came in, second Triton Festival, and just took us all by storm. Incredibly impressive, had made adjustments, clearly had sought out some tutelage, and we dubbed him Santosh 2.0. Then he brought even more thunder. The next time we saw him, we came with 3.0. Now it's more about refinements.
Refinement, yes. The nickname's caught on because I've even heard like Boss Paul Poil kind of using the Santosh 2.0
Yeah.
and 3.0.
Yeah.
He's been quiet. We're going to open these 2 sevens.
Joe, 275. Gets behind the lenses, and now Mateos behind a king-queen.
We've seen at this final table King Queen 3-bet almost every single time.
5 seconds.
This certainly qualifies. Not this one. I believe he thinks that Joe Tren's been a little bit snug. Didn't want to give him some more chips.
Fold. Fold.
I don't think it's a mere belief. It is absolutely proven by Adrian folding that king-queen. He could put some people in the blender with a lot less kit than that. And yet he just stepped away uneventfully.
I think that goes to show that Adrian Mateos isn't going to be purely relentless. You know, he's giving credit to these people fighting back a bit.
Yeah, you know, early on, all of us looked at just the chip counts and thought, okay, there's going to be a Spanish bulldozer out there. But as this final table has now taken some shape, that's not the case. Far more tactical have been the navigations of the Conquistador.
I think him folding that 6-5 of clubs also further to that point that it's just trying to choose his spots a bit more. The other players aren't that short too where they can't fight back. You know, if it was a situation where we have one player who's sitting on 10 or less blinds, he probably would raise relentlessly, knowing that they're very handcuffed. But at this point, it's not really worth the risk.
He could be waiting for that development, which would obviously put further pressure on what would become middling stacks. But with all the stacks kind of clustered up, and none of them below 10 big blinds, as you said, there's some playability to the depth elsewhere in the field. Although ICM pressure is still very real.
Mm-hmm. And it probably also doesn't help that he's got Santosh to his left, who probably has a little bit more flat calls in his range, so he can't really play hands that don't play well post-flop.
Oh, sorry.
Everyone's favorite hand, Jack 10 suited. Not his favorite hand.
Yeah, not Ken Tong's apparently.
Very selective based on positions. Heibinger did do well with the ace-queen earlier, where he 4-bet jammed. Different scenario. It is blind versus blind.
Oftentimes you'll see the size up from small blind to open raises.
So this is number 4 in chips versus number 5 in the big. So it kind of depends. Does he want to protect his limping range, or does he feel that Joe Tran will not raise too much if he limps? Actually outright ripping it in ace-queen.
Boy, this is a little bit uncomfortable.
Didn't expect this jam.
Yeah, and you don't really want to be playing a pot of this size with ace-queen time banks being plopped forward. And now Matthias knows that it is the pairs and the big aces almost exclusively. And it didn't take long for Joe Schwen.
Yeah, just gotta make sure, just in case. He's gonna be pretty happy to see he's up against ace-queen and not some baby pocket pair.
Let alone ace-king. Well, there will be no scoops, as you see Heibinger. Actually, profiting a little bit, given that Joe put the big blind ante out there, which he's now going to have to carve up.
I like this contrast, the white and the orange between Heibinger and Joltrin. Kind of reminds me of you know that popsicle with the vanilla inside?
You
Orange.
wouldn't be referring to a creamsicle by chance,
Yes.
or Andy?
That's what I think of when I see these two sitting side by side.
Were you not in the booth with me when I referred to a pair of Ike Caxton's pants as a creamsicle?
I don't
at one
think
point
so.
in time? I don't know
No.
if it was here at Triton or if it was back in Vegas.
No. I love that popsicle. Just like,
Did that one have one stick or two?
2 sticks.
It
It
was
was,
the
2
two-stick,
sticks,
yeah.
yes.
But it always used to come apart, and then you would end up with 2 popsicles as 2 eights for Mateos. Open. Suvarna. Ace-9 suited. Right behind. Yeah, just laying it down.
King Queen seems to be the story of this final table lately. He had King Queen against Ken Tong, opted to 3-bet. Different opponent, different stack sizes,
And yet,
same strategy.
you're very right. 675. Ponikov's not afraid to go up against the Spaniard.
Now for Mateos. 2-8's always uncomfortable when someone 3-bets you off of 20 big blinds or so. But then it's Ponikov's. Someone who's willing to step over that line and try to steal your chips.
Every now and again you step over that line, you get your foot stepped on. See if the Conquistador is going to punish. Are the 8s a candidate?
100% they are. You know, they perform okay against ace-king. You just absolutely looking to get fold equity pre, which he should have. The thing is, Mateos opened from under the gun, so Ponikov's 3-bet value range should be very narrow. So
Play it as a call, though.
he's calling here, looking for some non-ace-king type boards to kind of continue. Of course, ace-king is a big part of Ponikov's 3-bet range.
Seven high flop is a good one for 8s. The overpair checking over to the overcards.
Yeah, very good board for him. I'm curious to see, does Pontikov's just still fire continuation bet? He did earlier when it was the hand against Tong. Although he kind of blocks the hands that would check fold the flop a bit. If he does fire, he wants to come in around 25% pot, give or take.
$475.
Not going to step away from this one just yet. Pontikov's fires 475,000, and consider the quotient of his stack back that represents, Randy, and you begin to piece together in conjunction with the fact that he has 3-bet an under-the-gun open, who was the chip leader, just how strong his hand's supposed to be.
It's supposed to be very, very strong, but Mateos, like I said, was just looking for that safe flop, willing to check raise all in and deny the equity of these two overs. Perfectly played.
Punch in the gut to Pontikov's, as Mateos did not hesitate to check and then jam. Pontikov's, by the way, Randy, one of those here at this final table. He slips down to the short stack without a Triton title.
He does have a lot of career earnings, does he not?
7 million plus in Triton career earnings. 10 cashes, did finish 5th in the 50K Turbo Bounty. 1 for 2 thus far. Came up empty in the 200K Invitational. Made 4 final tables in London, by the way. And you know, even though obviously making final tables is a great way to cobble together tremendous earnings, when you have that competitive spirit, as every one of these guys do, you keep notching 4th, 5th, 6th, and you begin to ask yourself, is there something I'm not doing? Am I really running that bad? Because a lot of times we seek accountability. We want to look inwards and feel as though there's an adjustment that we can make that would yield better results than the ones that we've been experiencing as we keep getting to these final tables. And yet, obviously, as anybody who's played long enough knows, variance can be sometimes the only thing to point to. But as we see Pontikov's slipping down to the shorty, you wonder whether or not in his mind somewhere isn't that sense that, is this on me again?
Exactly. Yeah, very well said. I agree with all your points. And Mateos now a bit of a decision because Pontikov's actually took some time before opting the min raise. Still going to take a flop here. And this is very important given that he's only got 1 million back.
Chance for some redemption for the ace-9. That's not going to be the flop that offers it, though. Queen 7-4, top pair. Mateos checks it.
And this is one of the problems off of opening with this 10 big blind stack is sometimes your opponent defends the big. Who can afford it? The chip leader. And then you're not sure if you should c-bet because every big blind is so important when you're this short. He's still going to fire and he's never going to see these chips again.
Well, they're certainly going to be on loan if he does see them again, as they're going to be taking a vacation to Spain.
Yeah, not too many big blinds remaining in his stack.
Yeah, and another one of these check jams.
This is frustrating.
Pontikov's again folding and getting even shorter.
So remember, at the start of the final table, 2nd through 9th all had the same type of stack.
Yep.
Now we're at a situation where Pontikov's is sitting on 6 big blinds. Expectation is everyone else is going to just wait for Pontikov's to get it in. Hopefully he boss and ladder huge. And especially with the big blind going to 150, they really cannot play a single hand, and Mateos has got the door open for him to just take those unwanted chips.
You know, there's compounding effects. Not only has he whittled his stack down 2 rungs lower than it was after losing both of those pots to Mateos, but he's created a landscape where the pressure is going to be all upon him to get his chips in and await his fate, because the middling stacks really are just looking to lock up that extra 100,000 in almost any spot.
And you see how fast it folded over to our chip leader once Ponikov did fold his hand. He's got 5-4 clubs.
Raise 500,000.
Just trying to press. And it's going to work, as Santosh only has Jack-5 offsuit, who's currently sitting in second place.
Is it the way someone's peeling them? I'm saying, you think someone's peeling them a certain way? Yesterday?
Yesterday we have to play like 5 decks.
What?
6.
Yeah, we did actually.
Probably a squeeze milk, yeah.
Look at the chip counts here. Ponikov's just 5 bigs, 750K. And that bunch from Bonomo up to Suvarna, who now sits in second, are well aware of both the pay jump and that development. And Mateos, might this be sort of the situation that he's been waiting for, Randy, and the Warhammer can finally be broken out comfortably?
I think the Warhammer is definitely coming out even more so. Like, look, Santosh is in second. It's great to be second place out of 9, right? But he only has 24 big blinds. He could be at risk in the next one out if he gets dealt some kind of cooler. It happens.
And you can always see in those situations where somebody who's toward the second, third place stacks in this sort of layout finds a hand like queens or something, and the chip leader's jamming on you, and not unlike Petrangelo early on, you're just like, why?
Yeah, you wish you got dealt like aces or 2-3 offsuit, you know, just so your decisions are a bit easier.
But we can see some extraordinarily tight folds in spots like that, which are the responsible approach. Same time, you lick your lips and you think, if I can double from this stack.
They're risky players. This is a very risky hand, pocket aces, isn't it? You think he's sweating it a bit?
I mean, Bonomo, currently second shortest stack.
He's not scared. He's coming from min-raise.
It's a lot more comfortable to get involved as the second shortest stack than it is somebody in second place in terms of chips, which is where Suvarna finds himself.
Yeah, King-Jack. Always lovely, but is offsuit in the small. Discipline is important.
5 seconds.
Oh, he is going to try and take a flop here. This is bad news for him.
He had 1.3 and made it 300 pre-flop.
Because Bonomo's open raising range should be so narrow. He's started the hand of 11 big blinds. Ponikov's got 5. Santosh needs to be careful.
Queen 9-6, gut shot straight draw for the small blind flatter.
This is actually an amazing board for Bonomo because a small blind flatter actually has a lot of Queen X's in their range, or these types of King Jack, King 10s.
Just interactivity with this board texture, but not the type that's going to be a concern as yet.
Correct. You wouldn't expect like a Queen 9 suited for Santosh in the small.
Right.
Queens you would have heard from pre. What, 6s and 9s, I guess? That's it. But whatever. There's all the other hands you beat.
Ace of Spades very relevant for Bonomo as well, as we see him bet 375,000 after the Suvarna check.
Would take so much discipline to lay this down on the flop. I don't know if he can. He might feel that the king is a clean out.
5 seconds.
That is great discipline. You know, you see that you flop a piece, but realize the situation. Don't compound a mistake. There we go.
Well, I actually really like if Suvarna's going to be willing to flat with king jack offsuit there, unnecessarily, let's call it, having the discipline to then get away from it despite flopping some equity.
Yeah.
Kind of thing I'm not sure we would have seen from Santosh 1.0, but here we are.
He would have been in there. So on to this hand. Alexei Panakov's sitting in the big.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Fold.
Pocket nines for Matthias Eibinger. Deep into the pre-flop. 20 seconds before raising to 350,000.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Panakov's
Just an 8-3 suited against an overpair.
demoralizing and dusty. But he just put 2 of his 5 big blinds into the middle, and suited combos would generally be defending.
I agree.
5 seconds.
And the other thing is, okay, he folds this hand. He likely folds a small. He does get a lot of free hands after, but with a discounted stack. If you do continue, of course, you would come in with call and just see if you flop some equity and perhaps stop and go, but I think this fold is fine. There are opportunities, too, where other players do get it in and you do ladder.
No?
40% of Panakov's remaining stack lost just by virtue of that fold there, and now a half a blind's got to be stuck out in the small.
Which colors? Tricky. Huh? Tricky? You want to know if it was a pair or not. No, I'll be honest. Spade and club, I believe. Spade and heart? Damn it. I forgot.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Folded around to the ace-deuce of Nicky P. He puts it into the muck.
Fold to 8-7 offsuit for our chip leader. Something where some players might put in a raise.
Fold.
Somebody putting in work on a napkin. Tissue, Kleenex offset. That was
Very nice commentary there, buddy.
just saying. Nothing gets by us.
5 seconds. Raise 350,000.
Ace-4 suited, Ken Tong opening, recognizing if Panakov's is going to come in there, it's going to be for all of it.
Fold.
But all of it, just not that much.
And that would be a walk.
I had 3 deuce offsuit.
Very close.
I have ace.
Pocket ace?
No,
Oh, dual ace.
it's one ace.
I'm taking it right now.
It's a big difference.
I think good enough.
Really, after last time?
I do feel like I just lost my lesson by now. That's 2 times.
Or I would get in. I don't know.
Fold. Raise 300,000.
Upstairs we go to 300,000, courtesy
Fold.
of Mateos.
Fold.
Still haven't really seen full Warhammer mode engaged.
Fold.
I mean, yeah, I agree with that, but King 8 offsuit definitely one of those crossing over the line a little bit.
Obviously no takers. Everybody just staring at that nub in front of Alex Ponikov's. Thinking there's another 100K in it for me if I can just outlast that man there.
Fold.
Nikki P, pocket queens.
$350.
Raise to 350.
Up to 350K. And these opens from other stacks, when Ponikov's is this lean, especially
Fold.
if they come in front of Adrian Mateos, are supposed to be pretty tight,
All in.
as they are. And
I roll in.
Ponikov's king queen
Fold.
yet again does push his chips forward. A modest 25K on top of the 350.
It's actually a little bit of a decision here for Ibinger because he could have a couple extra cards and may potentially knock out a player. If he calls, Petrangelo cannot reopen the action and make him fold his hand pre.
And Petrangelo's not supposed to be putting chips into a dry side pot against him.
Correct.
Unless he's got a real hand, as the two of them can work toward a shared goal of eliminating Ponikov's.
Fold.
Hence the defense from the big blind. $1.35 million chip main pot is complete. Active side between Ibinger and Petrangelo. Jack 6 deuce.
Check.
Very much Petrangelo's board.
He should still be betting, I imagine, just because he can still scoop that big pot. And sure, Ibinger's got him covered, but as long as he beats Ponikov's into all-in, like, he would still get that pay jump.
Fold.
So,
Queens.
chips bet and then pulled back as Ibinger gets out of there, and Ponikov sees the bad news. Hunts a king and a king only for the time being. Could pick up backdoor clubs. Maybe some straight draws. Oh my!
How about just a king?
The immediate relief, and you can see Nikki P a bit annoyed. How about trip kings?
Okay, one was enough, but two will do. It's been a very frustrating final table for Petrangelo, I would think, right? Losing this spot.
Look at Ponikov's, like
Fold the king 9
somebody who really
and you were done.
got away with something there.
Came. There was some backdoors as well. Multiple ones.
I mean, it's not the biggest pot on earth, but obviously it was one that Petrangelo very much would have preferred to be winning, not
Tough game.
simply courtesy of eliminating Ponikovs and realizing the pay jump, but just loosening the collar a little bit. Get
But
up and over
actually,
those 20 bigs.
It is actually quite a big pot. The reason is because it would have allowed him to have a big
I'm just happy
separation
that Adrian got the result he
between
wanted.
everyone else.
The last pot, I'm happy for you. How that went down.
I'm happy for him as well.
Fold.
And Petrangelo just has 2.4 million now. Over to our second place stack. Santosh Suvarna ace 7 off. Clearly not going to get involved there.
Fold. Fold.
I think he's okay with
Fold.
high
A little
result
suited
there.
connector there for Ponikovs. He resists temptations. Still sub 10 bigs for him.
Five seconds. Fold. That's it.
Heidinger gonna limp Jack 5 off suit. Joe?
I actually would find it interesting because
Check back.
Ibinger open ripped ace queen off of 20 blinds or so last time.
Okay.
His limp would seem a little weak. But anyways, ace high board.
Well, if the limp seems weak, perhaps we remove the ace-x combos from it. Though on balance, we know that Mateos could be mixing some of that stuff in as a limp, looking to trap.
Okay.
No pair anywhere. Ibinger checking it over to queen high, which is best.
And look at Joe realizing there's so little aces in your range. I saw you open rip it, stabbing with queen high in a spot where he normally shouldn't be betting this flop. Nice awareness of just using prior data to make the best decision.
Making moves at the right time and looking good in the process. Joe Schwen.
You said it good there. I like it. You're learning, my friend. Even though you know more Chinese than me, which is hilarious.
That is true, by the way.
I know, it's not a joke. It's a true statement.
Maria, though, she speaks
Does
Mandarin.
she speak Mandarin?
Mhm.
Okay. Well, Buju Dao.
Yes, you do not understand.
Raised 300,000. Fold. Fold.
9-7 suited. Now we begin to see some of the luxuries on display for Mateos.
Ponikov's thinking about ripping in ace-8
5
suited.
seconds.
Has a bit more forward equity since his double up, but opts to let it go. And now king-queen suited for Ibinger, and how much does he respect the ICM right now?
We're about to find out. King Queens, they're so tempting
Especially suited.
All in.
on the button. And there is the jam.
Nice.
Fold.
He knows this man.
Ibinger, third biggest stack, by the way. Would have been so disastrous to run into top of range for Mateos, but chances were, of course, that under the gun or not, Mateos was going to be employing a wide range, as he
Yeah.
was.
That's what I like to see, is that these players who are supposed to be handcuffed, where do they draw the line where they attack the chip leader? You know, even though Mateo's open under gun, supposed to be strong, but he's aware. There's a lot of things going on. He's got, what, 15 million in chips? There's a short stack out there. Just really a nice decision, perfectly executed by Mateus. Now we got the suited ace for Suvarna. I would say this is the worst suited ace, even though There is ace-5 and lower, but those hands can at least make a wheel.
700.
Like this.
Ponikov's
Raise to 700,000.
half his stack
Fold. Fold, fold.
being pushed out there. Happy to commit if anybody wanted to take him up on it. But instead, a very important and meaningful big blind, small blind, and big blind ante hauled in. Less than 10 bigs separating that second through ninth place cluster.
No eliminations yet. Everyone's still under that average stack, but our Adrian Mateos.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Chris Burr's dwindled down a bit.
300.
Raise to 300,000.
Yeah, but the jacks will take what's left
Fold.
and place 300,000 of it
Fold.
forward.
Fold.
No takers, it would seem.
Fold.
And this is what we're going to be watching until perhaps Ponikov's or someone else manages to bust. Although, again, Ponikov's no longer down there by himself. You know, Brewer, he, Bonomo, Petrangelo.
They have the same stack of 13 big blinds. And even the 5th and 4th, Kentong and Jotran, they have got 18 blinds themselves. We know those can go flying in at any moment. It's very tense.
Fold. Fold.
You're right, this is a high-strung affair at present, requiring a precision approach.
Fold. Fold.
What's going to break the thin ice?
Raise 300,000.
Ace deuce,
Fold.
raise and take it.
Chisel away.
That's what he's doing as he efforts his first ever Triton title here. Chip leader coming in. Third and final day of this $125,000 Triton Super High Roller Series main event from Sporting Monte-Carlo in the Principality of Monaco. Ali Najad and Randy Liu, happy to have you with us for this live coverage. Almost $4 million up top will be awarded before the night is over. Of course, that's just the top slot on deck, 391,000.
Fold. Fold.
Almost $16 million in total
Fold.
generated.
Maybe an opportunity for Jotran to open. King Jack off.
16.8 plus
Gonna
million.
stay out of the way. Good timing because Petrangelo wakes up to 10s.
And
Raise 350,000.
Nicky P
Fold.
stretching his legs to 350,000.
Fold.
Ace queen for Ken Tong in the small. This is a man, Randy, that feels as though he would break protocol.
This hand can definitely break protocol. He's also got fold equity. You know, Petrangelo opening off with the hijack.
How much have left?
That's not the question you want to hear.
No, certainly is not.
And if he
1.6.
does jam, I feel like Petrangelo might just have to go with it, given how strong tens is.
But remember, he folded to jacks against the
did.
3-bet out of the big blind from Brewer earlier.
He did, but the difference here is that Petrangelo is playing off a shorter stack.
Folding with 13 blind.
Call.
Yeah,
go.
annoyed to be put in this situation, but obviously happy to not be up against the overpair at least.
How much you have exactly?
1.9.
And as well.
Whoever wins this pot will move up to second place in chips.
That's just how tight the field behind Mateos is wound. 4.25 million in the middle. Petrangelo covered and at risk, and that looks like an ace in the window. Indeed it is. Tong, thankful. Not out of the woods quite yet, though. Petrangelo can hit the 10 or pick up a spade draw. Neither.
What's that mean? No spade?
On the turn. Can he find a 10 and stay alive?
Good game, guys.
He can't. Instead, Tong hits the ace, making the full house.
Take it down.
And Petrangelo giving some encouragement to Mateos. But obviously,
Don't help me. Don't help me.
a disappointing 9th place exit for him as Ken Tong will vault into 2nd place. Everybody enjoying the 100K pay jump.
Yeah, tough competitor. Petrangelo had a bunch of tough spots. Mainly, he's going to think about those 2 jacks he folded to Chris Brewer. But he's got lots of events to redeem himself here at Monte-Carlo.
That he does, adding to his 2.8 million in career Triton earnings with this 9th cash. Up and over 3 mil, but still no title for Nicky P. There are the remaining payouts. Just 3 left to be distributed before we break the 7-figure seal at 5th and beyond. That glimpse brought to you by Poker Steak.
It's you? Shaking.
300.
I don't know about you, Randy, but I do get this sense that Nicky P has run pretty bad at his final tables. You know, for him not to have a title, obviously he had that massive dry spell. But then turn things around, making FTs, and just never feeling like he's there in striking distance of the title. And on this occasion, you can see 2-10s, ace-queen not really being given a choice between his chip stack and Ken Tong choosing to jam.
You're
that
right.
ace-queen.
You know, he did have that dry spell, and then when he made final tables, he wasn't able to kind of win key pots. You know, but he's a competitor. We know he was capable of shipping this tournament. It's a tough final table, and, you know, he just lost the key one, the last one. Pocket tens. GG. On to the next one. And we got King Queen suited versus Ace-6 of hearts. Looks like Ken Tong flatted in position on the dealer button.
That he did, and he has been outflopped by Brewer. Beautiful board texture for the opener.
300.
Following through with another dose of 300K. Tong now, that 2nd place stack, you know, some depth can peel, look for some backdoor equity or see what's what.
Well, that's why he peeled pre-flop, and that's why he's going to peel this flop. Sees those backdoor hearts, see the potential for.
Now all of a sudden 1.5 milli plus in the middle. Top 2 for Brewer.
And he's playing a pot size bet remaining. Maybe he checks just because it's easy for him to get chips in anyways against the king. If he kind of is giving free outs, usually it's just 2 outs, you know, against like 6s through 8s or so.
If he
I
thinks
like this
Tong is
check.
peeling in search of backdoor equity, though, a card like the Queen of Clubs could certainly be one that Brewer could have been looking to charge a price on, but is able to check and find Tong drawing dead. Let's see whether or not Ken regarded this as one of the opportunities he sought to maybe try to take this one away. We know it isn't going to work.
5 seconds.
Look at Brewer. Those
Loves
eyes just trying to magnetize Tong's chips and grabbing hold of 400,000 of them. Much to his delight. Do we check raise now?
That is a good question. Because of how much is in there, it would definitely be enticing.
Call.
Call.
The answer is no. And I think the reason is he thinks that his opponent often doesn't have too many clubs. He knows that if his opponent could have backdoor clubs, but he could also have fishing those backdoor diamonds and hearts that didn't materialize on the turn. So game plan was to trap.
I checked.
Check.
Brewer now extending rope.
He knows ace high will never win.
Check. Go down.
But once he gets called in turn, often is king X.
So Tong doesn't make matters worse with some sort of feudal river bet there. As Brewer will take a bite out of that second place stack.
You happy?
Book your tickets today for the Bahamas. And if you're not going to book your tickets, then book a visit over to GG Poker, where you can attempt to qualify for WSOP Paradise, happening just about a month's time from now. And if that doesn't tickle your fancy, there's so much else on offer. The Bounty Hunter series, and of course, the Flip and Goes. Head over to the world's biggest poker room, GG Poker, where one can also qualify for Triton events. Not to be overlooked.
There we go. Any pair on a button,
All in.
sub 10 big blinds, mandatory jam.
I don't think it's possible for me to call after the first call I saw. As I looked at one call and I said, I don't think it's possible for me to call.
That being the 3.
Needless to say.
Yeah.
Important pickup, of course, for Ponikovs. Ripping from the button with those 4s and now extended play.
Was it free?
Actually, how much do you have? You have 1.6.
Those are 3, yeah. 2 is definitely impossible. 3.
Bonomo now the shortest stack,
And 4?
behind Alex.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
questionable.
What does I just call?
Just any 4x, doesn't matter.
Yeah, any full. Any full. I just call. Fulls. I saw Justin play the full. It was awesome.
I had 2 of them.
I just see the full. I'm like, I looked at one.
I respect the move. It's power poker.
Ken Tong's been active. Maybe sinking redemption with this ace-9.
Apparently. Hijack open to 350K.
Little rebate.
Ken's seat, by the way, not the worst out there. I mean, clearly,
One's just like
being in the big blind when it's folded around to Mateos's button ain't great. But being able
you were
to
playing them a bit
open
as well.
and enter pots absent Mateos is an advantage.
I've
I
been on-
agree.
I've been once.
And the thing is, Mateos hasn't been opening relentlessly,
it was
right?
like
No,
So-
not,
maybe his
we
second
haven't
and
really
fifth was
seen
like
him
11.
do what we thought he might.
He won, and that was his birthday. I don't know him personally, but I know him. Lithuanian guy.
There was a scenario like this a few years ago where they then made a deal and he got more than the first prize. It was a lower tournament. It was
I get it
so-
once, more than first, in Sunday Milling.
I've never gone more than first, but I'm okay with
They
that.
just agreed. He
I've
said,
gone
you want
first.
this?
That
And
was
they
pretty exciting.
300,000.
I don't think there's any way to feel more respected than being offered more than first place when
Yeah.
a chop or a deal is on the table. Suvarna, happy to be disrespected as he opens with a couple of jacks.
Adrian and I were playing a live, I think it was a 50K, maybe a 25K in Florida, and I had a big chip lead on the bubble. And the stacks were like counting out, like, okay, I have 1.2 big blinds, who's going to be all in first, like near you? And 3 different stacks were counting
It's like
that out.
satellite style.
Yeah. Remember that one?
I'm sorry, yeah. Long time ago, like 5,
And
6
you've
years.
had what, like,
You know,
Before
taker.
COVID, yeah.
and you've had what, like over 60?
Probably. Like, there's a hand where like I shoved on the big blind and he had like 2.2 big blinds. And I know all this is sad, but I guess the bubble has to end sometime. And then he just folds. I'm like, okay, sweet. Keep going.
Yeah.
Current pay jump, something that we haven't touched
Interesting
upon,
how your strategy
Randy.
constructed
Hit me.
and you want to keep it on. But when everyone
$177,000. 77% increase over the prior jump between 9th and 8th, and still enough to keep things high strung out here.
Imagine you're like limping and then like checking it down with the big blind. You're like, I refuse.
Sorry.
Things have shaken out a little bit, by the way, upon the exit of Petrangelo. Tong's second place stack is good for 27 big blinds. Bonomo's shortest of all stacks, 10 big blinds. And when we came into this one, only 9 bigs separated those two positions. At present, 17 bigs in total, in spite of the fact that those blinds have gone up.
Again,
As you see, we're
that's
now
six.
playing 75, 150.
Oh, wow.
10 and 2.
Showed an ace
It's
king.
supposed to be like the opposite way, right? Like it's supposed to be like when you fold, we have big hands, not like us folding you a big hand.
Card removal
Second
works.
time he's gotten a walk with the goods. Queens before
Card
this one.
removal works both. Oh, okay.
Mandatory show.
I just put
I
some
realized
hilarious Sean Winter quote. It was like some absurd situation where it was like the 3 biggest stacks, like it was like hijack cutoff button and then into like 2 like 10 big blind stacks, and it just like forwards the blinds, and Sean just goes, aces versus kings.
Was he right?
No, it was, one of them had, I think, an ace, the other one had like complete dust, but it was just like, just the way he said it immediately, he was like, well.
Missed that guy.
Yeah, haven't seen Sean Winter out here in
Yeah.
Monaco as yet. Not to suggest that he isn't going to pop his head up.
Like this fact that I just said yesterday, I was so tired, so I was just like bombing obvious things like every second. Someone offered, I think, Leon Sturm offered Matthias bad deal, and I was like, oh, that's a bad deal.
Now, King 5 offsuit, small blind. Look at Suvarna. Fixed on Mateos.
Felt like
I'd
we
be
play more than
pretty
usual
surprised
with
if he
this schedule.
doesn't make it like, say,
Normally,
3.5x.
usual with this
Just to
schedule.
try to
Normally,
take it down. Looks like 3x. Oh, but 2 jacks. Seems to be the theme at this final table.
Yeah,
3
and
PM start,
obviously,
at the same time end.
this is not the spot that
Now we play
Suvarna
1 hour more.
wants to necessarily take as the third biggest stack in the field coming in against the chip leader, but the jacks do rate to be good such a significant percentage of the time that when we 3-bet, we can expect with high frequency to just take it here and now. But if we 3-bet and all of a sudden Mateos just jams on us,
It is what it is, but Mateos should have so much 3x folds in the situation.
1.2 million.
It's the right play.
1.2, says Suvarna. It's been a little bit annoying for Mateos. You know, a decent amount of the time when he's opened pots, people have played back at him. On all the occasions that we've observed, it's been with proper kit. And now Mateos
He threw in a time card on his hand. I'm surprised.
making it seem like there's a chance that he could be choosing violence today.
Maybe he thinks that Suvarna's got 3-bet folds. Can't handle the heat. Yeah, I mean, would have felt that would have been ambitious had he made the play.
Well, obviously, there's no question about how ambitious it would have been, but would it have worked is what Adrian's wondering.
No.
Look at that smile on Ponikov's face. Seems like he's almost dialed into what's going on upstairs with Mateos. Entertained by it all.
He's also smiling because he had 5 big blinds when it was 9-handed. Now he's got a pay jumping, and he's currently sitting in 7th with a stack that he can play and wiggle a little bit. Here comes Monomo.
Ace queen suited.
Been very quiet.
Well-mannered open.
Well-mannered. For the quiet guy.
He's in his natural environment. Randy, don't you worry about Bonomo.
I'm not worried. Looks like this one's finished. Oh, we taking flop here? King 6? Okay.
You know, it's funny. He looked down at his hand and he had a little smirk.
Yeah, he did.
For a moment, which was kind of like a very natural disappointment, it felt as though, in reaction to what he saw, and wonder if Bonomo picked up on it and if that's going to allow him to range accordingly for Tong. Very dry ace-7 deuce board. Delightful for ace-queen suited.
Yeah, that was very interesting.
Right?
Really felt like it was in the folding mode. But for now, we're going to bet our top pair.
150 is all it costs.
Surely he can't make a play, right? Just king 6 high. +1 open. Ace high board. Very favorable to Bonomo's range. There we go.
Annoying vibes coming off of
Gotta pry those cards out of him. He's
Tong. You can tell he wants to fight, man. He wants to play pots. No doubt. He's well aware of
You're not taking time, right?
Bonomo's accolades and standing in the poker community.
Just confirming.
Every now and again, the idea that a newcomer wants to find opportunities for the story, you know what I mean? I want to beat the best. Part of why they come out might lead to taking certain lines that one might not expect against the talents of a Justin Bonomo. You get to go home and say, oh, I check raised him with dust, took it down.
And he had top set.
Yeah, well, you don't tell that story. You just go like, yeah, no, I played great. You know, he got lucky.
Just had it.
Ace-5 suited now for the Conquistador.
All in.
Announcing it all.
Taking his chances against the depths behind him. Another king 6 for Ken. This time small blind.
Deja vu.
No takers. Well, despite the departure of Nick Petrangelo in 9th place, which we thought might grease some wheels out here, we still have tightrope vibes here at the 125K main event final table as this level of play begins to tick down.
Ace 5 for Joe. He's out. This is starting to feel like Mateo's ramping up the aggression a bit. Queen 9 and a hijack.
Another helping of blinds and antes. Heading toward the Spaniard.
He is looking sharp, though, Joe Trent, that is. Now,
I'm telling you.
Do you think he knows how to tie the tie? Because earlier today, I had to figure out how to do the double Windsor, and it took me about 30 minutes on YouTube to finally get it done.
Please tell me you didn't spend 30 minutes trying to
well,
figure out
the
how to tie a double Windsor. Because, by the way, I'm looking at it. That's a very small double Windsor, Randy.
I had to, 15 minutes in, I decided I need to find a mirrored video so that I didn't have to figure out what was my left, what was my right. Just saying. Do you think he tied his own tie, or was he in the same situation? That's my question.
I can tell you one thing. He didn't go looking for mirrored YouTube videos. You know? Might have just looked for some text, even. Just a
text.
Animated series of photos. That's
oh, like a WikiHow.
You were super committed. That's why I couldn't get you to come out to lunch. You were busy with the double Windsor. No time, Ali. King 6 suited. Mateos. Activations continue here.
3 in a row.
Yep. And it's not as though there's a super short stack out there at present that is cause for this activity from Mateos. Panakov's slightly less than 10 bigs. See, I got the memo about Monaco chic. Joe and I are dialed in. Remember yesterday I had my little Bond jacket on, the little white number? I ended up having to wear it to dinner, and I feel like people were going to order from me. I thought it was a server. Finally, after the third person asked me for a bottle of flat, I took it off. That didn't actually happen.
Okay.
6s happening, though, for Ken Tong. Wow.
Respect. You know, Joe's been quiet.
Under the gun. Pocket 3s, obviously far less than what I think the field expects him to have when he opens up front like that. But Ken is a guy who has shown us some looks that might have led us to believe pocket 6s would be flat calling in that spot. Nevertheless, gets away. And that is great news, of course, for Zhou Chuen.
Do you want to take some words? 1 million.
As the players will disband, albeit just temporarily. Absent Nick Petrangelo, denied a bid for a title here, finishing in 9th. The only casualty of the first frame of play here in the $125,000 main event. When we come back, blinds will be 100, 200,000. As you see the chip counts, brought to you by GG Poker. Mateos, 15.4 million. He has continued to ascend, and at present, the person looking up at him closest with plenty of distance between them is Santosh Suvarna. So we bring you back to the desk, Ali and Randy. Just about a 10-minute break on deck. But before we go there, is this what we expected at the top of the program? We both said the Conquistador was going to get out there and do some bullfighting, and we just haven't seen that happen.
Yeah, he's kind of stayed out of the way, but just at this last few hands, he did start to ramp up the aggression.
Yeah.
So maybe we're going to see him just lean on his opponents. And, you know, a bit quiet of a frame, but there was some tough decisions, mainly for Pietrangelo. You know, he made that fold. He eventually had to bail out in ninth.
Jack's
unfortunately.
pre-flop and then had to dig in with the 2-10s. Couldn't hold against the ace-queen, our lone casualty thus far. So then, I'm going to step aside. Henry Kilbane will be coming into the booth. Randy's going to stick with you. Don't go anywhere. Continuing coverage of this $125,000 main event comes your way in just about 10 minutes' time. Stay close.
GG Poker. So many players. This is a crazy thing to do. GG Poker broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all other GG Poker. Traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Can be leveraged to their advantage in terms of the newcomers.
A lot of people do exercise using lines that others might not imagine to try to win some extra chips.
Yeah, when they're the new player that haven't been baselined.
Yeah. You know, we're going to see more of Ken Tong and Joe Trent at this final table, and we'll see if that comes into fruition. 7 deuce off.
You may have caught Randy there saying Joe Chuen. That is indeed the correct ethnic pronunciation and sequencing of his name. But of course, Western-wise, We've been presenting it as Kwanjo. Who, by the way,
Play
looks
like two-
terrific out there in
2.2
that white
total.
suit, straight off.
He loves to just always be in the best dress, you know, at these final tables.
It's not close.
This is the biggest of his career.
Pocket fives here for Panakovs. Not the biggest hand, but he will set mine with it from the small blind against the Petrangelo Open. 750 in the middle as we head to a flop.
I think it's actually important to note that him flatting the fives in the small, whereas Bonomo actually folded sixes in the small earlier. Difference in styles.
And a difference in hand strength now as Petrangelo jumps way in front, courtesy of the ace of spades, checked over to him by the fives that are looking up at those two overs.
Nice advantage. Also, against a small blind flat, you might expect hands that to continue would be broadways or like a queen X. Not too often it's an ace, unless it's the same type of ace 10, ace jack occasionally. And should be over.
Well, there have been a few times where we thought something should be a certain way, and
True.
then
Pocket
somebody
jacks.
rises up to put us in our place. Not assuming that's what we're going to be seeing here from Panakovs. Lack of a spade. Boy, there's a hard swallow there, Randy.
He's bleed into a time bank.
What's on his mind?
I'm not so sure. There should be a lot of ace X's in Petrangelo's range.
600.
Oh, how about a check 3X as the fives turn themselves into a bluff? And remember, this is the same man who folded two jacks pre-flop when Brewer raised from the big blind against his open. That same sort of logic could very well be playing in Petrangelo's mind here, expecting Panakovs to lack a willingness to play a big one without maybe having this ace-10 in trouble from time to time. Nevertheless, in position, he makes the call for the extra 400, and that is not what Panakovs wanted to see. He was targeting holdings that didn't contain an ace, trying to draw the curtain here and now, but instead, he's brought the pot to 2 million as we take a turn, which gives Petrangelo aces and tens and way less reason to exit at this stage of the hand, let alone on the river, unless, of course, something like a spade, jack, or king were to roll off and Panakovs were to just go brute force.
Yeah, and I wonder how often Panakovs actually has spades to check raise. He would have a lot of reason to just check call. It makes sense that he's just going to give up. The game plan, like you said, was to kick out all hands that don't have an ace on the flop and looking to just check fold if he gets called. There's a lot in the middle. Sure, yes, there's a flush out there, but he does have two pair. And we know there's a lot of disastrous river cards that can drop off. Does check, needs to try to fade one of them. But that's a good one.
Ace is full of tens for sweet relief, just in case you were up against spades. Really rate to be the only hand that he would be concerned about. King Jack doesn't seem like it would want to be check raising on that particular flop. But nevertheless, here we are after a round of checks on the turn. And when Petrangelo checks back on that turn, some of the time it's an ace, as we saw, that is a bit wary. But every now and again it isn't an ace. And if that's the case, perhaps Panakovs could have contemplated a barrel there. But I think he took his one shot at this one and is done with it.
Yeah, especially once he checks this river, he's no longer involved. Ace-10 is... I mean... I guess you just rip it in and hope you're up against a flush. It's just so hard to imagine Panakovs having some kind of check-calling hand that could pay you off. Like, would ace-jack check raise the flop? Maybe, I suppose, and then you can try to get those hands to call.
$800.
800,000. He's just trying to get anything to pay off with.
Yeah, slightly sub 1 SPR, but went with the milkier sizing. Wasn't going to matter.
He said sevens to him immediately, and he just said, gave him the close.
If it was here at Triton or if it was back in Vegas.
No. I love that popsicle. Just like,
Did that one have 1 stick or 2?
2 sticks. It was two sticks, yes.
But always used to come apart, and then he would end up with 2 popsicles as 2 8s for Mateos. Open. Suvarna. Ace-9 suited. Right behind. Yeah, just laying it down.
King-Queen seems to be the story of this final table lately. He had King-Queen against Ken Tong, opted to 3-bet. Different opponent, different stack sizes,
and yet
same strategy.
You're very right. 675. Ponikov's not afraid to go up against the Spaniard.
Now for Mateos. 2-8's always uncomfortable when someone 3-bets you off of 20 big blinds or so. But then it's Ponikov's. Someone who's willing to step over that line and try to steal your chips.
Every now and again you step over that line, you get your foot stepped on. See if the Conquistador is going to punish. Are the 8s a candidate?
100% they are. You know, they perform okay against Ace-King. You just absolutely looking to get fold equity pre, which he should have. The thing is, Mateos opened from under the gun, so Ponikov's 3-bet value range should be very narrow.
So play it as a call, though.
He's calling here, looking for some non-Ace-King type boards to kind of continue. Of course, Ace-King is a big part of Ponikov's 3-bet range.
Seven high flop is a good one for 8s. The overpair checking over to the overcards.
Well, very warm welcome back to the Sporting in Monte-Carlo. We're here in Monaco for the $125,000 Triton Super High Roller Series main event. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilmaine, stepping in for Ali Najad. You guys taking care of the first frame, Randy. And I was telling you off air that I managed to tune in for a bit and I caught the chat and the viewers on YouTube and Twitch going absolutely wild over a pocket jacks fold from Nick Petrangelo, who now, when I turn my attention to the Triton Poker Plus app, is no longer with us at this table, the only departure so far. What happened there?
Yeah, and it was a spot where Chris Brewer 3-bet off the big line of King 5 offsuit, and Petrangelo just outright folded rather than continuing when we were 9-handed. And it's a hand that he's definitely going to be reviewing and thinking about whether he made the right play or not. It's going to sting a bit. But he does have that 100K side event that he can participate in while he ponders about that decision.
And his eventual demise, ace-queen against 10s, looks like all the money just found its way into the middle pre in that hand.
We're at a point where Mateos has got all the chips. He's starting to lean and everyone else trying to hang in there and try to get those big pay jumps. Because remember, top 5 gets 7 figures apiece.
Is that it? 7 figures apiece for top 5?
4 million to be exact for first.
Average stack 21 big blinds, and it is the same story as last night, Randy, where only one man has more than average. That is our tournament chip leader, Adrian Mateos, with 77 bigs. Second in chips, Santosh Savannah with 19. I mean, we talk about ICM time and time again. It feels like a proverbial noose around the necks of everyone at the moment until some of the shorter stacks bust out as we throw it down to the main stage once more. The 125K main with just shy of $4 million up top. And it is looking like everyone playing for second as things stand. Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. I guess the plan, Randy, is get to heads up and then figure it out from there, right? I mean, looking at this.
It's an okay strategy. It's the thing, you know? Like, you have to realize that you make money by sitting back, letting people boss.
No, you're just bad.
Doesn't mean you're not trying to win the tournament, but you want to put yourself in positions to win the most money on average when you're at this final table.
And given how tight it is between second and eighth, I mean, the difference in terms of dollar value is $2.1 million. If you can ladder 5 or 6 spots, absolutely insane situation for a lot of these middling stacks. A couple of Triton newcomers. Joe Tren, Ken Tong, Santosh Savannah looking for his second title. Ibinger looking for title number 3. Brewer looking for title number 3. Justin Bonomo looking for title number 3. Mateos and Ponakovs looking for their first. Chris Brewer, what a year it's been for him as he effectively jams with the 6s on the button. Blinds going up to 100K, 200K. Now gets to just pick up 500,000, Randy, by getting the jam through. 20% increase. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, wherever it may be in the world that you're joining us from. You're going to be here a while.
I'm buckled in.
Especially on GG. When randomly like tables become black.
The poker purists out there, get the notepads out. Want to study and learn from some of the best in the world on how they approach this ICM spot. Not an easy one to navigate, Randy, no matter how well versed and studied you are in final tables and ICM. Not every day you find yourself in a situation where only the chip leader has more than average with 8 left and 4 million up top.
King Queen in the muck for Ken Tong.
What type of monitor do you have?
The all-time craziest glitch I got in an online poker
We've got 2 sub-10 big blind stacks in the hands of Justin Bonomo and Alexei Panakovs.
I'm playing cash. I like sit in the game, I get posted big. I go to click fold, and all of a sudden I'm like on a flop, and I was like, oh, I guess I misclicked. That was weird. But it was like I been in the big, and I was like, oh, whatever. The next hand it goes open.
Is that another welcome sight for Mateos there?
Well, he's gotten a lot of walks. 2 of them actually been ace, king, and queens. This time 7 deuce. The other end.
Yeah, balanced out. Number 1 on Spain's all-time money list. So many close calls over the years. That Triton Super High Roller Series. 8 cashes, 2.7 million in earnings.
Like 20 years ago, there was a post on 2+2 about some guy that pulled a prank. He went on his buddy's computer, went into the party poker file, and every card has like an image associated with it. So he just switched them all up. So like the 2 of clubs was now the 5 of spades.
Oh my god. The guy's like, why do I keep losing with sets?
Sounds like a bad friend to me.
But change board as well, right? Not only whole cards.
Yeah, if you changed all the cards, it would change everything. I think it would be even more evil if you only changed like 4 of the cards.
Yeah.
Because it would take them so much longer to figure it out.
All in here for Joe Tren. Ace Jack. Looking to pick one up, which he will.
Really feels like a bit of a lottery at the moment for these shorter stacks.
What do you think of his outfit? It's pretty cool, yeah? You like it?
I am all for a suit at an FT, especially a main event, Randy. Big fan. I know Mike Sexton would be
Oh man, you just told like 8 good stories.
in the same camp as well.
So you could call this side before.
Yeah, I could have said the name.
But we all know.
But if not a suit, a Bombay hoodie. It's all good as well.
The Bombay hoodies are
comfy, you say?
Incredibly comfy. Managed to snag one. Shout out to the Bombay team here. Victoria and Katie, Anita, all in town.
Hello, threes. Laying that one down. Did play threes earlier in the under gun position, but just choosing his spots.
Raise 400,000.
Savannah currently in third.
It's a nice looking hand, but even he's got the discipline.
Savannah 3.0, Randy. This man, ever since he joined us in Cyprus of last year, it's just gone from strength to strength, especially in Cyprus of this year. I mean, it was just a different Santosh. Kicked things off with a victory in the 25K GG Super Millions. Then went on to make 3 additional final tables during that stop.
You know who Matt Moore is? He's like the Bellagio cash guy.
Some huge cash game pots as well. I know that you covered.
That was on there, and he's actually just like a really good idol. I mean, at least at the time I thought he was, but it just like talked about playing Bogor. I loved it. Playing like 2040, and I couldn't believe how big he played.
Bonomo getting short. Big blind next hand. Certainly suited ace qualifies to attack.
Raise to 750,000. Fold.
Bonomo gonna take the spot.
Fold.
Oh, a couple eights for the Chinese. This is a lucky hand over there. And he's actually in prime position to take the rest of Bonomo's chips if he can get in there. He knows that Bonomo's in a desperate situation. Certainly will be jamming hands worse than 2-8s. Even the smaller pocket pairs like 7s and 6s I could see go in for Bonomo.
See if Joe wants to take
Oh,
it.
does
He's gonna
lay
lay
down.
it down.
Oh, but what timing, because Ace King was right behind him. We know these are going in.
Well, it's Adrian Mateos' world, and we're all just living in it, Randy. It's gonna be a huge favorite against Bonomo. Does Tong notice on him? It's a bit of TV time. Ponakov's getting out of the way. And Justin gonna need to spin the wheel. Doesn't love it, but he knows he has to call this one off. 3.9 million in the middle. Teos a 2-1 favorite. All in brought to you by betacr.eu to send Bonomo home in 8th. Just needs to hold Randy to extend his lead atop of the chip counts. And well,
Oh my god.
it's going to be tough for Justin. Can only chop from here on out as Mateos has flopped the nuts on the Queen Jack 10. Looking for a king and a king only to win half the pot. Doesn't find it, Randy. We have our second elimination of this No Limit Hold'em main event in Monte-Carlo. Number 2 on the all-time money list.
Yeah, won't be overtaking that top spot. He need to finish top 2 in order to do so.
Believe so. But he does still have time to jump in that 100K, and of course, plenty more events here for Justin Bonomo to get involved. Another impressive run, the 2-time Triton champ, adding a final table to his resume. $491,000 going his way. And with that departure, everyone now guaranteed $668,000 for their efforts, Randy. There's a couple of Americans departing early on here at this FT. That really gets cagey. I mean, Mateos extending his lead. Average stack is 24 big blinds. Second in chips is Chris Brewer with 16 bigs.
So we don't need to sit at the turbo event.
Oh wait, no, that's not true. I have to get 6th. I'm down a couple thousand, I think. I forgot about big.
Also, great timing for Joe Trent to fold. Those 2 8s would have been out.
How many bullets did you fire?
2 in the 200 and 2 in this.
Brewer said he needs to get 6th to be break even for the trip so far.
He's on pace for more.
It's pretty easy.
Ken Tong gonna press on Monte-Carlo and Chris Brewer.
That's not a big hand.
Nice little pickup. Ken Tong fearless, Randy.
He has been at this final table, willing to get involved in attack.
Second call would have given me a better sweat.
I guess queen.
King.
So for those of you just joining us,
3 again though.
2 eliminations so far at this feature table, and that man, Adrian Mateos, with more than half of the chips in play. 7 players remaining. Nick Petrangelo bowing out in 9th. Justin Bonomo out in 8th.
How about 3% of the chips in play? Quite the contrary.
The production team really did Ponokov's pretty dirty there, didn't they? I mean, showing Mateos's percentage of chips in play first.
Maybe Mateos presses here. Does not. Couple ducks. Into mucking position, potentially. Although he did see the chip leader get away. Santos currently sitting in 3rd with his 16 blinds.
5 seconds.
Discipline from the SS Savannah.
But maybe Ken Tong thinks this is the time to try and win these chips.
5 seconds.
Nope, not for him.
2.450.
Thank you.
No surprise that Ibinger knows exactly how many chips he's got.
All in.
Play all in.
Look at Chris Brewer jamming 8-6 suited.
Ibinger's pilled the 10 of hearts.
Obviously, I was all in already, so it's not a big deal, but I think I saw your full spiel. I know it's not a big deal, though.
I would like to thread it together, actually. I'm not sure if it's allowed.
It's allowed, Ibinger.
That hand.
I just fucking whip it.
Yeah, I'm sure you win the hand.
I was like, they should just auto stack me. Like if I do that, like he just gets my stack and I'm out of the tournament.
What?
Yeah, was it?
Absolutely no idea what he's raving on about.
And the second was a downgrade to the 6. 6 of
Busted out the
I just
orange
didn't wanna
chips.
see you peel
Getting
the
some
second one
Halloween
instantly
vibes since
push
Halloween's right around the
He
corner.
peeled the second one and went, okay. That'd be
Chip
alright,
leader
but Insta flick.
picking up legit holdings, Randy.
Raise 400.
Opening from under the gun. Everyone knows. Note the ace-9 just hitting the muck, by the way.
Choose your opponents.
No nonsense. Marginal holdings behind, not for Ibinger, all the way round to the big. Joe with Jack 4 of spades, currently sat 5th in chips, going to pitch it. As the rich get richer. 668,000 guaranteed for these final 7. 2 more eliminations until we reach the 7-figure paydays. A couple of Triton newcomers in Joe Tren and Ken Tong. Mateos looking for his first Triton trophy, as is Ponakov's. Brewer looking for his first in Hold'em. Ibinger looking for title number 3 as well. We're going to be seeing a lot of this, Randy, for the time being, right? Not going to be seeing many flops, one would assume, with ICM and, well...
Exactly, you know, and this is just no knock on all the other players, but how it's got to be. This is the man who's got all the chips. Players wanting to outlast each other. Remember, top 5 get a 7-figure payday. But Chris Brewer has been stepping outside of that line that you would expect and trying to pick up chips.
3 million.
And notice he actually open rips it rather than coming from min raise, and that's mainly because Mateos is in the big who can afford to call min raises and see flops. He just wants to avoid that situation altogether.
Brewer again, a couple of jams through. Unafraid of taking the spots as and when they're presented to him. Up to 2nd in chips now. Still, everyone bar Mateos with less than average. 135 entries in this 125K main. Seeing a whopping prize pool. $16,875,000. Today's champion going to be going home. $3,925,000 is Ken Tong. 3rd in chips. Jacks under the gun. Is there a right way to play pocket jacks, Randy?
No,
has anyone solved it yet?
Just raise it, see what happens.
It's going to pick up the blinds in the big blind ante. Couple of questions for the viewers around the world. First question. Who would you like to see get heads up? Who would you like, Randy? What kind of battle are we after? I'd love to see one of the Triton newcomers.
Yeah,
Must say Joe with that suit, you know.
He came to this final table expecting to have the chance at a winner's photo. So, you know, I'm going to go with Joe Tren. Got to support the Chinese brethren. Yeah.
I respect it. Let us know who you think is going to take this one down. I mean, it's all eyes on Mateos. Feels like it's his to lose at the moment, but we said that in the 200K. Mario Mosbach ran away with the chip lead. Mateos versus Brewer, Mateos versus Ibinger, Mateos versus Ken in the chat.
I will say, though, it is the year of Brewer, and he's been playing really well at this final table.
Yeah, Dree on the button. Not taking his foot off the gas, understandably so. Retrosaurus saying Santosh has been disciplined this tournament. He has. Really does feel like a different Santosh.
Yeah, he hasn't been out of line. He's been playing fairly solid ranges. You know, you can just see that Queen Jack going straight in the mug. Something he, you know, may have wanted to play in a different version of himself. Ken Tong now in the ace-6 big blind, laying it down as well. And this is what having the chip lead lets you get away with. You know, like getting the big blind to fold an ace is not an easy task for a min raise. Ponikov is sitting on 4 bigs. You got that threatening stack where you can always put you all in by the river. Playing perfect.
Now our man behind the scenes, Jerome, takes care of YouTube, Twitch, all the viewers. post all the links in the chat. You know, YouTube's Jerome's baby. He's let us know in our group chat about the viewership we have across the board. See 8,000 people joining us for this final table over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. See 685 likes so far. Would love to hit our target of 2,000 by the end of play today. So if you haven't already, take a couple of seconds out of your day to just click that like button as we head towards the 200,000 subscriber mark as well. Huge milestone for the Triton team as we continue to bring you world-class poker and world-class poker production on the highest level, free of charge.
Now what do we do here for pawn on calls? We put in half of our stack, courtesy of the big blind and big blind ante. It feels like one of those spots where you just put a little bit in and see if you flop a little something. Because there's quite a bit of separation between him and the shorter stacks. 7 big blind difference.
Yeah, it's significant, right? He's the immediate short stack by a considerable margin. Has 2-2-5 back. Gonna go for a stop and go, Randy. See if Ponokov's can connect in any way to stay alive. Well, he can on the 5-5-4. Adri, of course, never folding. The money already invested. Not what the remaining 5 players wanted to see. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. Ponokov's a 2-1 favourite with 2 cards to come. Tails looking for an ace, queen, or running spades. Well, how about the running deuce 3, Randy?
Possible.
Picks up 4 additional outs on the turn, never easy. Can Ponokov's fade? He can. Back up to 1.6 million. Good for 8 big blinds. As
rub those hands together.
A lone celebration there. We know what everyone else was rooting for. They were rooting for a $234,000 ladder. Not to be.
Did you say sorry, guys, to everyone else?
Apologizing.
I don't believe
the rest of the field.
Good spirits, despite
you
his
can leave if you're really sorry.
stack.
Randy, Ponokov's has been so consistent in the biggest buy-in events of each festival since he first joined us in Madrid in 2022. Came 4th in the 100K main. Followed that up with a 6th place finish in the 200K Coin River Invitational in Cyprus of last year. Followed that up with a 10th place finish in the 100K main of Cyprus this year. Then went on to cash the 200K and the 250K in London for a combined total of 3.5 million.
Gonna race this Jack 10 suited for Joe Tran.
Just seems to perform in the biggest buy-ins that we have to offer.
Oh, now we got an interesting one. King Queen offsuit. But look at the stacks once again. This is tricky because if he 3-bets, he has to call it off, unfortunately. That's not something he really wants to do off of this stack. But if he does 3-bet, it would work.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Savannah be incredibly disciplined throughout this final table, but when does he take a stand? He can't just keep folding, blinding down.
Nice play.
Sick pop.
Perfect timing.
How does he find the jam here, Randy, against the +1 open?
That's a big read. You know, Joe Tran's been pretty snug as well.
Executed to perfection.
5 seconds.
Not sure I'd be wasting time in Ken Tong's shoes. This really isn't to his advantage. Although I guess he is currently third in chips, so winding down the clock a bit. For the blinds to go up. I see a bit of posturing here from Joe's going to have to raise fold this one off of 10.5 bigs.
Did bleed a time bank in, but it's just jack high after all. Feels like an optimistic call if he was to try to find it.
Joe deep in the tank, but surely never calling as he does eventually pitch the jack 10 of spades. Got a great question, Randy, from Act Bully in the chat saying, what would these guys' GTO Wizard rating be over 30,000 hands on average in non-tuition mode? I don't know, get your rough estimates in the chat. What would Randy's GTO Wizard rating be? I feel like you're like a 95 percentile kind of guy.
That's an A? Okay, I'll take it. What
I
are
think
you?
so, man.
What are you going with? Like,
you know me, I'm like 60. You know, like,
give yourself more credit.
Right,
62.
There we go. Ballpark figure. And pokerstake.com. How about the storylines we've had over there, Randy? With Soizer, Zhang, Espen. So many great players from the Triton Super High Roller Series selling action over on the exclusive staking partner of Triton. Scan the QR code, pokerstake.com, where you can buy action from some of your favorite players. But more importantly, you can sweat them along. With the stream, you got a little piece, maybe a couple of percent. Win some money whilst watching some poker. I know Soizer and Espen still have action available over on PokerStake. So once more, pokerstake.com. And what about Maria Ho's percentile, Randy?
Much higher than you.
Probably that's a given.
I think a 90%, an A- is fair.
So like a little bit less than you is what you're saying.
I gotta
top,
try to
top.
pat myself on the back a little bit.
Right. Ali Najad?
Oh God. I mean, he needs to do a repeat, you know?
Well, you can click the link in chat, get involved in another one of our giveaways, Randy. Exclusive membership giveaway to stand a chance to win premium subscription and merchandise. And best of luck to all of you, future GTO Wizards. Appreciate you all getting involved in the giveaways as Ponakov's free betting with the 10s gets one through.
Healthy.
Nice little spin now, going from 3 bigs up to 11 now. No longer the shortest stack, really is dire straights down there. Not seeing where people are joining us from, Randy. 5 p.m. local time, so I'm assuming stateside people waking up, putting on the stream. I know back home in Phuket, Thailand, heading into the later hours of the evening out in Asia. Shout out to Paul Judge and the friends out in Phuket enjoying the stream. Let us know whereabouts in the world you're joining both myself and Randy. See people asking for Maria. Don't worry, Maria is
around
in the
corner.
vicinity, not too far away. She will be jumping in to grace us with hand breakdowns, and I mean, it's just a pleasure to listen to, Randy. Not to take anything away from you, buddy, but just has one of those voices.
And Brewer's actually thinking about attacking, which he is. Queen 6 offsuit. This Brewer is relentless. I like it.
It's got to work, and every time This works. Brewer just picks up the 500K dead money out there.
Almost got me.
Moves up to second in chips. Real dogfight at the moment for everyone bar Mateos.
And my hand's just like flying off the table. He's like, I win. 7 deuce. Call.
Not to take anything away from Adrian, Randy, but I don't want it to just be a one-sided affair. Would love to see some of these guys double up to the point where it's not just an all-in or fold situation, you know? Give us a bit of a fight.
I hear you.
Give Mateos a run for his money. Note the ace-5 pitch, by the way. The cutoff from Brewer. Eibinger down to 8.5 bigs. He is currently 6th in chips.
His turn to jam.
More than happy to push the 1.7 forward, and he's going to pick up 500K.
Could have opened. It would have been an allowed play. Hope you had it.
I think Chris Brewer was saying that.
Damn.
You're very good average stuff.
You wish he jammed.
I know, it's exciting.
Now, I assume the fold from Brewer compared to the jam with the Queen 6 was into stacks that he actually covered. That time, Mateos was in the big blind.
That's
Didn't
why
want
he
to risk.
folded, yes, because his opponent could easily call him and bust him out. As he's currently in second. Now, ace queen normally a hand you would want to get trappy with, but you're never going to expect Santos's stack to attack your limp when you're the chip leader.
Oh, hold on, Randy. Don't do it, Savannah. He's been so disciplined. Does have an ace, and he knows how aggressive Mateos is going to be in this spot. Blind v blind. Savannah has a ton of fold equity.
I like this play.
Cool.
Keeps him out of trouble. Allows him to still be involved. Too many short stacks out there to kind of just risk it all.
King, queen, jack, couple of clubs. Middle pair for Mateos. Ace high, Broadway draw. Ace of clubs in hand for Savannah. And Mateos content in checking this one over, Randy. Bit of deception, perhaps, as well as pot control.
More so pot control, just because he's not looking to get jammed on if he bets. Does like to see that flop check through. You might start betting now. Not to give a free card to 10 and 9x. Does check. If I'm Santosh, I'm pretty happy just trying to hit my straight. Not the greatest card from Mateos, right? He could easily be up against Jack X, that's just checking down. Although his kicker does play if he's trying to value bet against a queen. Although combos-wise, there's more things that beat him.
So not the best card for Savannah either, should Mateos go value hunting, which he does. We know how wide Mateos is going to be in this blind v blind setup. Does Savannah want to look him up with ace high? We've seen similar calls from Santosh in this very tournament, Randy, in a very similar spot as well.
In Santosh's thinking, this seems like a Jack X or nothing, right? You just check, and all of a sudden you're betting when it pairs the Jack. Obviously hard to hit trips, but Mateos actually has a pair of queens.
Savannah getting 3-1 on a call with ace high. Would not fault him for looking him up as he does flick in the orange chip, and he's going to get shown the ace-queen, Randy. And the runaway train that is Adrian Mateos extends atop of the chip counts, but more importantly, putting a significant dent into the stack of Savannah, who started the hand third in chips. Drops down to fifth now.
Yeah, then that call, like, you understand where he's coming from, is that Mateos might be having some 2 random cards that's waiting for a delayed bet. But were very important, those 650K added to that pot on the river. Current short stack is Joe Trent with 6 big blinds.
Yeah, after that raise fold with the Jack-10 of spades, he's been through the blinds. Needs to find the hand sooner rather than later.
I think the app stopped off, did
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful little
Thank you.
value bet there from Mateos. Sized it to perfection.
So how much Santos fell?
It's been smooth sailing for Mateos at this final table so far.
Something like that.
Oh, and he's got pocket aces. Redemption.
I'll update it.
Problem, though, is that Mateos doesn't have much of a hand to give him a full double up.
Okay.
With ICM, Randy, are we ever trapping here, or is this just the very obvious?
It's more so
raise
that
spot?
his small blind flatting range should be very narrow already. So it might become a little bit suspicious if he does flat right now.
We know Savannah's crafty,
All in.
but it's just going to take the standard route, obviously. Jamming from the small. Get some back off Mateos. Moves back up to fourth in chips. 13 minutes left on the clock for this level. 2 eliminations so far at this final table. Nick Petrangelo, first one to depart in 9th, followed by Justin Bonomo in 8th. 2 Triton newcomers, Joe Tran and Ken Tong. Do they just retire now, Randy? That's it, one and done. Reg the 100K, made the FT, call it a day.
You think so?
How much do you have? 2 point.
2.3?
Okay.
Numbers slowly growing.
Ken Tong in a small blind face 8 can really just rip this into Ponokov's. Let it rip.
Ponokov's asking for a count. It's a close spot.
It seems thin to me. You know, we got Joe Trent with 6 blinds. Doesn't perform the best against the ace X's. Could still be dominated. Plus you're forcing an all-in, which is not really what you want to do if you can help it at final tables.
Ponokov's really staring Tong down. You do have to ask the question as he lets it go about perceived edges on FTs. understanding of ICM and whatnot, if there's ever a situation to perhaps pass up a marginal spot. It's got to be whether a couple of newcomers in town that you don't have much info on. It's safe to assume when people do venture into the Triton Super High Roller Series for the first time, they are often perceived as precisely that, newcomers to the high roller scene.
Newcomers, but not necessarily inexperienced.
Not to state the obvious, Randy, but yes, you are correct. So we know
pile time.
With a suit like that, Joe's been around the block.
Well, this hand's a little different. Even though Santosh does have King Queen once again, the difference is that Joe Trent has announced himself as committed. Therefore, no more fold equity if he opts to go with it. Look at that watch. Is that a bunch of cards? Hearts?
Is that a royal flush?
It was a bit. It was a lot of cards. It was like a 10-card royal flush.
We need to get a little close-up on that bad boy.
Yeah, I like it.
A few diamonds in there as well. Not just hearts. Shades off. Nice little pick up there.
Yeah.
Floor just coming over to mind the players. No phones during the hand. They're more than welcome to check out the Triton Poker Plus app in between hands to get an update on the stack situation. Randy, we're closing in on the 10,000 viewer mark over on YouTube. Love to see it as people stateside are waking up across the pond. Got people in the chat saying they're tuning in from Sydney. It's your neck of the woods. Got Luke Fargo saying he's also in Phuket. Shout out to Luke Fargo in Phuket. Shout out to Australia, America, Europe, wherever you are in the world.
I like Sydney. Hello. I also like Ken Tong being aggressive with Queen 9 offsuit in the cutoff, just saying, hey, you guys are playing tight. Opportunities for me.
Ken Tong is here to win, Randy. This man is, I don't want to say he's not interested in laddering.
He's actually exercising a lot of finesse. He opts to attack the players who are short, and then he stays out of the way of Mateos when he's trying to kind of ladder up a bit. I actually didn't get to witness him play too much yesterday, but today really feel this kind of fearlessness and a lot of experience just approaching this game. So welcome to the Triton series. You're doing well.
He's done a great job at kind of distancing himself from the rest of the pack. There's now a bit of a gap. Ponokov's, Ibinger, and Joe, the immediate short stacks. Savannah and Brewer on 16 bigs apiece. Ken Tong second in chips as the SS Savannah looking to sail its way to victory with the ace-king. But in from early position, see if anyone behind wants to tango. Another raise and take, Randy. We should start prop betting in the booth. Lay me odds on if we're going to see a flop the next hand. Let's go. Let's start betting with the chat.
It would be...
What odds will you give me?
It would be pretty low, right? I mean, you would get good odds, I'm saying. Because I want to say the number of flops we've even seen at this final table.
Are you open for business?
Am I open for business?
On laying me odds.
Well, you laid an... I don't know what odds to lay you. What is the proper line?
I don't know. You're the genius. You're the math genius in the booth.
Don't expose me now, okay?
Say 8 to 1. I think we're
right.
seeing a flop like 1 in 8 hands.
Feels like it's less, doesn't it? It's like when we're seeing the flop, it's because we ran into a cooler.
Pretty much. For what we've seen so far.
1.6 million.
Ibenga
Ready to fight.
gonna run it.
They know they need to pick up some blinds occasionally. A quick one.
Does precisely that. Poker Code co-founder, two-time Triton champion.
I believe both of his titles also come in the turbo format. This is kind of feeling a little turbally for him.
Let's get to that stage. I mean,
yeah.
When you think of players who are most well-versed at this stack depth, Ibenga's name is always thrown into the mix, holding down the, was it push and fold streets on GG?
All in or fold.
All in or fold at the highest stakes.
So Santosh has got 18 big blinds to start this hand. And Mateos is wondering, can he just open rip this one?
All in.
All in now.
After Santosh folds, this is gonna slide Mateos even further, 18 million in chips. That is 4.5x the chips of Ken Tong, currently in second. 4.5x with 7 left. That's what's the amazing part of it is.
Mateos in prime position to take down his first Triton trophy here.
No misstep so far.
Monte-Carlo. See young Lewis Spencer on the rail there, rooting on his good friend Brewer.
Okay.
Who else we got? Is that Saliba? I see there.
You're just basing off the bottom half of
Off
his
the
head.
bid, yeah. Got Eddie in the chat saying, great unbiased commentary with awesome ICM insight. Keep up the good work, gentlemen. Eddie, appreciate the kind words, as always. Randy Lou doing a tremendous job at explaining in layman's terms the complexities of a final table like this, the nuances and the intricate parts of the ICM situation, as Ken Tong's woken up with an ace, but he is currently second in chips, Randy. We mentioned earlier on that this man gives off the vibe that he's here to play for the win.
This is one of the advantages of just open ripping, even into the 20 big blind stack, is you kind of just shut out your opponent's plays where, let's just say he comes in with min-raise, maybe Ken Tong rejams and now Ken Tong wins the pot, or maybe Ken Tong flats and, you know, sees a flop. So when you've got these chips, you can just leverage it and make more aggressive plays and just print.
Even Ken Tong there just letting out a bit of a smile. He knows even if Mateos is up to no good, can't really go risking it all with ace deuce.
That's the thing is, when, even though everyone knows what Mateos is doing, there's nothing they can do about it. Just gotta respect the game. This is the layout of the land.
Oh, hello, Joe.
Yeah,
couple of hooks, shortest stack,
Pushed it
6
in.
bigs.
He is praying for action. Come on. Give me a spin. Nope.
This is brutal. This is as brutal as it gets with millions of dollars on the line. Difference between 7th and 2nd is close to 2 million. And at the moment, 2nd place is really available to anyone and everyone.
His turn for the jam.
All you can eat dealer.
Much needed chips to survive.
Ponakovs does announce himself, and a snap call from Brewer. We're going to see 5, Randy. Brewer waking up with top of range. But note, the 2 live cards for Ponakovs means he actually has 35% equity here. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. As everyone else, short stacks, rooting for Brewer in order to secure that 240k ladder as it comes. 9-4-4, neither player connecting. Ace high still in front. Ponakov still live. Ace would end it. Safe turn for Brewer. 6 outs once for Ponakovs. Can he convert? He cannot, Randy. We have our 7th place finisher. Another incredible deep run in the biggest buy-in tournaments of the series for Ponakovs. Just seems so consistent at the highest stakes, but just unable to convert. Gets to this stage of the tournament. 7.5 bigs, blind v blind, queen 10 always working its way into the middle. And unfortunately, just running in to the Brewdog. Going home with 668,000 is Ponakovs. And with that departure, we're down to 6, and we're down to the last of the 6-figure payouts, Randy.
Yeah, good game. Ponakovs, one of the best in the modern game. But known for his online play, but transitioned very well live. Would love to see him eventually get one of those Triton titles. He made some good plays. Gonna have to settle for 7th.
Yeah, it feels like it's inevitable, right, Randy? We see that man lifting a Triton trophy, not to be in the 125k main, but can just jump straight into the 100k. See him in the mix in future events throughout this series.
And Ken Tong opens 3x off the button. This is interesting. And Matthias Eiminger's got ace 10. Might we have another all-in situation? Surely.
The blinds have gone up as well, Randy, worth noting. 125k, 250k.
So Matthias Eibinger wants to know how short Joe Trent is. That might help him navigate a different line. Maybe he thinks 3x is always committed to calling a jam. Maybe stop and go is a thought, but it looks like he's just going to push it in himself.
Does precisely that and gets snapped off, understandably so. By Ken, we could have back-to-back eliminations here. As Eibinger is behind currently.
See Joe Trent smiling like, oh, maybe another pay jump. Here we go.
4.2 million in the middle. Well, no pay jump on that flop, as Eibinger has flopped a piece in the form of top pair on the ace-queen 4. Tong with 2 outs once in order to send Eibinger home in 6th. Doesn't find it, and with that, the 2-time Triton champion and Poker Code co-founder with a huge double up. Moving up to 3rd in chips, and now has a bit of breathing room as well. 17 bigs.
Gonna send Ken Tong to the bottom of the chip count. It's just 6 big blinds. Now he's in the danger zone.
Where are your payouts? Just shy of $17 million collected, Randy. the total prize pool, with the lion's share of that prize pool going to the eventual champion, 3,925,000. Difference between 6th and 1st, more than 3 million, and as things stand, the man in pole position, Adrian Mateos, is the man that I would have my money on, and I think the majority of viewers around the world have their money on Mateos taking this one down, but as we all know too well, anything can happen
King
in this
Jack
game as Ken Tong
back-to-back all-ins
takes the spot. He's going to pick up the blinds and the big blind ante. So the two Triton first-timers trading places at the bottom of the chip counts. Ken Tong with that pickup. Still in the danger zone, sub 10 bigs after losing that flip against Eibinger. Got Isaac in the chat saying, still rooting for Santosh.
How can you not?
Santosh has become a bit of a celebrity at the Triton Super High Roller Series, especially this year. I mean, just showed up, and not only did he hold his own
Queens
in the tournament streets, Randy, he's also been holding his own in the cash game streets in Cyprus. We're hearing rumors through the grapevine as Eibinger with the legit holding on the button with the chip leader in the big blind.
He's got that stack where he can actually raise and maybe induce from our chip leader in the big.
頭先跑唔贏，好可惜。
650,000.
He's opted for 2.5x.
Oh, and you know what? This is one of those hands where he might actually rejam, thinking that Eibinger can't call without a big holding. Mateos is trying to read into the sizing that Eibinger chose. It is a size up.
It's hard to say if there's ever a reason to perhaps not go for it. Would it be due to the fact that Eibinger has made it 650 to go?
Gonna play some caution.
So Mateos actually using a time bank chip there just to figure this one out. As he outflops the queens, and had he jammed, Eibinger would have had 1 foot out the door.
But he's not safe yet because Eibinger can easily lose a lot of chips across, say, a 2-street game.
King high flop. 1 overcard to the queens of Eibinger, who does have that queen of diamonds in hand. Checks behind Randy, bit of pot control.
It is nice to pot control, but then again, now you allow your opponent in the big to set the price, and you might feel like you have to call him down just because he's the big chip leader, and you've underrepresented your hand once you check back the flop.
800. 800,000.
He's not going to be able to go anywhere with these 2 queens, but it's precarious for him. Not ideal holding the queen of diamonds, the queen also blocking straight draws, but it is decent pair value.
Don't see Eibinger getting away from it on the turn, Randy. The real decision gonna come on the river, and note the SPR now. Less than 1. Should a brick roll off? I've been good.
There's a lot of bricks.
Well, that's
the card that...
That's not a brick, Randy.
Yeah, that's good.
That's perhaps going to actually save Ibinger some money on the river.
It also saves him, too, because it's hard for Mateos to bet, as Ibinger can easily have the ace, so he doesn't lose more chips most of the time.
Checks through. King is good. Ibinger back down to 2.6 million after winning that flip against Ken Tong just a few hands ago. But more importantly, Mateos crossing the 20 million mark and now has almost 2/3 of the chips in play. 33 million chips in play. And Mateos has 20.5 million. Second in chips, Chris Brewer, 4.6. Joe Trent, the bottom of the chip counts. Yeah, he's staying alive, trying to secure that 7-figure payout. He's had a couple of opportunities to do so. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this, Randy, to be perfectly honest with you. From an ICM point of view.
I also haven't seen someone be the only person above average stack for the whole final table so far at a massive margin. He's got more than 5x the stack of Chris Brewer sitting in second place. Sorry, 4x. Math bad. But you know what I mean. 2 kings. Did get upgraded.
Oh. Great time to pick up legit hands. If you can hold, that is.
He's only got 10 blinds.
Raised 575,000. Fold. Fold.
Offsuit ace for Santosh.
Don't do it, Santosh.
I don't think he would ever be rejamming just because Ibinger opening off the cutoff should be relatively strong. It's a tough fold to make just given you're getting a good price, but very hard to maneuver posts. Looks like he is still gonna take a flop, but needs to be wary of the Joel Trent 4 big blind stack.
Yeah, Savannah does cover, but less than the big blind. Be a disaster to play a monster pot against Ibinger. 1.5 million in the middle. Savannah not connecting in any way, shape, or form. Ibinger. Kings without a spade. SPR of 1.3. What does he want to do here, Randy? Set this up for 2?
Yeah, 2 street game. No, he doesn't want some... Oh, actually just open rips it. A little bit surprised, but same result.
Thoughts behind that jam, Randy?
There is value to just not force your opponent to, commit some more chips and maybe get sucked out on, because just preserving your tournament life with a good amount of chips is worth so much, because you're so much more likely to get into one of those top 2 or top 3 spots. where clearly that's where all the money is. Joe trying to fold a queen jack there. Off of 4 blinds. In the cutoff. Ace king for Santosh Suvarna.
Blind v blind against Ken Tong, another potential cooler.
They both have around 9 blinds. There's the all-in.
Ah, snap fold, nothing to write home about for Ken Tong. Just seeing on Triton Poker social media, Randy. Hats off to the man, Steve O'Dwyer. Did take down event number 5 late last night.
Speaking of hats, he was wearing his champion's hat today.
He was.
Yeah, you called. You didn't have to.
Does Eibinger do with 2 6s? Sitting comfy in 3rd. There's some chance he just outright folds this. Yeah. Just whatever. Just hang around.
Your GTO Wizard percentile score. Increasing, Randy. I like it. Getting the reps in.
Ken Tong's got 9-8 off. Just one player to get through. He's got 7 blinds. But then he's thinking, look, Joe Tran's going to be all in soon. Force in the big blind. Why risk it? Although it would have worked as Chris Brewer just held 10-7. This part of the game is very technical. Very tricky. It seems easy, but it's always these close spots that can really make or break how this one plays out for you. Gonna have to sit this Jack 3 offsuit out.
That was some light-hearted banter when we were 8-handed. It's the departure of Bonomo and Ponakovs. I think everyone very aware of the seriousness of the situation. Note the King-Jack pitch, by the way, from Brewer, 2nd in chips.
Maybe even an ace-4 pitch I could see incoming. Stay out of the way.
Makes sense. 3rd in chips. Joe Trent on 4 bigs and now about to be in the big blind, forced to put in half of his stack. You take Mateo, so I take everyone else.
Yeah, that seems seems like the only way you could chop it up, right? Like, how else could you do it? Opportunity for Mateos to raise once more. King-9 offsuit, 6-handed. He knows that Joe Tren is committed, but he also knows that King-9 fares well against 2 random cards. King-10 suited in the muck for Chris Brewer. And what does Joe Tren get? A deuce into the muck. Half his stack just folded.
That's brutal. It's as brutal as it gets. I mean, perhaps going to look back on that Jack-10 of spades open rather than jamming. It opened the door for Savannah to put the pressure on him. Had to raise fold, and since then, what, 2 orbits have passed? going through the blinds twice, and now he's down to just 2 bigs.
See you later.
Fold, fold, fold.
Well, Eibinger's got ace-10.
Such a crib spot for
Yeah, because you're
Eibinger.
thinking...
He's third in chips, Randy. Like,
He's just hoping, please don't have anything, Mateos.
fearless. Fearless.
2.9 and 25.
Oh, man. Pocket fours. This hurts.
Oh, that's for 12 bigs. Now, I have to ask, from a chip EV point of view, right, this feels like a call.
Correct.
But with the situation Mateos finds himself in, he's in such a great position to just control how this final table plays out. Does he really want to flip at best against Eibinger? The answer is no, as he pitches the fours. And I'm not surprised to see that, Randy.
Yeah, I like where your head's at. Why create a situation where an opponent could have the stack size to kind of play back at you
5.5,
now?
6 million, right? Yeah.
Mhm. Like, let them win one, but you just win the majority of the battles.
Exactly. I mean, doesn't need to force the all in there. Just been raising and picking up the blinds in the big blind ante. See Fedor and Mosbok on the rail there. Rooting on Eibinger, of course. All part of the Poker Code team as Ken Tong taking his time, Randy, and he's going to take the spot.
Risky.
With Joe sat on just 2 bigs.
Man, and Brewer's got ace-jack suited. What is going on?
Ken Tong potentially going to be going home in 6th. With Joe Tren just sat there on less than 2 big blinds.
2.2.
Is this just Ken Tong trying to force it a little bit too much, Randy?
I think so, and Brewer going to make the call here to put Ken Tong at risk. Joe Tren gets to sit on the sidelines and maybe get a pay jump into the 7-figure club.
Wow.
Couple ducks. Should be hitting the muck soon.
263K ladder potential. And perhaps a bit of an ICM blunder for Ken Tong from Hong Kong.
Still has 39% though to do the dirty.
Indeed. 2 live cards. We did point him out earlier on that this man is here to play for the win. Certainly put on a show. It's been fearless, but it's running into Chris Brewer. On the Jack 6-4 board.
Not good, can't hit the 9 now.
That's 60% of a straight flush though, Randy. You know me. Always seeing these backdoors. As he does pair his 9, and now a 9 would work for him. 5 outs once. Queen or a 9 needed for Ken Tong to stay alive in this main event. So the deuce of spades completing the run out. Brewer scooping a 3.8 million chip point has done a fantastic job at separating himself from the rest of the pack. See a handshake there from Joe Tren, who gets to ladder on less than 2 big blinds.
Tight fold, tight fold.
The Triton newcomer debuted on his first event at a Super High Roller Series in Monte-Carlo. Got to be thrilled with that performance, Randy. Really had us on the edge of our seats on multiple occasions. Just fearless throughout. Throughout the bubble, throughout the final 2 tables, and throughout the FT. Going home with $902,000 for his efforts. And with that departure, welcome to the 7-figure club, ladies and gentlemen.
Exclusive club. A lovely one. High society.
Joe Trent.
I have average.
Just nothing wrong with sitting back and collecting that money. You did it. Fall to heads up. That's what he just said.
Imagine.
That's a good recipe.
I mean, Mateos just gets to do this now, right?
Right.
Joe Trent on.
I need 10s. Alright, well, that's an 8. I'm done.
On 2 bigs, Mateos just gets the jam.
You have 18. You have 18 million. I'm at jacks. Yeah, I'm gonna need fucking jacks.
Depends on how much heart you have.
It's true.
The left side of the table is looking empty.
Brewer saying he'd need jacks plus in that spot.
I just look at 7s. I'm like, fuck it.
And here says 3 offsuit.
We're tied with
This
chip lead.
5, he's not calling 7s.
Damn it, not tied with chip lead.
I enjoy the Adrian Mateos show, ladies and gentlemen.
So he's going to rip it again?
There's your answer. Good luck calling. Everyone else. So, now it gets really interesting because Joe Trent is going to be forced all in from the big blind. So it feels like another hand for Mateos, perhaps. And then, depending on the result, will depend on whether or not Mateos gets to just continue leveraging this ICM situation he finds himself in. Look at that shot. Jacob and Co.
Glowing.
And Triton collaborative piece alongside the main event trophy. People saying 265k blunder there.
Oh, 2 10s.
Perhaps as Joe is now forced all in.
Raise to 500,000. Fold.
Well, suited.
Need some luck.
Is Joe 1 over to the 10s?
Feels like Ibinger needs to just stay away because he can't trust that Mateos is just going to check it down on the flop, turn in river.
Don't do it, Ibinger.
No, he's going to actually put the chips in. It's a big commitment.
Randy, it's interesting because you mentioned you can't trust Mateos to just check it down, and there is a side pot, and a significant one at that. Given that Joe started the hand with 225, there's a side pot of 550k. Thoughts on this flat out of the small?
I don't know. It's definitely not a spot you see too much of. I would have thought he would have folded. And if Mateos bets the flop, which he probably will, then it makes me not like the call as much pre.
Bet 400,000.
Oh, nothing for Mateos to do other than bet with the 10s, and that gets rid of Ibinger. Sees the legit holding.
I'm not moving with jacks. I think Adrian is.
Of Adrian, and yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Adrian is rooting for a jack.
Oddly.
In a weird way. Would allow Mateos to continue leaning into the other stacks. Joe looking to convert this 7% to stay alive. Doesn't do it, Randy. And we've had a couple of quick bust outs in quick succession. The best dressed man at this final table, Triton first timer, Joe Trent from China.
Santosh, how much is that?
Heading home in 5th with a 7-figure payout. And you know, Randy has to be incredibly happy with his result here, laddering.
For the cards that he was dealt, you know, what amazing. You just fold there, keep folding, let people just give you those pay jumps. It's good to see him at the Triton Super High Roller Series for the first time, where he belongs.
Giving me real Sean Winter vibes, you know, the laddering skills of Joe Trent. 5th place, $1,165,000 for his efforts here in Monte-Carlo. And how about $285,000 ladder for the rest of the players?
We're down to 4. Let's go.
Savannah on 9 bigs, Ibinger on 10. Brewer with a bit of breathing room, sat on 25 bigs, and obviously the man of the hour of the past 24 hours, Adrian Mateos, has held the chip lead pretty much exclusively from 25 players left. I think he lost it for less than an orbit at one point.
What do you think? 9-3 offsuit? Yeah, I'm gonna go all in. I'm Mateos. What you gonna do?
Leopoldo Pinzon in the chat saying, is Brewer about to do what Smith did in the 200K Triton Invitational? Crushing his opponent heads up with just 30% of the chips. Well, we're not quite there
You
yet.
gotta get there first.
But I see where your head's at. Marion Mosbach did have the runaway chip lead, and it was looking likely for that 200K Invitational trophy to be going back home to Austria. Instead, it's going back to Vegas with Dan Smith. See, over 10,000 viewers now on the Triton Poker YouTube channel, and we're still with less than 1,000 likes, Randy. Don't know how you feel about that, my man.
I don't like it, but I do know that Mateos likes jamming. Once again.
If you haven't taken the time out, it takes a couple of seconds to just click that like button. Would love to get up to over 2,000 likes by the end of play today. Really help us on our journey to continue growing the game.
Playing for the win?
That we all love, continue putting out world-class poker production for you all free of charge, wherever it may be that you are joining us from around the world. Some good news though, Randy. We're now up to 198,000 subs on our YouTube, so closing in on that huge 200,000 subscriber milestone that we've been gunning for since the start of the year. Got a glimpse of the rail. Fedor, Mario, believe I saw Ryan DePaulo as well, if I'm not mistaken.
1.4. 1.4.
Chris Burr, very comfortable second position.
Oh.
Gave a walk.
I had a very, very tough one.
I wasn't sure.
Suited ace.
Really feels like anyone's game here at Triton. Main event. Everyone with talent. Speaking of Triton, the exclusive Triton merch giveaway. As if this poker content wasn't enough, you can type !giveaway in the chat or you can scan that QR code to get involved in the giveaway and be in with a shot, picking up some free Triton swag. I've seen it in every card room.
Just lay down ace-10 offsuit onto button. That's crazy, isn't it?
Well, he is...
Did my eyes deceive me?
Very comfortably in second. Savannah is on 6. Santosh is about to be putting in a third of his stack out of the big blind. So with the ace-10, I think Randy doesn't want to open jam. Be a disaster to Barrett in fourth. And he knows that Mateos is going to just abuse the fact that Santosh is so short. So Brewer just saving himself a difficult situation. Talking to Brewer, there he is. 22 big blinds, 5.5 million.
Yeah, he folded it so fast. You would think he would think about it a little bit. I wonder if there's any chance he just misread his hand?
No.
No?
None at all. The year of Brewer. 12 million in earnings this year. As Mateos does jam. Santosh has woken up with the goods in the form of ace-9. Happy to take the spot. Let's try and get back up to 2.6 million. So he is the immediate short stack. 37% of the time, Randy, we're going to be down to 3.
Yeah, he has been patient. Found a spot.
And well.
Converted.
Now a huge favorite on the King 9-7. Needs to fade the running straight cards or running flush.
I see it.
Would be a dirty way to do it. Doesn't come, and Savannah gets the double. The SS Savannah finding a lifeline.
1.2.
Now moves up to third in chips, actually.
1.2.
Overtaking Ibinger. As the crowd goes wild, Randy. A lot of Santosh fans out there.
Yourself included.
Myself included, definitely in the Savannah fan club. So with the departure of Joe Tren in 5th, everyone guaranteed 1.45 million.
Well, Santosh can jam this ace-7 offsuit into Chris Brewer. Chip up even more. He's been grinding.
It's a record cash at Triton Super High Roller Series for Ibinger. Similar situation for Savannah as well. Might also be the case for all 4, actually. Brewer's biggest cash at the Triton series. 700,000. Mateos has cashed a couple of the bigger buy-in events, but it looks like it is a record cash for all 4 players. Randy, is Mateos's best Triton cash. Came in Vietnam this year in the main event where he came 4th for 1.2 million.
Here's a question on what to do with King Jack. He knows that Mateos has been opening a lot. He's seen it. He's got the data. He's got a hand that can definitely try and take it down pre. Yes, Santosh is playing great. Oh, but Chris Brewer's got 2 10s.
Wow, what could have been had Mateos not opened. There's now Brewer in a world of pain, agonized by this spot. He's currently second in chips.
Tens performs pretty well against this 3-bet jam.
Feels like he's always up against 2 overs, to be honest with you, Randy.
No, I do believe he could be up against like 9s and 8s, maybe
That's
even
true.
7s.
That's
so
a great point, yeah.
I wouldn't, yeah. Ace-10 is possible, although he does block that a little bit.
Does Brewer want to take this spot?
If he does go with his hand, and let's just say Mateos wakes up with something, he has more chips than Suvarno, so technically speaking, he could still get a pay jump, depending on how a three-way all-in would
Checking
result.
the itinerary. Feels like the longer he tanks, the more he's leaning towards pitching it. Also has Ibinger behind left to act.
True, but Ibinger would need a monster hand if he was to commit his chips.
Feels like Jacks is always going in and 10s is the line, I mean. 9s is a clear fold.
He folded?
Did indeed.
Wow. Santosh gets away with that one and wins the pot uncontested.
I had it.
You call.
Feel sad? I made a big fold.
Big fold.
Savannah knows he really got away with one there.
You're holding King Jack. It can never be good for you. So Burr.
Still second in chips, but
He
now
is.
only by 2 bigs, Randy.
Yeah, and the thing is, the short stack is got 8, but if he can chip up a bit, then Burr. You know, it's close down there.
It all kicked off with the Adrian Open. Santosh taking the rejam spot, just correctly picking up on the fact that
No pail?
Adrian's going to be
No ace, king, queen?
pretty wide there.
Queen jack? Suited? I'm fine if you had queen jack suited. That one doesn't bother me.
No suit.
Queen jack off? Ooh.
For his like spicy.
Mateos on the side. Wait, you 3-bet jam Queen Jack off? So Henry, how much of a pay jump are we talking right now?
We're in the business end of the main event, Randy. Casual 322,000 difference between 4th and 3rd. And then it gets really spicy. I mean, near 900,000 ladder between 3rd and 2nd, and our heads-up match today. It's going to be, for a casual, 1.27 million. Very top-heavy here in the main event. Very flat throughout when you get to the top 3, as is the norm at Triton Super High Roller Series. It really is all to play for. As we've got ourselves a little blind v blind battle. Mateos with the 2.5x out of the small with the 8-3 offsuit. Savannah defending the big. Flopping best on the 10-6-5. Nice couple of hands for Savannah.
And Mateos not c-betting.
Thoughts, Randy? Is this just Mateos correctly deducing that the range of hands that Savannah continues with is... He's not messing around here, right? He's
not messing around. Also, he thinks that Suvarno will play straightforward. off of this stack size. So if his opponent bets, which like in this scenario, he can just easily save that extra C bet. But then if it checks through on the flop, maybe come with a delayed bet on the turn and take that pot. As long as your opponent plays in line with your assumptions, then it makes sense.
Yeah, one double up. Yes, one double up.
Savannah pretty much doubling up. Uncontested, Randy. That rejam getting through and then a little blind v blind action going his way. He's up to second in chips.
I think he's playing well. No mistakes.
Blind v blind. Jack 5. Surely not enough to tango with Brewer. And now that we've had that flurry of bust outs, the average stack up to 34 bigs, does mean that we've got a bit of a battle on our hands. Ibinger the shortest stack with 10 bigs, Savannah with 19, Brewer with 20. Obviously, overwhelming chip leader throughout this FT is Mateos, but should someone double through Mateos all of a sudden, you know?
Hasn't happened yet, but yes, if that happens, then, you know, Mateos will have to worry it a little bit, but he'll still have a pretty sizable chip lead. 8-6 offsuit for Brewer. No, he wants to see if he can just lean on Ibinger, who's got King-Jack offsuit, the shortest stack, makes the call.
Spin the wheel, says Ibinger. As he's done hundreds of thousands of times online, all then brought to you by betacr.eu.
Tried to steal that big blind.
Well, it's looking good on the ace, jack, deuce. Brewer pushing the 8 of diamonds forward.
Oh, jack of diamonds walks. You can have the jack of diamonds, I'm in.
Ibinger says snap. Brewer's dead on the turn. Ibinger
2.3.
doubling up to second in chips. Brewer down to 11 bigs with a slight misstep there. The 8-6 offsuit. Just jamming into Ibinger. Running into it.
Well, he's not going to fold forever.
What could have been?
So we have a new short
just
stack.
Clicked the call button with 10s, Randy.
I know. He's going to be thinking about that.
Yeah, just orange. It's easier to count.
Still got life. Does flip-flop with Matthias Ibinger.
Not a flip-flop flip, right?
No,
just
no.
a flip-flop.
No, but if he wins the next all-in, we can start saying that.
So, Randy Lou, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be hearing that term on poker broadcast for the next decade.
You're never going to let me get away with that one.
No, I love it. Flip-flop flip. I'm here for it.
There we go, Ibinger. And Ibinger currently in second, but don't think he wants to tangle with the chip leader out of position in this blind versus blind spot. Unless he really feels that Matthias Ibinger is not going to raise his limps.
Anyone keeping track of how many walks
He's gotten a
Mateos
lot of
has
walks.
been given tonight?
Yeah, Joe Trent gave him so many walks, and now that Joe Trent is gone, you know, Matthias Ibinger's turn to give him walks. This has just been a flawless performance so far up to this four-handed play.
Really hasn't made a misstep. Not since I've been in the booth.
And also since I've been in the booth, since the beginning of this final table.
King 9-0. Savannah is second in chips.
19 blinds. Could still just rip this in. Oh, this is just painful, isn't it? Because you know he wants to play this He's like, do I just say F it and let's go? I don't think so, but you never know, Santosh.
He's checking the itinerary, Randy. Looking up at the clock. He does know the blinds are about to go up. So we are just a few seconds away from a scheduled break.
This is one of the reasons why it's powerful, just open ripping, even 20 big blinds effective, is you get these threes be put in a situation where they lose. Whereas if you raise small, they rejam on you, you fold, or maybe they take a flop in position.
5 seconds.
Let's lay down.
Let's it go. After really thinking through that one. Blind v blind as we head into the break, Randy. Blinds will be going up, so that's how things stand at the end of the level. But with the big blind increase, it's going to be uncomfortable for Brewer when we return from break. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. You see the payouts. 4 eliminations in that frame, Randy. Started off with Justin Bonomo. Ponokov's out in 7th, Ken Tong out in 6th, and Joe Tren out in 5th just a few orbits ago. That was expected, given how shallow it was. Mateos with the overwhelming chip lead. These shorter stacks, they had to get it in, Randy. It feels like a lot of those spots, bar the departure of Ken, perhaps going to be kicking himself a little bit with that one, but everyone else, could you say standard spots?
I would say so. Obviously, the big decision on that last few hands was Chris Brewer's pocket tens on whether he should call that one off or not. He was just slightly ahead of the King Jack, but you can see that he wasn't really sure what to do. Took some time. But with the way the chip counts are now, it is Mateos just going all in relentlessly, looking for... I'm just hoping no one's going to pick up anything, but they really need a big hand in order to call right now.
Well, $1,450,000 guaranteed for the final four. It's the Adrian Mateos show as things stand in this 125K main event. 10-minute break. When we return, we'll be playing down to a champion. Don't go too far. We'll see you very shortly.
GG Poker. Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
Now larger than all of GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Yeah,
go.
annoyed to be put in this situation, but obviously happy to not be up against the overpair at least.
How much do you have exactly?
1.9.
Whoever wins this pot will move up to second place in chips.
That's just how tight the field behind Mateos is wound. 4.25 million in the middle. Petrangelo covered and at risk, and that looks like an ace in the window. Indeed it is. Tong, thankful. Not out of the woods quite yet, though. Petrangelo can hit the 10 or pick up a spade draw. Neither.
What's that mean? No spade?
Can he find a 10 and stay alive?
Good game, guys.
He can't. Instead, Tong hits the ace, making the full house.
Take it down.
And Petrangelo giving some encouragement to Mateos. But obviously,
Don't help me. Don't help me.
a disappointing 9th place exit for him as Ken Tong will vault into 2nd place. Everybody enjoying the 100K pay jump.
Yeah, tough competitor. Petrangelo had a bunch of tough spots. Mainly, he's going to think about those 2 jacks he folded to Crisper. But he's got lots of events to redeem himself here at Monte-Carlo.
That he does, adding to his 2.8 million in career Triton earnings with this 9th cash. Up and over 3 mil, but still no title for Nick.
I mean, at least at the time I thought he was, but it just like talked about playing poker. I loved it. Playing like 2040, and I couldn't believe how big he played.
Bonomo getting short. Big blind next hand. Certainly suited ace qualifies to attack.
Raised to 750,000. Fold.
Bonomo gonna take the spot.
Fold.
Oh, a couple 8s for the Chinese. This is a lucky hand over there. And he's actually in prime position to take the rest of Bonomo's chips if he can get in there.
5 seconds.
He knows that Bonomo's in a desperate situation. Certainly will be jamming hands worse than 2 8s. Even the smaller pocket pairs like 7s and 6s I could see go in for Bonomo.
See if Joe wants to take
Oh,
it. He's
does
gonna
lay
lay
down.
it down.
Oh, but what timing, because Ace King was right behind him. We know these are going in.
Well, it's Adrian Mateos' world, and we're all just living in it, Randy. It's gonna be a huge favorite against Bonomo. Does Tong notice on him? It's a bit of TV time. Ponakov's getting out of the way. And Justin gonna need to spin the wheel. Doesn't love it, but he knows he has to call this one off. 3.9 million in the middle. Teos a 2-1 favorite. All in brought to you by betacr.eu to send Bonomo home in 8th. Just needs to hold Randy to extend his lead atop of the chip counts. And well,
Oh my god.
it's going to be tough for Justin. Can only chop from here on out as Mateos has flopped the nuts on the Queen Jack 10. Looking for a king and a king only to win half the pot. Doesn't find it, Randy. We have our second elimination of this No Limit Hold'em main event in Monte-Carlo. Number 2, the all-time money list.
Yeah, won't be overtaking that top spot. He need to finish top 2 in order to do so.
Believe so. He does still have time to jump in that 100K, and of course, plenty more events here for Justin Bonomo to get involved. Another impressive run, the 2-time Triton champ, adding a final table to his resume. $491,000 going his way. And with that departure, everyone now guaranteed $668.
His turn for the jam.
All you can eat dealer.
Much needed chips to survive.
Ponakovs does announce himself and a snap call from Brewer. We're going to see 5, Randy. Brewer waking up with top of range. But note, the 2 live cards for Ponakovs means he actually has 35% equity here. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. As everyone else, short stacks, rooting for Brewer in order to secure that 240K ladder as it comes. 9-4-4, neither player connecting. Ace high still in front. Ponakov still live. Ace would end it. Safe turn for Brewer. 6 outs once for Ponakovs. Can he convert? He cannot, Randy. We have our 7th place finisher. Another incredible deep run in the biggest buy-in tournaments of the series for Ponakovs. Just seems so consistent at the highest stakes, but just unable to convert. Gets to this stage of the tournament. 7.5 bigs, blind v blind, queen 10 always working its way into the middle. And unfortunately, just running in to the Brewdog. A very warm welcome back to the main event. There was a little background noise going on, but we're here. We're returning the 125K main in Monte-Carlo, Monaco, with 4 players remaining as Randy Lewis stepped aside for Maria Ho. And Maria, it has been the Adrian Mateos show, and we're just all here to witness it as he is in pole position with 4 left on the hunt for his first Triton title, and of course the 3.9 million that comes with that trophy. But he has some world-class competition in his way. Mateus Eibinger in 2nd, Savannah in 3rd, and Brewer in 4th. Looking at the average stack here, 34 big blinds. Eibinger in 2nd with 19 bigs. It feels like everyone's playing for 2nd as things stand, but should any of these stacks double through Mateos, Maria, it gets a little bit dicey for Mateos. It's not as clear-cut as it may seem to the naked eye.
Yeah, for me, it's almost a little reminiscent of Mario Mosbach in the 200K Invitational where, you know, 5-handed, he had a huge chip lead and everybody else was quite far behind. But as we saw, you know, once somebody doubled up, anything can happen from that point. Right. And so I wouldn't say that Adrian has this locked up quite yet. But, of course, he's playing so well as to be expected from somebody of his caliber. But still a lot of tough opponents left.
100%. I mean, between the remaining 3 players, 5 titles, Brewer with 2, Eibinger with 2, Savannah with 1. So, yeah, I couldn't have put it better myself. I mean, Mateos in pole position, but like Maria alluded to, up against tough competition. And should any of them double through Mateos, all of a sudden, Mateos has to kind of proceed with caution as we look to throw it down once more to the main stage. All guaranteed 1.45 million for their efforts, and all eyes on that top prize of 3,925,000. Chris Brewer gonna look to get busy sooner rather than later. Bottom of the chip counts with 9 bigs, and just before we headed to break, folded 10s pre-flop against Savannah rejam. Incorrectly so. Perhaps a hand that he's going to look back on. He could have sent Savannah packing.
Yeah.
As the stakes get higher here in Monte-Carlo. How about that, Maria?
How about that? I'm going to take a video. How about that?
How about that?
Pardon me. I'm
you're good.
preoccupied.
You're good. Enjoy the show.
There's 2 shows going on here.
We are in one of the most pristine, I don't even know how to describe this venue, Maria, here in the bay at the Sporting in Monte-Carlo, where the ceiling opens up, and now Maria's taken a video of the curtains being drawn and the wonderful scenery of the bay here in Monte-Carlo.
It's just classy, right? It is all class in here. Just, it's beautiful. It's really well kept. The scenery outside, as you mentioned, second to none.
You're going to be posting it on your socials so the viewers know what we're talking about?
I will, guys. Look out for that. Instagram, @Maria_Ho. You know, I didn't plan on dropping my socials.
Sorry, I'll do it for you. It's cool. It's fine. A little
Check
love towards Maria. I love how you had to Maria_Ho as if
somebody took Maria Ho, and I messaged them. I was like, could I buy your username off of you? And you know, they obviously negotiated, played some hardball, and I'm like, it's not worth it. I will just take the underscore. It's all good. People can find me, right?
I
It's not that
assume they
far
can.
off.
Now I'm curious to see how much this person wanted from you.
Well, they don't even have, no, I think it's a private account.
Unbelievable.
They just maybe sense some blood in the water, maybe some desperation.
Unbelievable. Some people.
700. Raised 700,000.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Right?
0 followers, 0 following.
And they wouldn't come up off the name. Can you
Unbelievable.
believe it? Some people, no decency in the world anymore.
1.8.
Well, how about decency in Savannah's hand? Couple of 8s on the button as Brewer pounces out the small, happy to run it with the ace-9 of spades, just aware that Savannah is going to be opening wider here as he does cover both once Mateos gets out of the way. Bad news for Brewer as one of his aces goes into the muck out of the big blind, and we are going to be spinning the wheel for Chris Brewer's tournament life. 2-time Triton champion, looking for his first Triton trophy in a No Limit Hold'em event. This is 2 titles, one coming in PLO, one coming in short deck. In rough shape here, running directly into the SS Savannah. As it comes, 8-7-4, Maria's top set for Savannah, and you see Brewer just fling his chips into the middle as he's drawing to run a runner as the 10 of diamonds.
Okay, all right.
Okay, he's done the whole microphone off, chips into the middle, now has 8 outs once. Oh, it's close. But no cigars. The 5 of hearts completes the run out. We're going to lose Chris Brewer in 4th. Another deep run for the 2-time Triton champion as the year of Brewer coming to an end here in this 125K main. Going to be going home with 1,450,000 $100,000 for his efforts, meaning that his total live earnings in tournaments this year have now eclipsed $13.5 million, second only to Ike Haxton in 2023. And with that, we're down to 3.
And just a last little bit of post-mortem on Chris Brewer. He was one of the players at this final table that was really willing to push the action in spots where people might have felt handcuffed, maybe in the ICM coffin, but Chris found spots to chip up, which is why he found himself able to ladder several spots, unfortunately falling in 4th, but that's how the best do it, is they don't allow their stack size to always dictate the type of play, that the type of rule book they should follow. And he was able to create his own luck in certain spots.
Eibinger's turn to get to work, and Mateos with a calling hand. Maria, we could be heads up in back-to-back hand series. I don't think Mateos is going to be folding. Makes the call for 14 bigs. And if Mateos can just hold, he's going to be going into heads up with 26 of the 33 million chips in play. Eibinger with 38% equity. And how about 63% equity on the 9-7 deuce 2 spades board, as he flops an open-ender and the flush draw. Let's not forget his pair outs also working for him, as he does turn the jack high straight, but not out of jail just yet. Mateos can improve to a king high straight. Not on that run out. Ace of spades completes the board, and Eibinger improves to a flush.
So you're saying that too many outs is not a thing? I always thought too many outs is true, but clearly, you know, he hit both the turn and the river.
There seems to be like a threshold. Like too many outs is like 18 outs, 19 outs, and then once you surpass that, it's just impossible to not get there.
Well, Eibinger's got to be pretty happy to now be in second after doubling through, but Zavarna quite close behind, only a couple big blinds separating the two of them.
I'm trying to work out how many outs it was. Maria, help me out here. So nine spades, 6 jacks, and sorry, 3 jacks, 3 sixes. It's 15 outs plus the pair outs. He had 21 outs. 63% equity on the flop. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure they will. YouTube do love to put me and Randy in our places.
Well, that's what they're there for.
That is what they're
right?
there for. I wouldn't have it any other way. First blow to Adrian Mateos' stack through no fault of his own. Made the correct call. But as we were alluding to, it's not as clear-cut as it looks, as Mosbach found himself in a similar position in the 200K Invitational.
It feels like for Mateos now it's important to try to win some small pots, chip his opponents down. Definitely don't want to be taking any high variance spots if you can avoid it, because as we can see, if someone were to double through him now, they would double into the chip lead.
So 58 bigs, plays 29, plays 27. Now we've got a real battle on our hands. The final table so far has been a little bit of a shove fest. An all-in or fold situation for most throughout this final table. Not much post-flop poker has been played. That's changed three-handed.
Let's give the people what they want. You know, forget about all the pre-flop bloodshed. Let's see perhaps some people triple barreling as a bluff and getting through. Maybe a couple of, you know, zero equity bluffs. That'll be fun, right?
Let me introduce you to Santosh Savana, Maria. Known for his incredibly creative plays. He's been with us at every stop.
Raise to 700,000. Fold.
Record Triton cash for all three players. Ibinger looking for his third title. Savana looking for title number 2. Adri, widely regarded as one of the best players in the world without a Triton trophy. I mean, he has won pretty much everything one can win in poker, both online and live, minus a Triton trophy.
When I heard his introduction, the man has 4 WSOP bracelets and he is in his 20s still.
28 years of age.
That is insane.
Yeah.
Somebody in chat was saying, who's better, Mateos or Juan Pardo? You guys. Juan Pardo's sick, but Adrian.
Yeah.
Clearly. He's the OG of that
I was about
generation.
to say, that's like asking who's better between... I'm not even going to... You know what? I like my job. It's okay. I'm going to put myself on blast. Savana not slowing down on this 10 of hearts turn. Picked up equity in the form of an open-ender. 2 overs to the 10 and the 9. Not shaking off Mateos just yet, and we have a sizable pot brewing with 5 million in the middle and 1 card to come. As Savana bricks.
Yeah, the 2-tone flush draws, both brick. And so you wonder if another barrel would actually shake Mateos, but Savana not even going to try here.
That could have really changed things had that pot gone Savana's way, but fortunately for the Adrian Mateos fans out there, no pressure applied on the river. Back up to 20 million or so. Savana down to around 16.5 bigs after unsuccessfully double barreling. More ammunition for Ibinger.
Raise 625,000.
You know, these suited combos. Oh. Okay, that was Adrian's hand. I thought that was Savana's hand. Obviously, ace-10 here from the big. Quite a strong hand. But Savana electing not to just rip his 18 big blinds in there. Just going to call.
Surprised at all, Maria, that he's taken the passive route out of the big?
Yeah, especially when you're the shortest stack. I feel like ace-10 is too much of a hand here. You have plenty of fold equity. You have the least to lose in terms of ICM. You're definitely more liberal in these spots when you are the short stack. And ace-10 off is not even a liberal holding to have to shove over a button open.
Does also open the door for Ibinger to potentially steal it away from us across flop, turn and river when we don't improve. As both players remain unimproved on this deuce of spades turn. 1.7 out there. Ibinger seems content in trying to get this king-jack high to showdown. As does Savana. is ace high.
Savannah, I think, taking pause, just recognizing that when Ibinger checks the flop and the turn, that he will have some showdown value as well. But Savannah's hand just too strong there, doesn't need to be turning it into a bluff.
It's funny, about an hour and a half ago, I was asking the viewers around the world who they'd love to see reach heads up, and there are a lot of people asking for a Mateos v Savannah heads up match and a Mateos v Ibinger match. What about a Savannah against Ibinger match? That's also an option here.
But it feels
You sound
like
disappointed.
there's a clear common denominator in what the viewers want, and
That's true.
I have to say, it does feel like it might be Adrian's time.
All in.
Just gonna open rip this one.
And this is really to leverage the 20 big blind stack, because essentially Ibinger is very much not incentivized to call off in this spot.
The powerhouse that is Adrian Mateos. Has held the chip lead the entire final table. In fact, took the chip lead on the money bubble with around 26 players left. He's involved in a massive pot against Leon Sturm, and has never really looked back since. 35.5 million in total live earnings, best live cash of 3.2 million. He can eclipse that here today. Number one on Spain's all-time money list by quite some margin. Calls London home. What a career he's had. Just a decade into it. One of the most decorated, feared players of the modern game. 29 years old, by the way. I do apologize. So he's 28.
Oh, so old.
I know, right? How dare I? As Ibinger has caught Mateos with his hand in the cookie jar. Blind v blind, things have been going Ibinger's way. Jammed the 10-8 suited into Mateos' king-queen and managed to get there. Now it's his turn to get jammed into. He set the trap out of the small one, and that's looking like a tough ask for Mateos on the ace 8-7. You see signs of frustration as the Jack of Diamonds does keep him live with one card to come. Would be a dirty way to do it. 21% of the time, Ibinger's going to get showered. Not on this occasion, as he improves to a Jack High straight. And we have ourselves a new chip leader, is the two-time Triton champion and Poker Code co-founder Mateos Ibinger. Setting the trap, Maria, limping the ace-10 of clubs from the small, and Mateos just pouncing.
Yeah, and that's the first time I feel like a usually composed Mateos, but signs there of visible frustration, but also I think it just shows how badly even the most decorated players want this title, right?
Oh, yeah.
This is not just another tournament to him.
I mean, we already touched on the 4 bracelets. Just looking at his Hendon Mob, I mean, he's quite literally won everything one can win. High rollers, main events, bracelets. Let's not talk about his online results either. I mean, way back, 2012. Took down the World Series of Poker Europe main event when he was just 18 years old. Hasn't looked back since.
Oh, so does he tie? Did you say he took down the WSOP Europe main event when he was 18?
I think he was 18 or just turned 19.
Well, that's a big difference, Henry,
That
because I
is.
know this is before your time, but Annette Oberstad very notably won WSOP Europe when she was 18, and I thought she was still the youngest.
She is still the youngest.
So he was definitely
5 seconds.
most likely 19 then.
That's his first recorded cashes.
Yeah, I mean, it's really goes to show somebody like Mateo, someone who people might have thought has been around forever, it feels like, but actually has just been putting up result after result straight out the gate.
Check.
Sure, YouTube chat will let us know. New chip leader is Ivinger.
Check.
Bottom v big blind confrontation. Ivinger still with the best of it. Kicker going to play unless 4 of the 5 pairs.
Does feel like
575.
a situation where, you know, Savarna probably doesn't want to let his fate be decided by checking over to Ibinger and then having to be in the position of having to decide whether or not Ibinger actually has something or not. And that's one way to take control of the hand.
Bravo, Savannah. Taking the initiative with the turn probe.
It's almost all in.
Chat still rooting for Mateos, saying he's frustrated, but he's going to stay composed. Regain his composure. He looks to close this out. Now has a very tough opponent with the chip lead to his right. Mateos on the button. Ace Jack. Gonna raise it up to 650,000.
Oh.
Ibinger. King 9 offsuit. Very much defendable.
What are we tucking into over there? Sorry, Maria?
Oh.
I'm smelling something coming
Just a
from...
little spritz. Would you like some? It just clears up the sign. No, it's not that kind of. Are you still using your Vicks vapor rub over there?
I am trying to, you know, get uncongested.
Do you feel like that's been helping at all?
We're trying.
Yeah.
Maybe just the placebo effect as Ibinger flops top 2 on the King 9-8. It's been the Ibinger show since returning from break.
And Mateos, of course, on this board as the pre-flop aggressor will have a lot of bet folds, but also some natural continues in the form of perhaps some Jack 10s, Queen 10s.
5 seconds.
Ibinger, of course, probably happy to get more money in.
It's a meaty check raise. With top 2. Just wants to build the pot right here, right now. Play for it all across turn and river.
And the ace-jack is in a tough spot because certainly can turn some back doors. Also, that ace overcard to the board is nice to have. But that check raise, I think, just a little bit too big for Mateos to be able to continue. No backdoor flush possibilities either.
There is a lot of support for that man right there in the chat. Eibinger in the small has been getting the better of Mateos, blind v blind.
And this just also goes to show you, Henry, how quickly momentum can shift in tournaments at final tables. You know, 1 second it just looks like Adrian couldn't put a foot wrong, but then now it feels like Eibinger not only has gained control, but is staying in control.
Well, he's staying in control on that flop. King, Jack, 9. Bottom pair, backdoor clubs. Mateos with just 7 high.
Certainly enough texture, though, for Eibinger to likely want to continue as a bluff catcher. Not really the type of hand out of position where you want to be leading too often. Certainly wouldn't know how to proceed if you got raised. It'd be nice to get to showdown cheaply if possible. Mateos, though, not somebody who likes to let his opponents see a cheap showdown if he can help it, especially with 7 high.
Well, neither player picking up additional equity on the Queen of Spades turn. Now just a straight up dogfight. Who wants it more? 4-liner on board with a gap. Mateos with the 0% equity bluff.
This is what I was talking about. Once we get to some post-flop streets, this is what we like to see, people.
Well executed, sir. Nice little rebate. Something.
You know, he could use more than rebate. He could use the whole coupon book right now after how many chips Eibinger's won off of him.
It's a start.
It is a start.
He'll take it. It's great awareness shown from Mateos. 15 million for Eibinger, 12 million for Mateos, 6.8 for Savannah. Really is anyone's game here.
You know, Mateos, not one to really have walk in his vocabulary. Still gonna limp in with the 7-3 off. Walks are for the kiddie game down the street.
Let's say, anyone know the word for walk in Spanish? Feel free to fill us in, and perhaps that's why. Flopping bottom 2. You know who else doesn't fold 7-3? Producer James Dempsey. It's known as the barking shark. Don't ask me why. I'm sure he'll explain it to you at some point.
He coined it? Okay. Well, that explains why I've never heard of that.
It might have been like
Never heard of it.
Toby Lewis or Cody, one of the boys back in the day. I don't know. Go figure. Complete whiff for Savannah, unfortunately so. As Mateos slides it on over once more. There we go, we're learning Spanish in the chat. Andar is the word for walk, apparently.
Isn't that what everybody's looking for from a stream these days? Something that's entertaining but also educational,
Yeah, we're basically
informative.
the Duolingo poker stream.
Mateos trying to settle back in after doubling Eibinger up, winning some chips back from both of the opponents at the table, and still firmly has his eye on the prize.
3 days of poker. This 125K main reduced to 3 players, all battling it out for $3,925,000. All guaranteed $1,772,000 for their efforts so far. And it's all Leibinger since we returned from break on the 10-9-8, flopping bottom 2, doubling twice through Mateos.
Savarna with the bad end of the straight draw here. Against 2 pair, that's certainly going to be happy to bet for protection.
Leibinger had the chance to watch his good buddies at the final table of the 200K Invitational. Now they get to watch him as we get to watch them all. And for you GTO wizards out there, the #1 app for poker players. You can join our membership giveaway at gtowizard.com/Triton, or you can do it the easy way and just scan that QR code to get involved in our exclusive membership giveaway. Stand a chance to win a premium subscription as well as merchandise. You click the link in the chat, and as always, feel free to plug some of the hands that we have on stream. Let us know what the solver says, what it comes back with. Had a discussion earlier on with Randy as to what level he thinks us commentators are on. Gave himself a 95% rating, gave you a 92% rating, gave me a 62% rating, and he didn't want to comment on the rating that he would give Ali Najjar, just to let you know.
Tell me how you feel about your rating.
I'm happy with my rating. I think 62% is generous, to be honest with you. As we dive back into this button v big blind, Maria, it's going from bad to worse for Mateos as he has connected once more on the ace-9-8 board. The form of bottom pair, and Savarna has the goods.
It's so tough when you're playing shorthanded and, you know, ranges get a lot wider to always end up having second best, because having a piece even feels like too much hand where you're destined to lose some chips.
Oh
my goodness.
How about that for a turn card? The 7 of clubs, giving Mateos an open-ended straight flush draw and giving Savarna the nut flush draw. A 10 would be no good for Mateos. Does still have 23% equity. The club would be no good unless it's the 5 or the 10 of clubs. And Savarna's not slowing down.
I mean, straight flushes aren't that hard to make, right? It's possible.
I can't remember the last time I made one, but sure.
No. Royals are really hard, but straight flushes, it's super easy.
That easy, eh? Well, Mateos looking for an 8, a 6, or a 5. Let's do the dirty on Savarna. What does he want to do on this turn? Facing a bet of 1.3 million.
Yeah, perhaps interested to jam.
Asking for all of it and gets snapped. And if Savarna can hold here, Mateos is going to be down to just 6 million after having around 24 million of the chips in play, what feels like just a few orbits ago. 2 big pots against Leibinger, not going his way, blind v blind. And finds the 5 of clubs. On the river. To river the 9 high straight flush.
Unbelievable.
And eliminate Santosh Savarna in 3rd place in disgusting fashion. I mean, cue the highlight reel, Maria, that one's going to be going viral as the ever happy and joyful Savannah with a record cash here at this Triton Super High Roller Series main event. Going home in third with $1,772,000, but not only does he have a story to go along with that 1.7 million, but perhaps a sour taste in his mouth as he was just one card away from being up to, what, 12 million in chips? Having Mateos down to around 6, but that 5 of clubs, the poker gods having other plans, Maria.
I have a feeling that no matter what happens heads up now, Mateos is going to remember that river card for a very long time.
You know, the thing I really loved to take away from that was the fact that one, Santosh still had a massive smile on his face, even though he just got sucked out on. But two, Mateos managed to control his emotions, shake Santosh's hand, and then fist bumping, celebrating, running over to Israel, understandably so, as obviously a huge spot for Mateos in the hunt for his first Triton trophy. But now has Ibinger to play heads up against, and it is going to be a deep stacked heads up match. Don't go too far. Maria and I stepping away for a very short break, but when we return, we will be playing down to a champion here in Monte-Carlo. Is it going to be Adri's first Triton trophy, or is it going to be Ibinger lifting title number 3? We'll see you very shortly.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy. It's a dude.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker
now
site.
larger than all other GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard. Practice against GTO on all your devices. Study any situation using our revolutionary AI-powered solver. Upload your hand histories to uncover your biggest leaks. We have hundreds of hours of coaching from top pros, cutting-edge theory articles, and custom study plans to help guide your poker journey. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
gonna have to settle for 7.
Yeah, it feels like it's inevitable, right, Randy? We see that man lifting a Triton trophy, not to be in the 125K main, but can just jump straight into the 100K. Spock on the rail there. Rooting on Ibinger, of course. All part of the Poker Code team as Ken Tong taking his time, Randy, and he's going to take the
Risky.
spot. With Joe sat on just 2 bigs.
Man, and Brewer's got ace-jack suited. What is going on?
Ken Tong potentially going to be going home in 6th. With Joe Tren just sat there on less than 2 big blinds.
2.2.
Is this just Ken Tong trying to force it a little bit too much, Randy?
I think so, and Brewer going to make the call here to put Ken Tong at risk. Joe Tren gets to sit on the sidelines and maybe get a pay jump into the 7-figure club.
Wow.
Couple ducks. Should be hitting the muck soon.
263K ladder potential. And perhaps a bit of an ICM blunder for Ken Tong from Hong Kong.
Still has 39% though to do the dirty.
Indeed. 2 live cards. We did point him out earlier on that this man is here to play for the win. Certainly put on a show. It's been fearless, but it's running into Chris Brewer. On the Jack 6-4 board.
Not good, can't hit the 9 now.
That's 60% of a straight flush though, Randy. You know me. Always seeing these backdoors. As he does pair his 9, and now a 9 would work for him. 5 outs once. Queen or a 9 needed for Ken Tong to stay alive in this main event. So the deuce of spades completing the run out. Brewer scooping a 3.8 million chip pot has done a fantastic job at separating himself from the rest of the pack. See a handshake there from Joe Tren, who gets to ladder on less than 2 big blinds. The Triton newcomer debuted on his first event at a Super High Roller Series here in Monte-Carlo. Got to be thrilled with that performance, Randy. Really had us on the edge of our seats on multiple occasions. Just fearless throughout. Throughout the bubble, throughout the final 2 tables, and throughout the FT. People saying 265K blunder there.
Oh, 2 10s.
Perhaps, as Joe is now forced all in.
Raise to 500,000. Fold.
Well, suited.
Need some luck.
Is Joe 1 over to the 10s?
Feels like Ibinger needs to just stay away because he can't trust that Mateos is just going to check it down on the flop, turn in river.
Don't do it, Ibinger.
No, he's going to actually put the chips in. It's a big commitment.
Randy, it's interesting because you mentioned you can't trust Mateos to just check it down, and there is a side pot, and a significant one at that. Given that Joe started the hand with 225, there's a side pot of 550K. Thoughts on this flat out of the small?
I don't know. It's definitely not a spot you see too much of. I would have thought he would have folded. And if Mateos bets the flop, which he probably will, then it makes me not like the call as much pre.
Bet 400,000.
Oh, nothing for Mateos to do other than bet with the 10s, and that gets rid of Ibinger. Sees the legit holding.
I'm not betting with Jack. I think Adrian is.
of Adrian. And yeah,
That's pretty funny.
Adrian is rooting for a jack.
Oddly.
In a weird way. Would allow Mateos to continue leaning into...
And hello, everyone. Welcome to continuing coverage of the Triton Super High Roller Series from right here at Sporting Monte-Carlo. Ali Nejad in alongside Maria Ho to take you through the home stretch here on this third and final day of the $125,000 main event, where we will be crowning a champ and giving away the healthiest of our 5 7-figure payouts, almost $4 million, a more handsome prize even than the $200,000 invitational payout, which was taken down by Dan Smith. Now then, Maria, let's get to the matter at hand. Adrian Mateos was the massive chip leader, something like we'd never seen in Triton before coming into this one, squares off against Matthias Eibinger, a guy that you've had on the felt from time to time. Currently $15.1 million in front of Eibinger, and in front of Mateos we find $18.5 million, and there's been some good fortune that's been a part of the process for Eibinger to get here.
Yeah, well, I feel like even though Mateos won that last hand to get us a heads up, the momentum is actually all on Eibinger's side. Eibinger doubled through Mateos three-handed and then managed to win several pots off of him after that. And I know that Mateos, in his mind, of course, always composed, has closed out plenty of tournaments, but might have not gone through tougher opponents than one Matthias Eibinger.
Yeah, I mean, we just know that these are two guys that are, let's call them executioners. I mean, they aren't out there making mistakes with any measure of frequency. We can expect just tidy approaches, but obviously, when both players are playing fundamentally super sound, it comes down to who is willing to deviate and when, and whose timing is going to be better than the other oftentimes. Let us not overlook, of course, the second place payout, which is going to be assured each of these folks $2.6 million plus. That'll be a nice infusion in terms of overall Triton career earnings. But of course, that big double-sized trophy that stands alone on the mantle in contrast to the smaller ones for the smaller events would be a nice add. So then we send it out to the arena where the Spaniard and the Austrian are set to do battle. 150 and 300,000 will be the antes in terms of big blinds. Mateos 62 to Eibinger's 51. Prize pools, chip counts, all brought to you by BetACR.eu, and get a look at that gorgeous Jacob & Co. Triton Special Edition watch, which goes to our main event winners. Something worn with pride, by the way, both inside the arena and outside it by those who have earned such titles and honors. Meanwhile, a couple of playable ones to kick off this frame of play. Mateos on the button with Queen 10 limping in. Eibinger, King Queen takes us upstairs. 1 million.
At these stack depths, Mateos has hands that he limps in from the button that he will limp fold to a raise, limp call to a raise, and sometimes limp 3-bet. So Queen 10, when we look at the offsuit combos and the fact that it can certainly make some straights, it falls more in the category of one of those limp call hands.
Obvious. Complete stranglehold, obviously. Not, apologies for interrupting there. 600,000 the follow-through barrel. King of Diamonds interactions for Mateos, though he is off-suited. Brick turn card. And these peels aren't just on the hunt for backdoor equity, but looking for maybe a window of opportunity to take the pot away if your opposition slows down.
Absolutely. And also, Queen High on a paired board still contains a little bit of showdown value against the portion of Eibinger's 3-betting range that contains a lot of those bluffs, perhaps some of those suited cards that are a little less well connected.
2.4 million.
That is 2 million.
But that sizing is going to do it for Mateos.
Puts it into the muck. And Eibinger narrowing the gap even further. Got to be careful when we're saying Matthias and Mateos, says we learned with our producer James Dempsey during a little bit of a debrief on the break, coming into the booth, getting our bearings. I'm going to go with Eibinger and Mateos.
I like that. No confusion there.
Absolutely not. Blinds and Annies up to 200, 400,000 as brought to you by GG Poker.
Another strong holding heads up for Eibinger.
Any ace strong at this point. Jack 4 deuce, though, and a pair of fours is stronger.
And heads up, of course, when you flop a piece, you certainly feel like there's going to be a little bit of commitment to the hand, but Eibinger here with a better pair now, top pair.
Ace of spades serving his purposes just fine.
It's unfortunate for Mateos because naturally, again, the ace coming off on the turn favors the pre-flop aggressor. And Mateos didn't really see a clear pathway to perhaps getting a cheap river, so decided to make his decision on the turn.
Correctly, mind you. Not to be overlooked.
Eibinger continues to just make hands here. Any piece is a good piece, heads up.
No piece for Mateos, however. In position, 9 high, taking a stab, deflating to get called.
Yeah, there will be some Jack X and King X in the call from Eibinger, but a lot of the other hands will, of course, be a pair of some sort that Mateos looks like he's just going to give up against.
Backdoor clubs materializing. These checkbacks on the turn out of Mateos don't have to be emblematic of air or a hand that doesn't beat Queen 9. Nevertheless, Eibinger seeking to dictate the sizing on the river, comes half pot, easy release for the 9 high. And suddenly, developments in terms of the chip counts. Has Eibinger taken it over? Yes, he has. 46 bigs to 38 bigs.
And Mateos, despite losing the first few pots of heads-up play, still plenty deep, still enough maneuverability in that stack to play post, to do what Mateos does best.
His turn to have an ace. Over and out for the 10-4. Tried to slide in there.
I see what you did there. I was going to give you credit. You didn't have to beat me to it, okay?
Were you going to say that?
No, I wasn't going to say that, but I was going to give you props until you felt the need to point it out just in case anybody missed it. And I don't know how I feel about that, Ollie.
The over and out with the 10-4?
No, but then you were like, just try to slide. Just, you know. If the joke is that funny, if the pun is that good, you don't have to explain it.
You're not wrong. So it has been essentially an all Eibinger frame. Early goings. Ace 10.
5 seconds.
And Adrian gets a wag of the finger into the face of this 7-8 button limp. All the way up to 3.6. That was a big raise.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, we should definitely keep an eye on the adjustments of the pre-flop raise sizings as the effective stack fluctuates, you know, especially when, if I should say, maybe not when, Mateos gets shorter, then perhaps we will see Ibinger start raising a little bit less to a smaller amount. Blue for Life in chat said he used all his run good on the 5 of clubs. Well, you're not wrong. When you hit a straight flush to get down to heads up, one might wonder if you've used up a lot of the luck you might have saved up.
Big blinds keep taking turns having an ace. On this occasion, though, both parties flopping a piece. In a limp pot pre, Mateos declining to shoot it up, and then checking and calling Ibinger, who bet with a pair of nines and makes trips. This is a problem for Mateos.
And what a time to be favored by the deck and the poker gods, because Mateos, of course, 9x can be in Ibinger's range, but also certainly some hearts from the flop that might elect to continue here as a semi-bluff.
$1.4 million, the bet that Mateos faces after having checked a second time. And he's going to hang in there, not drawing dead, could find the ace. And instead finds the 6 of hearts, which is still relevant insofar as he has that ace of hearts.
Yeah, definitely nice for Adrian to have the ace of hearts here. It takes away, you know, obviously some of the flushes from Ibinger, but he's not going to like it when Ibinger barrels again.
It does present an opportunity for him, however,
5 seconds.
to maybe turn this hand into a bluff, Maria.
Yeah, definitely dependent on the sizing as we see Ibinger.
3.4 into 4.8.
Yeah, it's substantial. It's not too polarizing, though, necessarily. It almost feels like exactly what he has, like trips, or perhaps sometimes some weaker flushes might go this sizing. I think all flushes might actually go bigger, trying to target perhaps trips, but I don't know if Mateos is going to elect to choose this spot to turn that ace of hearts into a bluff. Might just be a call or fold spot for him.
Only time will tell as you see Juan Pardo, his compatriot, back on the rail, trying to will his man to victory. He will pay off, and that is going to be the most significant of the exchanges that we've seen here early in this frame of play. 11.6 million in total, and some runway being placed between Ibinger and Mateos.
Now when we're looking at the effective stack of Mateos, 23 big blinds after that hand, it's going to start getting a little bit dicey in the sense that Ibinger might start leaning on that stack. We'll have some limps, of course.
Has our sound department cued this music like Jaws? They think the shark is circling now? It's all over or something? That was an interesting.
As if there weren't enough tension. They're just building it up even more. Mateo's certainly going to incorporate more limps at this stack depth. But when I said it could get dicey, I'm talking about the fact that with hands like Ace-8, Ibinger can now just rip against the limp. There's going to be some hands that Ibinger can very profitably just shove and put all the pressure back on Mateos to have to call off for his tournament life.
This has been a real headache few orbits for Adrian. I've never seen him get flustered and come apart, though, Maria. He's been around a long time, though his age sort of defies his level of experience.
Well, you know, three-handed in the hand where he doubled up Ibinger and he shoved with Queen 4 of diamonds over Ibinger's limp, he did visibly show a little bit of frustration in that spot, but I don't think that it affects the way he plays.
Right. There's a lot of people who will have some emotion worn on their sleeve, but the cards don't tilt.
Right.
Meanwhile, gut shot straight draw for Adrian. Now a double gutter after it goes check, check. His dominant queen still in the lead.
You wonder if Ibinger, as he does check behind, wants to just try to get to the river. And the board pairing with that quick check out of Mateos leaves Ibinger wondering, can he show down Queen High and win? Well, the kicker is going to play here.
Oh, Queen Jack 9.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chop it up. It was playing until that 5 showed up. You could see even Matthias took a second and then realized that he could roll it over and claim half.
It's always awkward when you roll your hand over thinking it's a chop and it's not, and then now you gave your opponent information unnecessarily. But it's even worse to fold a hand that you could have chopped or won with because you didn't want to have that potential embarrassment, which has also happened to people, I'm sure.
Well, famously, you'll remember Phil Ivey during coverage of the World Series of Poker main event, I believe it was, ended up folding a winner. He had a flush.
Yeah. And so when that happens to people and they beat themselves up over it, I always tell them, if it happened to Phil Ivey, it could happen to anyone.
The thing is, it's happened to all of us. We just don't realize it. Queen Jack against King Deuce. Adrian shot it up. 800K ahead to the 5-6-7 board, which is not in either player's territory. Check, check to the 6. Puts a pair out there. Another round of checks and then an ace on the river.
Check. King.
Queen high, taking it to showdown. And being shown the king. And that sigh there, emblematic of somebody who has gone through some of the traumas that Adrian has here. Heads up. But again, it's one thing to express some of the displeasure. It's another to allow it to manifest in terms of your procedures out there.
And it just goes to show how badly Mateos wants it, right? The fact that this has been such a frustrating heads-up match for him and it just only started, he wants to win his first Triton title badly.
Yeah, no doubt. For Ibinger, he's already got a couple under his belt. Will he be adding? Certainly looks that way right now. Number 3, within reach, as is the almost $4 million. Queen 8. Limping. Check back from Adrian. 9-4, 2 hearts. Top pair against the flush draw.
And naturally, Ibinger is going to bet in position with top pair. Certainly a lot of hands that will come along. A lot of the straight possibilities. Jack 10, Jack 8, hearts, King 10.
Well, we've got seed and soil as one germinates, but not much water being poured rather, on the turn.
And this bet, even after the ace appears, clearly designed to capture value from some 9x potentially and charge the draws to come along. Some hands might have some form of a combo draw. Ibinger not blocking hardly any of the draws except for, as I mentioned, a hand like Jack 8 or 10-8.
$1.4 million ahead. The price that Ibinger charged for Mateos to work his way into a king high flush. Queens and 8s for Ibinger, and it's very relevant, Maria. Maybe he checks back on improved, but this could be a card that makes him feel compelled to barrel.
Yeah, there's certainly the desire, of course, to get value from worse, but you have to think with this particular run out, what worse hands would be willing to call. And
a jam and a snap, and Mateos now claws his way back to $15.5 million. This is what he needed, Maria, as he got chipped away at, and things felt like it was just a little preordained in terms of Ibinger. And he runs right over to Juan Pardo on the rail.
And a little bit of a quiet celebration into his mic, knowing, of course, you know, doubling up is the first step, but he hasn't won it yet, of course, still trying to maintain an even keel. Sort of back to where we started in terms of the separation between them. Ibinger, though, in the chip lead still, 46 bigs.
Inversion from where we were at the top of the frame. Back-end team, by the way, has just dropped us a note to advise that they're running some polls over on YouTube and Twitch. Let us know who you think is going to win this match. I suspect your answer could be a little bit different than it might have been a couple of minutes ago or a pot ago, as it looked as though Ibinger was just going to run over this heads-up match, not unlike what Dan Smith did to Mario Masbach in the Invitational, aided by the deck somewhat, but obviously his hunger having plenty to do with it. And now Adrian getting back to work under more comfortable circumstances. Raise and take it with the Queen 4.
You know, every player does this when you make a final table. Of course, you're studying the stack sizes. You know, you're looking to see where people are sitting
if you just count your chips. The
in
total
relation.
chips in place 34 million.
Okay, yeah. Thanks.
But what you also think to yourself, Ali, is who is the person I would most want to get heads up with, and who's the person I would least want to get heads up with. And it was a very tough final with a lot of really strong players, but you better believe that Ibinger probably was on the list of who Mateos would least likely want to get heads up with.
That said, he is well equipped to go up against the best in the world. No question about it. Mateos is a guy that's not intimidated. It doesn't matter who you park in front of him. But as far as clear paths, Ibinger, not the kind of speed bump you want to put in front of you. A little bit bigger than average. Ace on the turn, better than average. Adrian making top pair after flopping just the ace high, and the wheel gutty enough to activate Ibinger, who leads 1.2 million. Adrian Cozy call. Matthias unable to find the 4 he needed.
And it feels like when you show up to the river with 5 high, you're going to want to bluff a decent amount of the time, but just didn't feel like that would get through. And the pendulum very much swinging back over to Mateos' side.
That it is.
And so far, Ali, the results of the poll, 68% say they want Mateos to win. It's a fair majority.
1 million.
It's not a huge majority, but it's significant. A lot of Adrian fans in the chat.
Poker incredibly popular in Spain, as it is in Austria. A lot of talent coming from both nations. Sevens still in front despite staring at 3 overcards here. Leibinger's 6-4 is in no man's land. Goes check, check. Facts remain.
Four overcards to the 7s on board. Mateos doesn't feel like he can get value from worse if he bets, and just really hoping to get to showdown now. The jack appears and any 10 makes a straight. Happy to check back.
So no post-flop action after that 1 million open. And momentum feels like it is shifting back in favor of the Conquistador. Love that shot. A little wrap around this final table in a view of Monaco in the background through the wall of glass that ensconces us here.
I mean,
in the arena.
I know that view's so beautiful, but I was a little distracted by the water bottle graveyard, but okay.
You were paying attention to the water bottle graveyard of all the things?
I just felt like there was an unusually high number of water bottles on Adrian's side, and some of them half drunk.
They could have been left there by people who are among the dearly departed at this FT. Unclear. Maybe Adrian doesn't like old waters.
You know that last little sip at the end where it's like, granted, if I haven't shared it with anyone, just contains my own backwash, I still don't drink it.
Wow. Both players with straight draws here, courtesy of the museum flop. 3 pieces of artwork hanging out there. Eibinger's limp got taxed to 1.5 million pre and now faces 1.7 post.
You would imagine that Eibinger's going to be continuing, but in what fashion does he perhaps want to get aggressive? Has an overcard to that board as well. Just going to make the call. Turn brings the 6 of clubs, so two-tone now. And when Eibinger calls the flop, you know, of course, he could have a lot of different hands like Queen X for trips, Jack X, but he will also have some floats with some high cards, some Ace X's, some King X's. And so Mateos, with that second barrel, gets it done.
You know, a lot of folks would feel some real pause when getting flatted for 1.7 million out of position on that particular board, where a man already limped the button. Plenty of Queen X, Jack X combos would
Yeah.
do that and then call the raise. Not the Conquistador, though, and that is why he is one of the world's best. Both players with Dusty King X.
900.
Adrian really beginning to exert himself here.
And that's to be expected. Once Adrian got the chip lead back, he knows that in order to create some separation between him and Ibinger, he has to find ways to pick up some small pots uncontested.
1.1.
He was an over 3-1 chip dog moments ago. Now comes into this one. A 2-1 chip lead, roughly. And continues to just fire away at Ibinger. Check fold from Matthias as one king high has the benefit of position and the betting lead, and now the pot. You don't want to say anything about the cup and the can?
I was just, I was taking my time to observe before I pointed it out. No, but that's fine. They serve every canned drink here with a cup. So
For just extra
story
environmental
checks out.
impact?
Right, story checks out. I mean, I do like to drink out of a cup, but if someone handed me something in a can, I wouldn't go out of my way to ask for a cup, right? I would
I
just
see.
drink it out of the can.
4s against 6 deuce, and Adrian finds a 6 in this limped pot pre.
400,000.
But Ibinger finds a little barrel.
Yeah, it's the type of hand where, can profit a lot from immediate folds, of course, because practically every other card that your opponent's holding in their hand is going to be an overcard to your 4s.
Turn stays below the 6. Adrian. Check called, checks again.
Ibinger checking to the river. Mateos, not quite enough of a hand to start betting himself, but happy to show down the winner as another pot gets pushed Mateos' way. Listen, I don't want to say that it's the juju from YouTube, but after we put that poll up and we saw that almost 70% of the people in chat wanted Mateos to win, it seemed like he's been winning every pot since then. You guys are manifesting this for him. He has you to thank if he wins. We'll make sure to let him know.
Queen deuce. Limping the button. Ibinger says, let's take a peek. And again, advantage the Spaniard. Queens, but Ibinger with the spade draw. Round to knuckles. And there's the flush. And might this be the pot that allows Ibinger to cauterize this bleeding wound that Adrian has opened up?
Yeah, it might have been a little bit too smooth sailing for Mateos up until now, facing this lead of pot from Ibinger.
And with the deuce of spades, even though we know it's the lowest of the available flush draws, it becomes that much more difficult for Mateos to find the fold, certainly here.
Well, the sizing on the turn very much polarizes Ibinger's holding 2 flushes to 2 pairs to really strong value, or to perhaps a naked flush draw, some type of offsuit combo containing a spade that he's barreling as a semi-bluff. And so Mateo's definitely going to tread carefully in this spot, as Ibinger, I would imagine, it's going to go pretty substantial on the river.
4.8.
How much?
Now, this queen deuce starting to feel encumbered.
Yeah, over about 130% pot size bet here now on the end. And yes, the deuce of spades, you know, blocks some flushes, but really it is not all that meaningful, all things considered. This was a limp pot. Ranges are wide open. Ibinger can have every flush there, can have every two-pair combo as well.
Well, Matthias does end up winning that one, but would have enjoyed a little more meat on the bone. Adrian does not serve up that river call, though. Upper part of the deck delivered to both doorsteps here. Ibinger limping. King Jack could speak up, but instead checks back.
You just made it sound like they DoorDashed some paint cards.
Well, how about top two for Ibinger, but equity in the form of a gutter for Mateos. Knuckles over. Faces a brisk 400.
Third pot size bet out of Ibinger. A natural, easy continue for the King Jack.
Now a pair of jacks for Adrian. Not quite the 10 that he was on the hunt for, but something.
Yeah, with the jack appearing, if we think about Mateos' calling range there, you know, certainly can contain now some pair and straight draws. You know, some of these Jack 9 type hands will make two pair. Sometimes there'll just be some lone Queen X's. Ibinger blocking, though, top pair and middle pair from the flop. So now really looking to extract from some of that straight potential that's out there.
That's exactly what he does, to the tune of 2 million, and the river keeps things clean for queens and nines. Pot up to 6.
Now Mateos, of course, has a pair of jacks, but really thinking about how important having the straight blocker is with the King of Hearts in terms of the hands that are going to triple. Obviously, it's nice to block the nuts in this spot, but plenty of two-pair hands for Ibinger.
Who does rip here. Mateos asking for a count. This is 133% pot size bet.
You know, Ibinger could certainly have some type of 10x holding, you know, some stabs on the flop with some backdoor equity, you know, 10x suited type hands that turn an open ender. If we're talking about the types of bluffs here, you know, a 9x, though, probably would just be checking the river. A little too strong, I think, to bluff. So I don't think that there's a ton of bluffs here in Ibinger's range, but again, Mateos sitting with the straight blocker, certainly a card worthy of consideration here. That straight blocker makes King Jack a better call than Ace Jack because, you know, you don't think your opponent's ever going to be doing this with just a Jack X. So the kicker is only relevant in the sense that it blocks the nutted hands and the types of hands that would triple in this spot. And we mentioned at the start of Heads Up Play, Ollie, that a lot of who's going to win when it comes down to just two very theoretically sound players getting to Heads Up Play, it's going to be about the people that deviate. And so, some deviations that you have to make is whether or not your opponent is capable in that spot of tripling with a bluff. And we know Ibinger is very capable, so...
That said, he wasn't bluffing on that occasion, and Adrian correctly finds the fold there. Well, it certainly seemed as though there was some temptation afoot as dusk blankets Monte-Carlo in the background. And you can see several players seated elsewhere in the room. The 100K underway. Six suited. Limp from Mateos.
All in.
Ace high. Jamming. As Ibinger clawing his way back into this one. Well, thus far, we've played 5 events here in Monte-Carlo. The 200K Invitational was won by Dan Smith. 50K Turbo Bounty. Jonathan Jaffe, your winner. 25K Turbo, Steve O'Dwyer taking it down. There is no event number 4. This is event number 3 coming to a close. And event number 6, the 100K. That which is underway elsewhere as Mateos waking up with these 2 queens, taxing the Jack-9, which is a great hand to be up against.
Ibinger.
4.1 to the King 8-3 rainbow board. I'm sorry, Maria.
Yeah. It's okay, Ollie. You've been doing that a lot lately. I feel like you're trying to put me in my place.
Never that. Stop it. But you were saying about Ibinger.
Oh, I was just saying that he's the effective stack with 30 big blinds, so some of these offsuit connected type hands are going to be really happy to see a flop.
And on that flop, Adrian does not follow through. Mindful in part of the king, given the limp call of the raise, but also just willing to allow Ibinger to try to lay claim to 1.
Yeah, not much here for Ibinger, but perhaps some of the times if you put Adrian on some ace-X type holding, Ibinger might be wondering if there's any reason to start bluffing the jack high. But now on the river, I think Mateos will likely just be leading a lot of the time for value. Feels like
3 million.
Mateos could have some type of showdown value when he checks back on the turn that perhaps would be willing to call this river bet, but just pretty weak part of Ibinger's range there with that board.
Unable to check any longer, the Spaniard firing the 3 million and taking that one down. 3-2, the chip lead roughly for Adrian. $7-3 off. Happy to be allowed to take this flop at the bargain rate. Ibinger checking back and flopping a 10. King high board. Quick check. Mateos checking back and mercifully not improving on the turn.
And Ibinger, as the out-of-position player, just wants to try to bluff catch Mateos, who has been unwilling to put more chips in the pot.
Obviously, if you can get to showdowns in spots like this, without having any further betting take place, future game, you're able to represent some hand when you're checking lighter than tens. So
Yeah. And you just want to remain balanced, I think, in general with the type of hands that you elect to check with that have the ability to call pretty much all bets versus the type that are a little bit too weak.
the other side of that coin, though, is also when you're betting, your opponent's thinking to themselves, well, not that you're a one-trick pony that only approaches things in one fashion. He didn't want to bet second pair on the flop or turn. So when I'm facing a bet on that flop, is it better or worse than something like middle pair? Now, granted, it's oversimplification. You do need to take so much into consideration, but just little ideas to be collected. And far from little, these two aces that Mateos has been gifted here. 8-6 offsuit, though. Not certain that this is going to be a candidate for a continue for Ibinger.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit too weak. Obviously, a suited combo of 8-6 would be in there as a limp call.
Extra 1.2 if you do, and he does. (3-9) out there. And it's a gut shot straight draw on the 10 high rainbow board. One that maybe Ibinger isn't going to associate with Adrian's range.
Yeah, Adrian's value range obviously continuing here with a lot of hands that are 2-over cards, some Broadway type holdings, and then perhaps some of the raises that just contain a high card blocker.
So an extra 1.3 invested to make a pair of 8s, which is pesky when you're up against these aces. It's going to take more than this level of improvement with 6-5 in the middle for Ibinger to issue the bad beat. Now Adrian checking, Maria. What's the idea behind that?
I think that he certainly has some hands that he feels like are strong enough to check jam in this spot. I think aces are one of them. I don't think this is, going to be a check call spot depending on if Ibinger comes with a bet and of what size as well.
Well, he is reaching for chips, 10.2 back, and the payload, 2.15.
Yeah, this is interesting because it's on the smaller side for the texture of the board with the straight draw possibles, with the flush draw possible now on the turn. And Mateos deciding to call against this small sizing.
Mm-hmm. And making top set on the end. That could actually be a somewhat disappointing card in terms of Mateos feeling like he's going to get more value.
Yeah, especially because Adrian could have easily continued with a lot of ace-X as a check call on the turn. And so Ibinger not really inclined, I think, to put any more chips in the pot, whether it's check to him or whether Adrian leads now. And Adrian leads so small, almost looking to induce.
Oh, yeah. Induction is certainly what's on his mind. 1.3. We're talking about 10%. And Ibinger gets milked. You feel used in those spots when the bet is so small that you just have to take that pot odd, and you know that the eights are some showdown value there, but that Mateos, if he were bluffing, would likely come with bigger sizing than that.
And now, just like that, Ibinger down to 14 big blinds.
Well, you may have seen some of our players out there rocking some extravagant timepieces, and on some occasions, it's stuff that's on offer from the folks at Jacob & Co., our official timekeeper here at the Triton Super High Roller Series. Kanapong Tanadatakul, KT with that Astronomia Casino piece. Phil Nagy also rocking Jacob & Co. out there. And of course, they are the watchmakers that bring us the special edition Triton collab pieces. One right there next to the trophy, awaiting one of these two players. And Adrian has jammed a Jack-6 suited, Matthias down to just 6 1/4. I believe he snapped here with this Jack-10. Just 14 bigs. Are you surprised that he's click calling with this speed?
No, I mean, I think that this is just very much a solver-approved spot for calling off. You know, and Ibinger showing that he clearly knows his calling ranges. I would call too, but definitely not that fast.
We're going to play for 13 million. And the fate of Matthias Ibinger. Jack-10 turns into top pair, and he has a stranglehold on this one. 97% with 2 to come. And now it's official. Jack-6 drawing dead.
And Ibinger very much the thorn in Mateos' side. All final table, and now heads up. It just feels like Mateos cannot get rid of him.
Is it hasty on the button with Jack-6 suited?
I think for 14 big blinds, that's going to be a fairly standard shove. I think, you know, having the presence of the high card plus the suited combinations are definitely nice enough to go with. And a lot of the times you're supposed to be live there. You're not supposed to be dominated very often. You're supposed to have 2 live cards. Unfortunate for Mateos.
Well, quite the opposite for Ibinger, as he never really broke a sweat. Now back to that 3-2 territory. See, the waters are getting serviced. Maria, don't fret.
I think he opened a brand new one, though, even though there were a few unopened half-drink ones sitting there. I'm just saying.
There's nothing worse than when you think it was your water.
Oh, yeah.
And then somebody comes back and goes, "Have you seen my water?" And you realize, oh, I guess that one wasn't mine. And we did a little sharesies that I didn't mean to.
Yeah, the older I get, the less I'm for swapping spit unintentionally.
Okay. Adrian says, "You want to spin again?" Ibinger says, "No, thank you." Queen 10, limp fold.
Yeah, very different proposition, of course, to call off 25 bigs with Queen 10 versus 14 bigs with Jack 10.
We got ourselves a little bit of a bare knuckle match out there right now, and I love to see it. I'm sure all of you out there watching, whether it be on YouTube and Twitch, are soaking this up, loving it. And if you are, let us know. Hit that subscribe button. Make sure that you don't miss any of our broadcasts, and hit like while you're at it. It's just another click. Keeps us motivated and able to give you coverage of these Triton Super High Roller Series events free of charge. Knocking on the door of 200,000 subscribers on YouTube, almost 100K on Twitch. Big thresholds. Before this one's all said and done, we'll be looking to breach. Meanwhile, 8-6 deuce, all hearts, 2 overs in the 9 of hearts. Working for Ibinger. Top pair for Adrian. Checking back and now making trips, which feel a lot more comfortable.
Right on the flop. Just looking for some pot control without a heart, but now with trips, very happy to protect your hand, to get some value from some flush draws, some high card potential as well with the paired board. Ace high, king high might be enticed here in this spot to call a bet of $1 million.
So another 2 million slid into the middle, and then disappointment revealed on the end. Double paired board. Ibinger checking once more. Quite the opposite sensation for the 8 tray. Mateo's filling up.
And also, the greater the potential is now for some potential high card call downs.
Yeah, you're right about that. And we've seen so often a milky little bet is less inclined to get called by a queen high than the big stuff. And that's exactly why Adrian comes with the polarizing 5 million, but Ibinger's mind made up. Lets it go. These are a couple of clinicians, Maria. It's fun to see guys that are as good as these two are clashing. Stylistically speaking, would you consider them more similar than different?
I would say that typically speaking against an average opponent, they would probably deem their style to be quite similar. But I do feel like in terms of the way that I think, every contingent has their own specialty or plays a little bit differently. And I think with someone like Ibinger, who of course is co-founder of a training site, talks very regularly with a lot of amazing players that are in the lab all of the time, I think that his approach might be a little bit more studied. And Adrian, not that he's a feel player by any means, but I've also seen Mateos go for it in spots where maybe it might not be solver approved,
Right.
but he just has that feel for the game. That's the X factor, I think, for some of the great players.
Hence why we call him the conquistador. The man conquers. And he conquers the limp there from Ibinger. Training side, by the way, you're talking about, worthy of giving them a little love. Poker Code, which he developed alongside Fedor Holtz, a well-decorated Triton veteran.
Yeah, and Mario Mosbach is somebody that studied in the grindhouse of Poker Code under the tutelage of the founders.
Think about just how much people would pay for that opportunity to tap into the minds of Ibinger and Holtz. Second occasion on which Queen 10 offsuit specifically has decided to check back from the big blind for Ibinger. Ideas to be collected, as Nick Schulman often puts it. King 9 tray, gut shot, checking over, just 5 high. Asking nicely for this 1.5 million in the middle, but Ibinger unable to relinquish. Ace on the turn.
A little backdoor equity in the form of a wheel draw for Mateos. You wonder, does he want to try to target the weaker part of Ibinger's range that would have continued on the flop? Maybe some 3Xs, maybe some straight draws.
Price second.
1.8.
That's 1,800,000.
1.8. And just get a load of the ambition on Adrian here.
And not completely out of the realm of possibility that against a 20 big blind stack, that Mateos will have some button traps, limping in here with some ace X's, planning to limp shove against a raise. So I wouldn't say that just because this was a limped pot pre that Adrian doesn't have any ace X's in his range. I think it's very probable. Some of the strongest aces, of course, ace king could easily play as a trap pre.
Brute force. That's how we describe situations like that, as the benefit of position on display. Not that it was anything more than queen high with a gutter. Staring at an ace and a king out there, and as you mentioned, some prospective traps from that button range of Mateos. They could have been credibly repping, but as we could see, just 5 high, a wheel gutter, no showdown value. Taking it away.
And that's why you want to make sure that you're employing a mixed strategy, especially heads up, meaning that you have limps, folds, and limp calls and limp raises from the button, so that your opponents are really able to determine whether or not your hand is going to connect with certain flops too easily.
Well, Matthias playing a limp jam. As Adrian gets a little smack on the wrist. Gosh, it really is one of these sorts of heads-up battles where you think everything in the armory is going to be on display. The full toolkit, the entire arsenal, both of these guys can bring it to the table at any moment.
Well, in a way, that's what they've trained their whole career for. You don't study as much as some of these players have to not be ready when the opportunity presents itself to bust out the entire kit.
And when that entire kit is at an opponent's disposal, it becomes so much more difficult to play against. Ace deuce 3, some difficulties for 9 high. Mateos flopping a 3. Limped pre. $500,000 flick. Take it down, sir. You know, in conversations throughout the years at the desk, when opportunities present themselves about pesky opponents, ways in which to describe opposition from time to time, the word annoying comes to mind. And it is precisely because when you square off with guys like this, there's no let up. There's just no spot in which it seems like they're just, okay, you know what I mean? No resignation. They're just fighting tooth and nail every street, even if they're just taking it deep into the shot clock. You know what I mean? Before, as we can see sometimes, a hand that has no future mucks. It just, that wet blanket, like, this guy's all over me. What's going on here?
Yeah, and in heads-up play, there's already nowhere to hide. You're already involved in every single pot, whether you want to be or not. But especially when you are playing against this caliber of an opponent, it's relentless to a degree that is going to be exponentially harder to, over a long period of time, sustain than your average heads-up opponent.
I mean, you got to have some real mental toughness to withstand the exhausting nature of being put into spot after spot by guys at this caliber. You know, in their ilk, they're battle-tested, obviously more than capable of rising to the occasion, but the average player, it is a big ask.
This is what people talk about when they say that poker, especially tournament poker, is a young person's mind sport, because you have to have stamina for this type of mental battle and exhaustion.
4s here for Adrian, who raised to 1.1 pre. Check, check. Heibinger with the gutter. Nothing changing on the turn.
Ibinger looking to lead that equity. Would like to just take it down right here.
Sure, unimproved, 2.7.
And going for a sizing that's a bit uncomfortable for a hand as weak as 4x. But Mateos, undeterred, presence of quite a few draws in the form of some flush possibilities, some straight possibilities, of course, 8-5, 6-5, Queen, Jack, maybe Jack 9.
Running pair as Mateos called the lead. And now will Ibinger surrender? 6.2 back, 8.1 in the middle.
Well, running trips is going to be a very small part of both Ibinger's range and Mateos's range here. You know, when Ibinger leads that turn with so many draws possible, it's just going to be more likely that he could have busted draws here than have trips.
Look at this. Ibinger not ready to relinquish this one with 8 high, barreling 2.7, and that feels value sized.
Yeah, and then you have to think, does Ibinger bet the river when the 10 pairs with all of his King X holdings? You know, maybe not some of the weaker King X's. You know, he certainly would probably be checking a 7X. So I don't think Mateos is really scared of 10s and 7s here. And
sniffs it out. So many busted straights and flushes. And caught with his hand in the cookie jar is Ibinger.
7 big blinds now for Ibinger.
This is a low water mark. That river bluff was a healthy chunk of what he had back. Now, 3.5 million. That's all he's got. Can Adrian finish the job?
And this is the purely technical side of the game, Ollie. Once you have your opponent down to sub 10 big blinds, it's very clear, you know, what hands go into the calling range for Ibinger, what hands go in the shoving range for Mateos. Well, Jack 9 suited going to call pretty quickly here and has Ibinger dominated.
Now remember, last time they got into this spot, it was Jack 6 against Jack 10, advantage Ibinger. Now, Mateos quickly running over to give his rail the update that he is the dominant holding. Might his first ever Triton title be just 5 cards away? %64 of the time, as of right now, that will be the outcome. Peel a burn off the top and then deliver a flop. Four, 5, 8. 6s and 7s being anti-sweated. Paths to an immediate lead for Ibinger. And there is one of them, the 6, as he makes the 8 high straight. Adrian could win with a 7. Instead, another 6 on the end. And the resiliency of the Austrian might be getting under his skin a little bit, that being Mateos's.
Yeah, very pesky right now is Ibinger to Mateos and his hopes of clinching his first Triton title.
there is a little bit of double up fatigue, I guess, for lack of a better way to describe it, when you got a guy down to like 5 bigs, 3 bigs, sub 10 in general, and you get him all in, especially if you're putting him in and have the best of it, a dominant spot like that, and he just won't die, that we begin to experience. Although, again, even if you sense emotion from Adrian, and he doesn't display a ton of it, the cards are still being played in a manner consistent with what he knows and knows so well.
Mateos is called a conquistador, but maybe he'd rather be called the exterminator because there is...
Because he's got this pest, Ibinger keeps doubling through him that he hasn't been able to get rid of. A7-5 on this one.
6.
Jack high in front of 10 high. Playing 300, 600. Adrian able to just ask politely for that one. 600K. Take it. Uneventful. There's a real tug of war surrounding that gold trophy and that watch, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, it's well polished. They are sparkling.
Come on. You're not going to put the fingerprint smudgy trophy out there. What kind of operation you think we're running?
All in.
Ace on the button off of 13 bigs. Ibinger says it's good enough. Adrian letting that one go. Did you see any popcorn on the menu, by the way? Because I'm ready for a bag. In terms of sit back and just soak up this epic battle between these two.
Yeah, some popcorn, some love seats. Get comfy. We could be here for a while, but we are very entertained and not mad about it.
Maybe a like seat, Maria. We've been friends a long time. Don't make it weird. 7s for Ibinger. Mateo's limping in with the Jack 4 suited.
2.4 million.
Upstairs we go.
Yeah, at this depth, electing not to just rip over the limp, but to raise and call it off should Mateos decide he wants to limp re-raise. But here, suited combo finds the call in position, gonna see a flop.
No, by the way, 2.4, a big number. Not just in relation to the stack size, but also the limp of 600. And now the spade draw for the Jack high of Adrian. Nice texture, though, for 2 7s to fire it on in there. 4.5 with 5.4 in the middle.
Yeah, and you're right about the popcorn. Because this one is going to be fun to watch.
1.8. What Ibinger dials up as a follow-through sizing.
And Mateos
All in.
puts in the shove with the flush draw.
Proyecto de color.
And of course, snapper for
La
Ibinger.
pica o la J.
As they're on their backs, 3-2 favorite is the Austrian to double once more through the Spaniard. Mateos giving the update to the rail.
Is it there?
Could this be the moment? Any spade, any jack. 14.4 in the middle.
10-10 deuce with 2 spades. Gonna see the third card.
Luca Vivaldi presiding
There's a
over
real
this
art.
one. The 3 is so clean for the 7s as it doesn't present counterfeit opportunities in the form of an overcard to the 7. And the river, tidy as well, as Matthias Eibinger won't go away.
Do you like your popcorn with extra butter, or?
This is like a Snickers commercial, not going anywhere for a while.
Yeah, for those who looked at the effective stack sizes a few of the times and were thinking, oh, it's got to be over 10 bigs, yada, yada. I don't think you guys have been counting how many times we've seen someone double up here in this heads-up match. How many times the chip lead has been traded back and forth and back again. Now Mateos has 32 bigs to Eibinger's 24 bigs, and if this keeps up, the blinds are going to start eating into their stack depth, making it even more shallow, at
Sure.
which point it's going to be looking much more like a shove fest. But in the meantime, still plenty of post-flop play available to both players.
Now, Eibinger back to a depth where he can play some poker. Limping in the 10-4 suited. Adrian ace-king suited.
2.2.
Wants to play for 2.2. Matthias able to fold away that 1 million. Yes. The dealer push comes in, so does a peek at the updated official chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu, along with all those who have already collected a score here. Disappointing outcomes for Petrangelo and Bonomo. Down toward the bottom. Ponikov's Tong. Zhou Xuan, Chris Brewer, Santosh Savarna in that order. Now, where will the 2.65 park itself, and where will the almost 4 million along with the watch and the trophy? That is what we're sitting around waiting to find out.
All in.
The dirty diaper. Getting tossed by the deuces.
Do you think you have played the dirty diaper more times in your life, or changed a dirty diaper more times?
Well, I've never in my life changed a dirty diaper.
What? Who are
So-
you? You're an uncle.
Right, which means they have their own dad.
No. A part of uncle duty, literally uncle duty.
No way.
Yeah,
What?
every once in a while.
What? Not unless they're like over at my house and there's no parent available.
Oh, so you're telling me that you don't even let your nephew...
I don't want unattended play dates strictly for the diaper situation. I don't want you to bring a bag over and then tell me all the things that I might need to do. Bring them over to my house when they're fully autonomous. They can go in there, close the door, flush, come out, and then we hang out and have a conversation. That's the point at which Uncle Ali activates.
If
But
you
until
ever-
then, you. Queen 6-3 as Ibinger with bottom pair fires 600,000. And Mateos, on the strength of backdoor prospects in the form of that king of clubs and the 7 interactions, has chosen to check raise this one to 2 million, and that is quite a bit of pressure being applied. Hence the fold from Ibinger. You know, it's funny. I'm looking through our YouTube chat right now. Things are being written like, this is frustrating. This isn't fun. Well, imagine having to contend with it from Adrian Mateos' perspective, as he can taste his first Triton title each and every time that the chips get in there. Some of those occasions he is dominant, and yet they battle on. And now Ibinger, with that playable over 20 big blind depth, this isn't going to be a shove fest. You got to dig in, recenter, get after it. We know Mateos is capable, though. Here he goes to work with the Queen Jack. Seven 3 checking back and turning into second pair on a 10 high board out in front of Queen High.
2 overs plus the backdoor straight possibilities for Mateos. Pretty dry texture. Gonna get looked up this street at least by Ibinger. Of course, Ibinger can turn some back doors.
How about the turn? A flush draw to go with what is the best hand. Ibinger check called 900. Will he face another barrel?
And this was a limped pot pre, so certainly Ibinger could have plenty of deuce X here, but so could Mateos, you know. Looks like Mateos does opt to check back, and the flush comes in for Ibinger.
So things just getting better and better for Matthias here of late. Adrian slowing down on the turn. And it looks like Ibinger's going to do his own work. Into the 3-6. Comes the overbet.
Yeah, and there are some busted straight draws from the flop. 5-4, 6-4. You know, you wonder if Ibinger would have probably just elected to raise some of the ace-X combos that could have some wheel gutties on the flop. But Mateos doesn't beat, of course, ace-high, and ace-high wouldn't bet this river, this sizing. So really just taking that brief pause, thinking about the 5-4 combos, the 6-4 type combos, the straight draws that missed, but does end up folding the queen high.
Can't help but notice, Maria,
Mm-hmm.
that effectively everyone in the chat has agreed with me with respect to
Mm-mm.
what uncle
No,
duty
no.
involved.
No, no,
and it
there
isn't
was-
changing diapers. Thank you, chat.
There was a solid 1 or 2 people out there that said, I
Mhm.
have nephews, I have nieces, and I can say that it is absolutely a part of
No,
uncle duties.
It just isn't.
You're a bad uncle. That's all. I mean, like, I'm
My
not trying to
nephews
call you
love
out, but
me.
right, because you're the funkle.
No, you know why?
But
Exactly.
you don't take care of their needs.
Excuse me? What? They're like 7 through 2 years old. Like, what do you mean their needs? Like, if they're hungry, I'll give them food and what? Anyway, 9-4-3.
You just make them sit there
all hearts, yes.
with a
in
diaper full of
timeout.
duty.
Stop it. 4th heart on the turn here. Now a gut shot for Ibinger. Doesn't feel particularly relevant. Limped Pre, who wants it?
Mateos doesn't feel like he's able to win here. Of course, no heart, just queen high is going to have to fold.
What a brawl this has been. Reminds me growing up watching boxing matches that would go all the way into the 12th round, but each fighter would have been knocked down at various points. The count gets up to 7, 8. You know, you think that they're not going to get up, then suddenly they're on their feet.
Could you imagine if poker was a timed event where they're only allowed to play and to a certain amount of time or rounds, and then it's
Whoever has more chips? Or
that's one way
and then
to,
it's
or
a
to a
fight?
decision. No.
Oh, to a decision.
Like,
so you get like style points and
yeah.
stuff. Scorecards. That would be an interesting concept. Meanwhile, we're going to play it the way it's been played for ages. On the square, bottom pair, betting, queens calling. 4 on the turn. Uneventful. Limped Pre, Ibinger, checking again.
Flush comes in on the river.
Yeah, no betting on the turn.
Yeah, and it feels like this might not be the best card for Ibinger to start pursuing value. I think on some other drier rivers, maybe he would, but it looks like he is reaching, but probably going to go fairly small, 1/3 pot. And this is tough for Mateos, but the price is just right for his pair of sevens.
Ends up being milked for a milli.
You know, perhaps we're getting it all wrong. The size from Mateos, not frustration, but maybe just a little bit of breathing, some meditative breathing.
I don't know how to tell you
Okay,
this,
no.
Maria, but if I turn your attention to the chip counts, do you notice anything?
Oh, wow. Ibinger back in the chip lead.
Believe it or not, the man who had $3.5 million not long ago has now vaulted into the lead over Mateos after that last pot, who wakes up with a couple of tens here but cannot vanquish his opponent, as he's the covered stack. Jack 3 never interested. Ace Queen against Queen Jack.
Some pretty looking holdings for heads up as Adrian kicks things off with the limp, and no doubt Ibinger is going to want to put in more chips. And now these players at a depth, you know, just slightly sub 30 bigs, where it could be enough post-flop streets to be played here, as well as pre-flop aggression going to be ramped up.
2.2 million out of Ibinger isn't going to bring this one to a close. Mateos making the call. 5 million in the middle. King 8-4. Neither player improving.
Pretty dry texture though, and Ibinger checking over the ace high. Certainly doesn't plan to check fold very often, I don't think, but also deciding not to lead there and not bloating the pot out of position with a hand with showdown.
Round to knuckles, delivering a 7 to the board. And the nut no pair. Checks once more. Another check back from Adrian. 4-liner, courtesy of the 6.
And you begin to wonder with the way that Ibinger has played this hand, checking all the way to the river after being the pre-flop aggressor, if Mateos can start putting Ibinger on some of these ace highs where queen high isn't going to win at showdown.
Check.
$19.7 now in front of Mateos as the full shutdown sends the pot his way. 33 bigs to Mateos' 23.
Guys, we're about to do the ceremony, so I'll cue you when you need to mute for the bangs.
And now it's Mateos' turn to have a big ace. Would be plenty happy to raise, call it off with 23 big blinds in this spot.
2.2.
10 deuce, unable to slip in there as the ace jack suited. Declares 2.2 and takes it. Boy, this has really been one for the ages of sorts in terms of Triton heads-up battles, Maria. Very memorable. And very meaningful, too. I mean, when you consider this is for $1.3 million that they're playing. The consequence of each and every one of these decisions so magnified.
And even with the exceptional resumes of both these players, there's only so many times that you get to play heads up for a 7-figure difference. And when that happens, you have to be able to make the most of it and to capitalize on that time. You know, each pot, each hand, each potential mistake that you make is costing real significant equity in the form of dollars. These are $100,000 pots here.
Mm-hmm. Pretty staggering to think.
Ibinger, kings now.
Way out in front of this 9-6 suited. Tried to trap. Adrian doesn't bite, and now he flops a 6 on a 10-10-6 board. That's a lot of hand in a spot like this.
Could be quite troublesome. Ibinger with the check back.
And this is starting to get a little complicated.
Yeah, you wonder if Mateos might be seeking some protection from 2 overs, plus getting some value from ace highs with the paired board. And he does come out firing 1.2 million.
flatting once more as Mateos does fire. And here comes a 7 on the end. I don't think it's the kind of card that's causing concern for Adrian, though it does fill in some of the straights.
Yeah, I think that if Ibinger, though, had some type of straight potential, you know, the 9-8 type holdings, he might have just fired the flop, I think, when check 2.
$900.
You see just 1.5x min bet here. It's the type of sizing. It's a type of sizing, excuse me, that just almost feels like it's begging to be raised. It's the type of hand that is going for thin value. Looks very much like 10s and 6s here.
And this is not what Adrian wanted to see. A raise to 3.6. The request for another 2.7 of the 12-6 that he has back.
And Mateos blocking 9-8, blocking straights here. Wondering what type of hands is Ibinger willing to check back that flop after he raised pre and probably won't very often think that Ibinger has a hand as strong as kings in this spot.
All in.
Oh, wow. I don't know if I saw that coming, though. Going for the small sizing ollie on the river, gets raised, and now is turning his hand into a bluff.
Unconvinced, obviously, that Ibinger has a straight or trip 10s.
Well, when you're blocking the straight with that 9 in your hand, it certainly feels like a good candidate to go for the shove. This is what I'm talking about, ladies and gents.
If you have a bluff.
Oh, and Ibinger recognizes that with some frequency, this doesn't beat 2 kings as he bins the winner.
And that is Adrian Mateos.
Behold. That was gangster.
Keeping us on our toes, Ollie. Nothing is a foregone conclusion when it comes to Adrian.
I mean, while the 9 blocks, as we see the blinds going to 400, 800,000, courtesy of GTO Wizard. Mateos taking over the chip lead, and Ibinger now the shorter of the 2 stacks, thinned out by that blind increase, while the 9 did block the 8-9, the 5x combo, 5-8, 3-5, was still very much a possibility, one would think, even as played. I don't know. Obviously took his chances, Maria. You said not everything he does is solver approved. Perhaps that was the solver line to take. Unclear. Nevertheless, he marches on and does so with the chip lead, having pulled that one off. Wind at his back a bit. Barrels and takes this one in position.
And now just trying to chip away at Ibinger, as Mateos was able to do earlier, but wasn't able to finish him off once he got short. Ibinger was as short as 7 big blinds at one time.
Now, Maria, I know you have a loose grip on Spanish. Perhaps breakfast in Cabo from time to time.
Oh, yeah.
You're familiar
Huevos.
with the term huevos?
Yes.
There's another meaning for huevos that our Latin American audience will instantly appreciate and know exactly why I'm bringing it up. And it is in relation to what was required of Adrian Mateos to make that move there, cojones. I'm still in a little bit of shell shock.
Yeah, listen. You go for the very small sizing on the river with a straight blocker, with boat blockers. You get raised by your opponent, and you know what? Instead of call or fold, when you're Adrian Mateos, you're like, nah, I know what I need to do now.
Jack 10-4 board here.
8.
Limped pre. Adrian, it does feel like he's got a little pep in his step now, doesn't it?
Well, when you're able to find that play in a spot where once Ibinger raised that river, it made it very valuable and very worth it to try to re-steal. And Mateos was able to execute and get the fold from Ibinger. You've got to be feeling confident after pulling something like that off.
Ace-Jack suited. Played as a limp by Ibinger.
Yeah, a lot of designs here to limp call off with this stack with such a strong hand.
Nice.
Oh, Adrian gonna take it upstairs with that deuce 3. This is exactly what Ibinger was hoping for. Limp jam, 2.8 million earned without so much as a flop. As Mateos again showing his resiliency.
Probably has to track for one of the longer heads-up battles you guys have ever seen.
Without question. And, you know, we've been placing a lot of focus and attention on Adrian. Let us not overlook the fact that it has been a real roller coaster, a whipsaw for Ibinger, and yet he looks no worse for the wear. Couple of king 3s.
All in.
Jam there from Adrian. Where would these two rather be, honestly?
No, you're absolutely right about that.
You can just feel it. This is two guys who have put in tremendous efforts over the course of their careers and carved themselves into these precision instruments that we see on display here. Ace-Queen against Ace-Jack. A good spot now for Ibinger. Limping, as he did before with the Ace-Jack suited, and inducing the jam from Mateos. A snap from Ibinger, and he's going to have a shot at the chip lead. 22-6 in the middle.
Mateos muttering under his breath. Very much a cooler for these stack sizes.
We are just observers as two greats collide.
Of spade, Adrian shows ace jack. Ace of clubs, jack of diamonds. We're going to see a flop.
Luca Vivaldi, front and center,
The flop
and
is
some
six,
opportunities.
deuce.
On this board, can Mateos find the jack for the lead? 6 for a chop. Jason Kuhn wants a peek.
There is a 3 of spades, bringing 2 spades on board.
3 on the turn, now eliminating the jack of spades as an option for Mateos, and the river stays clean. Ibinger holding on
How much?
and taking the chip
10.9.
lead once more.
Yeah, virtual flip-flop here in terms of Ibinger now 2-1 over Mateos in the chip lead. I don't know. I think the chip lead probably traded hands, what, 6, 7 times during
Who's
the course of this
counting?
heads-up match? I mean, I've clearly lost count, which is why I was asking you.
I'm just marveling at what we've seen out of both of these players. Honestly, each would be a tremendously worthy champion. The difference, of course, that Ibinger has tasted victory at Triton twice before, while Mateos has yet to experience the thrill. King 10-7 board and a limp pot here.
$800.
Check fold from Matthias. Kind of helicoptered that one into the muck. Well, now is a good time to take a visit to betacr.eu. Exclusive action prediction options on Triton events. 15% free play opportunities up to $250 in value there. Elevate your sports engagement experience at betacr.eu. Do you think it would be a scandal if I went on betacr.eu and started live betting? I probably shouldn't do that, right?
No.
I don't want any of those optics.
I don't even know why you would even ask if that would remotely be okay.
Well, because there's that bonus, that 15%. I mean, you know.
Yeah,
that's
but it's very much like me trying to enter myself into that free Triton merch giveaway.
Oh, yeah, you don't have a lot of Triton merch.
Yeah, but what would it look like if I came in here with all my Triton swag that I won
If you
off
won,
of?
yeah, it would look bad.
But
you know.
I just didn't even enter myself. Why even put myself in a position where people might think something is rigged, Ollie?
Gamble. It's like people that oversell in tournaments and then cash. They can't help themselves.
Yeah, there's one very specific person I think of when we talk about that's...
Now. This isn't the platform.
No, I wasn't
for airing dirty laundry.
Wasn't going to name names.
King Jack. Played as a limp by Mateos. Obviously, his gears have shifted somewhat, being the shorter of the two stacks.
Hmm.
8, 9, 10. Got shot straight draw for Ibinger. Checks it over to Mateos. Obviously, way better hand with the open ender and king high.
1.6.
Bet 1,600,000.
Very natural bet here with all of that equity.
Queen 4 releasing. Do you think we might just get to a point where these guys are playing like 6 or 7 big blinds each? We're just going to just keep trading the chip lead. Nobody able to eliminate the other.
Well, The very next blind level is going to be 500K 1 million, if I'm not mistaken, and there's only 34 million chips in play.
Well, the shorter each of their stacks get, the more gamble is going to be associated with determining our winner. And obviously, neither of them want that to be the lion's share of what's responsible.
No, I mean, when first we started heads-up play, I believe it was about a 50 big blind average at that point, and there's certainly room for the skill edge to be realized there. But when we're talking about an average stack of 16 big blinds at the next blind level, you definitely don't want your skill edge to be diminished when you're playing for this much of a pay difference between first and second.
$2.4.
Bet 2,400,000.
Both players with top pair, but Mateus having Eibinger severely outkicked here.
So after they both check the flop, Eibinger swinging 2.4 million. Mateus making the call. You see him staring right over
Saved
Mateus
by the river.
Board pairing 6 leaves both players with that 10 kicker.
And sometimes Eibinger would have continued with some 6Xs, sometimes some 10Xs, though.
$2.3.
Bet 2,300,000.
Jack.
You see Adrian shaking his head. Anybody care to translate what he's muttering under his breath?
It may not always be kosher, is my guess.
Well, we finished the first bucket of popcorn. Should we get another one now, or is that too much popcorn in one sitting?
You know, when you have too much popcorn, you do tend to get a tummy ache. I don't know if it's just the butter or if it's just the nature of inverted corn kernels that probably weren't meant for digestion.
I'm actually much more of a sweet popcorn person than a savory
like
popcorn.
the kettle corn?
Kettle,
Delicious.
caramel, a little
Yes.
caramel drizzle.
I don't know about all that drizzle. Relax. I mean, just let the standard kettle sweet savory. You take like Smuckers and just.
No.
What are you doing?
No,
That's for ice cream.
It's
Maria.
like gourmet popcorn shops.
Oh, you're talking about the cold popcorn that has the chocolate and the whatever. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's that stuff will kill you. 10-4 suited versus 7-3 suited. An all diamond flop would be a killer. Instead, it's ace-4 deuce. Wheel gutty. Knuckles over to second pair.
800.
Bet 800,000.
Teos feels good about betting in position in a hand that leaves the fours to be a bit vulnerable with this texture. Eibinger putting pressure with that gutter. The backdoor possibilities also might present itself on the turn. And 7 high just so weak where it can benefit from getting a fold right here. Mateos, though, with the same backdoor flush potential.
Three on the turn, pairs Ibinger, still behind the fours of Mateos. Is he going to try to rep a 5? With the 4-liner out there, having the betting lead upon the check raise from 800 to 2.6.
Check.
We have our answer. As he does slow down after breathing 7.6 into this one.
I was hoping to turn more equity, which would make it a very easy continue on the turn, but now facing a little bit of resistance from Mateos with that call against the check raise. Does slow down, and this is also a spot, you know, considering this was a limp pot pre, where given Mateos' effective stack size to start the hand about 20 bigs, Mateos will have more ace-X's as traps.
Look at that river. The wheel just showing up after both parties check, and these are kind of the spots where you look back at Jack 9 versus Jack Deuce, board pairs on the end. You look here at the spot where your 4s were in front. 5 shows up on the end. And the frustration can get very real.
It's not even so much that Mateos... Wow.
Oh, my.
Ibinger trying to fold out chops. Blocks 7-6. Not going to allow Mateos to have an easy decision with the straight on board. How often does Ibinger have a hand containing a 6 here? When he check raise that flop, does he check raise there with a hand like 6-3 perhaps? Well, Mateo certainly did not want to call off the rest of his stack to find out. And Mateos now down to 14 big blinds.
Ibinger able to lay claim to that one. Earning it for himself. Unwilling to share. Now an ace-king suited.
5 seconds.
The person in chat who said, "Oh, they just have 10 bigs." This isn't going to go on for long. They're definitely they're definitely asleep already now.
Yeah, they haven't been watching what we've been watching. Deuce 4. Mateos able to get in front of this ace-king, which limped pre. We've seen a lot of strong hands limping on the button of late for Ibinger. Was able to play at least one that I recall as a jam over the top of an Adrian raise, but here, holding the chip lead, a little less inclined to make those moves is Mateos as he checks and faces 800K. Making the call. 7 rolling off on the turn.
And because this was a limped pot, of course, Mateos can't have all 2-pair combos, can't have a lot of pair and straight draws, but
checking back and hitting the ace.
Yeah, what does Ibinger care when he's gonna river his gin card? and a card that Mateos is going to expect Eibinger to fire when it appears.
2,650,000. 2,650,000.
There is no 50.
But you have the white chips.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
Okay, yeah. 2,650,000. I haven't seen those 25. 2,650,000.
And we have seen Mateos do some pretty sick things with turning some hands into bluffs, but here it's really just about whether Eibinger has an ace in this spot.
Call.
Oh, Adrian making the call. Not sure I expected that. Bluff catching, and you just feel now for Mateos, Maria.
He really hasn't been able to get much going in the sense of when he's had the chip lead, Eibinger just keeps crawling back, doubling through when he's short. And then it feels like the deck is not cooperating either, you know, getting turned, getting rivered. Eibinger seemingly hitting what he needs.
You know, I've never filled an empty swimming pool with maple syrup and then decided to take a dip in it, go for a lap or two, but I would imagine the feeling of trying to work your way to victory in this heads-up match is similar in terms of resistance levels and discomfort.
It's 8, right? Yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
yeah, sorry.
5 seconds.
All in.
Call.
Down to 8 big blinds.
Call.
A very quick shove from the 5-4 suited and a quicker call from Eibinger's king-queen.
Here we go. Is it Adrian's turn to double off of the short stack and keep this one alive, taking the worst of it? It's going to need to happen that way if the Spaniard wants to retain a shot at his first ever Triton title. Just 41% to 58, 3-2 roughly, is the king-queen. Eibinger seeking that third title. Can he hang on with 13.4 out there? I see a 5. And a smile in Camp Mateos as they take the lead.
Turn is a 7 of clubs.
Safe turn card. And now, don't paint anything on this river. Is the thought swirling in the mind of the Spaniard?
There is a jack
Ooh,
of spades.
and that is the safe paint. The jack. Adrian hangs on and doubles. Eibinger will retain the chip lead.
6.3.
This is the never-ending story.
And as I mentioned, you know, we're very close to the blinds going up, and at that point, there's only going to be about 30 big blinds in play.
It really would be such a shame for the blinds to escalate to the point where we end up playing a flipperment, as it's been called. Just stacks too shallow to do anything other than shove, as these guys truly are so magnificent at their craft.
Yeah, they've given us quite the show so far, and you know, we're hoping to see more of it, but as it gets shallower, their ability to play post will diminish.
Igual pactamos. Puede ser, es que ya está muy...
Well, this is not a scheduled break, but I'm being told that the boys want to talk it over, and they'll need some time to do that. So with Ibinger holding a little north of 20 million, Mateos with 13.4, 12 big blinds separating them, 400, 800 the current level. Back to the desk, Ali and Maria with you. Really, I didn't think that I was signing up to do boxing commentary today, but that's exactly how this is shaped up. A couple of heavyweights trading blows. Everyone has tasted the mat. Blood in everyone's mouths. The mouth guards are looking disjarred. And yet, we roll on. Mateos on that occasion doubling right there. We're going to send it to a quick break. And then when we come back, let's discuss things. We'll find out what the gentlemen have come up with in terms of potential negotiations to avoid luck being the biggest determinant here in this heads-up battle. So then keep it close. In just a few minutes, we'll come back, continuing coverage of this 125K main event final table. Stay close.
GG Poker. So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker
now
site.
larger than all other GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Justin gonna need to spin the wheel. Doesn't love it, but he knows he has to call this one off. 3.9 million in the middle. Teos a 2-1 favorite. All in brought to you by BetACR.eu to send Bonomo home in 8th. Just needs to hold Randy to extend his lead atop of the chip counts. And well,
Oh my god.
It's going to be tough for Justin. Can only chop from here on out as Mateos has flopped the nuts on the Queen Jack 10. Looking for a king and a king only to win half the pot. Doesn't find it, Randy. We have our second elimination of this No Limit Hold'em main event in Monte-Carlo. Another impressive run, the two-time Triton champ, adding a final table to his resume. $491,000 going his way. And with that departure, everyone now guaranteed $668,000.
His turn for the jam.
All you can eat, dealer.
Much needed chips to survive.
Ponakovs does announce himself and a snap call from Brewer. We're going to see 5, Randy. Brewer waking up with top of range. But no, the 2 live cards for Ponakovs means he actually has 35% equity here. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. As everyone else, short stacks, rooting for Brewer in order to secure that 240k ladder as it comes. 9-4-4, neither player connecting. Ace high still in front. Ponakov still live. Ace would end it. Safe turn for Brewer. 6 outs once for Ponakovs. Can he convert? He cannot, Randy. We have our 7th place finisher. Another incredible deep run in the biggest.
Transition very well live. Would love to see him eventually get one of those Triton titles. He made some good plays. Gonna have to settle for 7th.
Yeah, it feels like it's inevitable, right, Randy? We see that man lifting a Triton trophy, not to be in the 125k main, but can just jump straight into the 100k. Spock on the rail there. Rooting on Ibinger, of course. All part of the Poker Code team as Ken Tong taking his time, Randy, and he's going to take the spot.
Risky.
With Joe sat on just 2 bigs.
Man, and Brewer's got ace jack suited. What is going on?
Ken Tong potentially going to be going home in 6th. With Joe Tren just sat there on less than 2 big blinds.
2-2.
Is this just Ken Tong trying to force it a little bit too much, Randy?
I think so, and Brewer going to make the call here to put Ken Tong at risk. Joe Tran gets to sit on the sidelines and maybe get a pay jump into the 7-figure club.
Wow.
Couple ducks. Should be hitting the muck soon.
263k ladder potential. And perhaps a bit of an ICM blunder for Ken Tong from Hong Kong.
Still has 39% though.
Welcome back to the Coliseum, where it has truly been blood sport. A couple of gladiators in Matthias Ibinger and the Spaniard, Adrian Mateos, duking it out. Ali Najad, Maria Ho, and all of you from around the world who have been reveling in this battle, bare knuckle in nature, and we still don't yet have a champion. But what we do have are some details with respect to a deal that apparently has been struck between the two. Producer James just passing word down as they've just worked it all out, officially inking $3.361 million going to Matthias Eibinger. He had the chip lead, straight ICM chip chop, and then $3.12 million is going to go to Adrian Mateos. But a not at all insignificant $100,000 is going to be held back for them to play for, along with, of course, something that you know matters oh so much, perhaps a touch more for Adrian Mateos, the title and the watch.
Right, and Adrian, who seemingly had it in the bag for most of the final table, but found himself up against a very tough opponent in Eibinger. But now I think, of course, we've talked about when the stacks get so shallow that the skill edge becomes diminished. That is when you do want to try to make a deal. Nobody really wants to play a heads-up match for 7 figures, especially when these players are both very evenly matched.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because typically the sentiments are that nobody wants a deal. We want to see them play, keep it pure, right? But in this situation specifically, they are so deep into the structure that I think all of us can get behind the idea, let's carve out most of this prize pool in accordance with where the stacks lie here and now. And then let's continue to play with the same amount of heart, no doubt, that they have brought to the affair thus far. 100,000, the title, and the watch still on the line here in this 125K main event as we send it down into the arena. And those were the payouts originally. Second and first walked you through the fact that it's going to be just about 200K more going Eibinger's way. 240, in fact, 3.361 for him, 3.12 again for Mateos. 100,000, the trophy and the watch, what they're going to be playing for, courtesy of the deal. The lion's share of the almost $17 million prize pool that was amassed, having already been determined. But as I touched on, this may be a situation where Adrian is going to be slightly hungrier. Eibinger already a couple of Triton titles under his belt.
Absolutely. Mateos isn't just going to be simply giving it away now just because they have a nice tidy sum locked up.
Check.
So, first pot on the backside of this deal is one that's going to keep both parties engaged. Advantage Eibinger in a very real way as he's got the straight flush draw and a pair of sixes, limped pre, and now in position upon the check from Jack 7. Fires 800.
Mateos looking at the potential of his hand. Gut shot, 1 overcard, backdoor flush possibilities. Determines that that is good enough for the check raise. And Eibinger has a lot of hand, you know, even if at the moment his pair may not be good, he of course has the backup in the flush possibility, the straight possibility. So much so that he wants to go all in.
That he does.
And that is going to knock Mateos down a little bit.
Check raising to 2.5 million. And being forced to step away from that gutter and the backdoor jack high spades. This is not the way that Adrian wanted to script the start to this battle for the hardware and 100K.
And from 17 bigs down to 12 bigs for Mateos. And only a couple minutes left on this level. And when the level goes up, as I mentioned, we're just going to have 34 big blinds in play between both of them.
You know what I love is the fact that they've made a deal. A lot of the economic pressures have been relieved, yeah? And yet, if I showed you just each of their faces right now, you would have no idea at what point in this heads-up match we were. They are bringing the same level of intensity to this phase as they were prior.
Why do you think we wish the second place finisher congratulations, Ollie? It's because even if they made a whole lot of money finishing in second, the competitor in them feels like the only place that matters is first.
Mm-hmm. And Mateos having to walk away once more as his limp punished by a deuce 3.
You'll never see anybody else win so much money and look so unhappy as the second place finisher in these high buy-in tournaments.
Removed from, I think, the moment enough. Obviously, they can stop and then take stock of what they've accomplished. But suddenly, we have a collision brewing, and this certainly feels like a spot where all the chips could find their way getting into the middle. With short order, you see Eibinger laying the trap to 210s for Mateos.
Yeah, maintaining a balanced limping range. Had some limp folds earlier. Now, very clear limp call here. And against the limp.
And the snap jam, by the way. No sooner had Adrian said the words 2.3, Maria, than Eibinger piles. And now we play for 16.2. There's just about 33 million in play. So if Adrian takes this one down, the stacks will actually be leveled. And here comes Luca Vivaldi presiding over the 100K. Happening
all-in player
elsewhere.
Adrian shows 2 black 10s.
In the room.
Matthias shows ace-king, ace-diamond, king of hearts. We're going to see a flop.
Can the 2 black 10s hold on? Not on this flop. King 8-3. Backdoor clubs. And of course, immediate outs to the 10. That which is on the conquistador's mind. And there is the flush draw as calls of "it's never easy" begin to permeate through the room undoubtedly. Just look at the outs for Adrian.
And the river.
Can he hit?
No!
It's the deuce of spades.
Together for Adrian Mateos, our runner-up on this event. And taking on $3 million.
And he's the first man
$1,000
to walk across and congratulate Matthias Eibinger on his 3rd ever Triton title, padding his 3.36 with an extra 100K. But the main event, watch and trophy, whilst for Mateos, 3.1 million, and yet another occasion on which he falls short in his quest to break the seal and earn his first ever title.
I think that was such a show the two of them put on, you know, neither of them willing to relinquish the opportunity to win this title easily. But again, when you have 2 great players, it's really going to come down to some card distribution, which I do think favored Eibinger throughout the match.
I just stand in awe and admiration of both of them on so many different levels. And I mean it. Obviously, we're here to celebrate our warriors on all occasions, but I don't think anybody who paid attention to this match from its onset to its conclusion could say anything bad about either of these guys. They really brought it, didn't they?
Yeah, they also brought the emotion, which we rarely see, but as you mentioned, just wearing it on their faces, testament to how badly they wanted to win the title.
Yeah, emotion was brought muted and subdued. It wasn't as though these guys were, you know, going berserk, but I really feel as though every ounce of what they had in their toolkits, as we referred to them earlier, was put on display there, and it was truly a treat to watch for us. I know oftentimes I'm not in here when it gets down to heads up and we crown our champs. Always a treat for me to be present for that. So then, we are going to send it to Marianella Pereira, who is going to be standing by with Matthias Eibinger, but that's not going to wrap things up for us because we do have the 100K, and that's going to come your way about 15 minutes after we head to a break on the backside of the interview. So with that, let us send it back down into the arena where a very noble and worthy winner in Matthias Eibinger stands by.
I'm joined by our main event champion, Matthias Eibinger. Matthias, your 3rd Triton title, 3.46 million. How does this main event win compare to your other career highs?
The feeling is just amazing. I mean, it's by far the biggest cash I've ever had. And I've won 2 trophies, both turbo, so now I won a normal event. I have that as well on my list, so I'm just happy.
I love to see this big smile on your face. And it's fair to say at the start of the final table, you and anyone else not named Adrian in a tough spot ICM-wise, but you have such a depth of knowledge in these spots. Was there a part of you that almost welcomed this challenge?
I like this kind of patience and then putting the spots where you risk everything, and Adrian had basically all the chips in play, so it was a really awkward situation, but I really liked it. And the shorter it got, the more I liked it, so it was perfect.
You were having some fun out there. But you were very secretive about your strategy. We tried to get it out of you early on. Nikki P even said, hey, that's a great technician over there. Now that we're standing in this spot, are you willing to share a little bit of your strategy?
I mean, to be honest, there's no real secret. I just, online, I played like 40,000 hyper turbo sit-and goes, you know, so I have a little bit of practice in those short stack scenarios, I guess.
And I do have to say, you have such an incredible composure at the table, but what's going on behind the glasses, under the bright lights?
A little bit of nervousness here and there. I try to hide it as good as possible, but yeah, now I just only feel happiness.
Okay, let's continue the happiness and on to some gifts here. I'm sure you've glanced at this before. It is now yours. It is the beautiful Epic X Jacob & Co. Only for main event winner. You like that, right?
Yeah, I do. I really love it.
And let's keep the gifts coming, shall we? Courtesy of our friends from Bombay, I'd like to invite them out. Here we go, and they can tell you.
Hi, my name is Victoria from Bombay Group. Hi, I'm Annie Frida. So what we have for you is a 2-day stay on our Bombay luxurious yacht. You can bring 5 of your closest friends and you will be treated like royals there. I'm sure you will have the best time.
I think so, yeah. Thank you very much.
Okay, and now, without further ado, let's bring out Tournament Director Luca Vivaldi to present this beautiful hardware your way. Let's see. And I'll hold this, maybe give it back to you. Let's have him hold that trophy. Okay, there we go. Hold it up. Ladies and gentlemen, your $125,000 No Limit Hold'em main event champion, Matthias Eibinger.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy. It's a
GG Poker
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site.
larger than all of GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Neither.
What's that mean? No spade?
Yeah. Can he find a 10 and stay alive?
Good game, guys.
He
Go
can't.
on.
Instead, Tong hits the ace, making the full house.
Take it down.
And Pietrangelo giving some encouragement to Mateos. But obviously, a disappointing 9th place exit for him as Ken Tong will vault into 2nd place. Everybody enjoying the 100K pay jump.
Yeah, tough competitor. Pietrangelo had a bunch of tough spots. Mainly, he's going to think about those 2 jacks he folded to Chris Brewer. But he's got lots of events to redeem himself here at Monte-Carlo.
That he does, adding to his $2.8 million in career Triton earnings with this 9th cash. Up and over $3 million, but still no title for Nick.
Playing like 2040, and I couldn't believe how big he played.
Bonomo getting short. Big blind next hand. Certainly suited ace qualifies to attack.
Bonomo gonna take the spot.
Oh, a couple 8s for the Chinese. This is a lucky hand over there. And he's actually in prime position to take the rest of Bonomo's chips if he can get in there. He knows that Bonomo's in a desperate situation. Certainly will be jamming hands worse than 2 8s. Even the smaller pocket pairs like 7s and 6s I could see go in for Bonomo.
See if Joe wants to take it.
Oh,
He's
does
gonna
lay
lay
down.
it down.
Oh, but what timing, because Ace King was right behind him. We know these are going in.
Well, it's Adrian Mateos' world, and we're all just living in it, Randy. It's going to be a huge favorite against Bonomo. Does Tong notice on him? It's a bit of TV time. Ponakov's getting out of the way. And Justin gonna need to spin the wheel. Doesn't love it, but he knows he has to call this one off. 3.9 million in the middle. Teos a 2-1 favorite. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. to send Bonomo home in 8th. Just needs to hold Randy to extend his lead atop of the chip counts. And wow.
Oh my god.
It's going to be tough for Justin. Can only chop from here on out as Mateos has flopped the nuts on the Queen Jack 10. Looking for a king and a king only to win half the pot. Doesn't find it, Randy. We have our second elimination of this No Limit Hold'em main event in Monte-Carlo. Another impressive run, the two-time Triton champ, adding a final table to his resume. $491,000 going his way. And with that departure, everyone now guaranteed $668,000.
His turn for the jam.
All you can eat dealer.
Much needed chips to survive.
Ponakovs does announce himself and a snap call from Brewer. We're going to see 5, Randy. Brewer waking up with top of range. But no, the 2 live cards for Ponakovs means he actually has 35% equity here. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. As everyone else, short stacks, rooting for Brewer in order to secure that 240k ladder as it comes. 9-4-4, neither player connecting. Ace high still in front, Ponakov still live. Ace would end it. Safe turn for Brewer. 6 outs once for Ponakovs. Can he convert? He cannot, Randy. We have our 7th place finisher. Another incredible deep run in the biggest.
Transition very well live. Would love to see him eventually get one of those Triton titles. He made some good plays. Gonna have to settle for 7th.
Yeah, it feels like it's inevitable, right, Randy? We see that man lifting a Triton trophy, not to be in the 125k main, but can just jump straight into the 100k. Spock on the rail there. Rooting on Ibinger, of course. All part of the Poker Code team as Ken Tong taking his time, Randy, and he's going to take the spot.
Risky.
With Joe sat on just 2 bigs.
Man, and Brewer's got ace jack suited. What is going on?
Ken Tong potentially going to be going home in 6th. With Joe Tren just sat there on less than 2 big blinds.
2.2.
Is this just Ken Tong trying to force it a little bit too much, Randy?
I think so, and Brewer gonna make the call here to put Ken Tong at risk. Joe Tren gets to sit on the sidelines and maybe get a pay jump into the 7-figure club.
Wow.
Couple ducks. Should be hitting the muck soon.
263k ladder potential. And perhaps a bit of an ICM blunder for Ken Tong from Hong Kong.
Still has 39% though to do the dirty.
Indeed. 2 live cards. We did point him out earlier on that this man is here to play for the win. Certainly put on a show. It's been fearless, but it's running into Chris Brewer. On the Jack 6-4 board,
Not good. Can't hit the 9 now.
That's 60% of a straight flush, though, Randy. You know me. Always seeing these backdoors. As he does. Pair is 9, and now a 9 would work for him. 5 outs once. Queen or a 9 needed for Ken Tong to stay alive in this main event. So the deuce of spades completing the run out. Brewer scooping a 3.8 million chip pot has done a fantastic job at separating himself from the rest of the pack. See a handshake there from Joe Tren, who gets to ladder on less than 2 big blinds. The Triton newcomer debutant on his first event at a Super High Roller Series here in Monte-Carlo. Got to be thrilled with that performance, Randy. Really had us on the edge of our seats on multiple occasions. Just fearless throughout. Throughout the bubble, throughout the final 2 tables, and throughout the FT. People saying 265k blunder there.
Oh, 2 tens.
Perhaps, as Joe is now forced all in.
Raise to 500,000. Fold.
Well, suited.
Need some luck.
Is Joe 1 over to the 10s?
Feels like Ibinger needs to just stay away because he can't trust that Mateos is just going to check it down on the flop, turn in river.
Don't do it, Ibinger.
No, he's going to actually put the chips in. It's a big commitment.
Randy, it's interesting because you mentioned you can't trust Mateos to just check it down, and there is a side pot, and a significant one at that. Given that Joe started the hand with 225, there's a side pot of 550k. Thoughts on this flat out of the small?
I don't know. It's definitely not a spot you see too much of. I would have thought he would have folded. And if Mateos bets the flop, which he probably will, then it makes me not like the call as much pre.
Bet 400,000.
Oh, nothing for Mateos to do other than bet with the 10s, and that gets rid of Ibinger. Sees the legit holding.
I'm not voting for the jack. I think Adrian is.
Of Adrian, and yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Adrian is rooting for a jack.
Oddly.
In a weird way. Would allow Mateos to continue leaning into the other stacks. Joe looking to convert this 7% to stay alive. Doesn't do it, Randy. And we've had a couple of quick bust outs in quick succession. The best dressed man at this final table, Triton first timer, Joe Tren from China.
Santosh, how much is that?
Heading home in 5th with a 7-figure payout. And you know, Randy has to be incredibly happy with his result here, laddering.
For the cards that he was dealt, you know, what amazing. You just fold there, keep folding, let people just give you those pay jumps. It's good to see him at the Triton Super High Roller Series for the first time, where he belongs.
Giving me real Sean Winter vibes, you know, the laddering skills of Joe Tren, 5th place. Well, we're just getting warmed up with the high stakes action here in Monte-Carlo as we've crowned our 2 biggest champions of the series, the 125k main event, and of course Dan Smith taking down that $200,000 Triton Invitational just the other night. And well, typically, Maria, we're, you know, warming up towards these bigger binds. This time in Monte-Carlo, we're kicking things off with the bigger binds. The next event that we're jumping into, event number 6, the 100K, and it is Maher Neura leading the field. And we've got a little bit of day one coverage, something that we haven't really had too much of this series.
Yeah, a cool down to a cool 100K. No big deal, right? But obviously a lot more players came out for the 125K than showed up for the 200K Invitational. So big prize pool expected here in the 100K.
Yeah, already up to 90 runners in this one, and really wouldn't surprise me if we eclipse, obviously, that 100 runner mark. Nobody's come to just fire 125K in the main and then fly back home, you know, when there's 100K on. So got to be keeping an eye on the total entries. Always comes down to, you know, who busts and when they bust, obviously. Some fresh faces in the mix that we haven't had on our screens so far. Lynn over on the blue feature table on the Triton Poker Plus app. Shemian also in the mix. Wilson, Brock Wilson, who we haven't seen, over on table 6. Kolshape Gatian, who we haven't had a chance to see too much of. Biao Ding, as well as Garignani, Heath, and Kim, all going to be entertaining us for the final 2 levels of play. As I just saw that number jump up to 91. Who's jumped in? Let's have a quick look. Who's going for the max late reg? It looks like Mario Mosbach and Johannes Strava, Brian Kim, all with fresh stacks. So again, still late reg open. We get to sit back and just enjoy some day one coverage as Des Eibinger took down the 125K main. Let's throw it down to the main floor for one final time this evening. So just finding out from producer James Dempsey, we have one more level of late reg. In other words, it's a free-for-all and a shove fest for the next 40 minutes. And when the fun stops, stop.
So after that, 2 more levels. So a total of 3 levels to be played before the end of the night.
It's just me and you, Maria, right now. Apologies. So is it just me, or?
Yeah, I think maybe lacking some table audio, but we shall see.
That's good, because Ben Heath's currently breathing into his mic, so it's all good. Garignani opening from the cutoff. Big blind 8K. Brazilian Triton champion took down an event for the first time in London. First Brazilian to get his hands on a Triton trophy, as the Brazilian Armada had been threatening to take a piece of golden hardware back across the pond. Garignani delivered in the 30K Turbo Bounty in London, as Heath flops best on the 10-4-3. Oh, we're getting room service.
I need a little snack.
Yeah.
It's
You
been.
should have said
I've been
it.
on for, you know.
Don't start.
What?
No.
Does that
None
look
of that.
a little bit of quiche for you?
Call mum and dad if you have a problem with that.
Call mom and dad. Call mom and dad.
Garignani checking on over to Heath, rocking the classic white Triton hoodie. Feel free to tuck into that quiche. Mute your mic. Bon appetit when in Rome. Looks incredibly tasty. Thanks for asking me. It's,
I figured you had time for a nice 5-course meal, perhaps.
Mute your mic. It's okay.
You know, down by the palace with a nice view, perhaps, of Casino Monte-Carlo.
Some of us actually have to work, you know.
Oh, right. I don't remember seeing you for the last few hours, Henry.
You've got to fire out a little sprinkle, and of course, Garignani. Apologies, chat. Mum and Dad are arguing. We're back. We're taming it. Up to 91 runners in this one. Heath, another one of those that just seems to be so consistent as we dive back over to table 7, as Vyacheslav has got it in fantastic shape against Shemian. Some chop outs now.
Shemian, freshly shaved, though. Do you notice? Like, not really rocking much facial hair this stop, as opposed to some others where we've seen him and does pay out a full double here. No worries. Reg still open.
We first saw him in London earlier on this year. We took down the 50K for 1.35 million. One of two cashes for him there. Nice to see him with a case of the Triton poker bug. Typically see return customers after venturing out. Get a little taste of what Triton has to offer. Shemian back in action, but coming up short. The ace-queen of spades against Mr. BVB. Vyacheslav Bolozhin, 3.2 million in Triton earnings. One title coming in Cyprus in the 50K for 1.34 million. Had quite the series there. Didn't join us in London. Glad to have him back here in Monte-Carlo. The huge double there, by the way. It's a chip lead pot, close to 100 big. So, how did the money work its way in? It was blind v blind.
And you see Dan Smith rocking that fresh, new champion hat. Just took down his first title, of course.
What about Lucas Greenwood's hat?
In the Invitational.
What's that? Is that Fila?
No, it's definitely not Fila.
Why definitely not Fila?
Because I know what Fila looks like, and that's not it. But I don't know what
Fendi?
that is. It's also not Fendi. It's further away from Fendi than it is Fila.
So I'm trying to get a read on Lucas Greenwood, okay?
All in.
The hat action as Shemian sub 20 taking the rejam spot. Computer hand.
And back-to-back ace-kings for Boldigan.
All in.
Wow, he's going to go for the 1-2 KO.
How much is that?
To send Shemian back in, and hang on. There's a lot of kings and aces out there. There's Dan Smith, fresh off that dub. A $3.8 million dub in the 200K Triton Invitational. An ace-king of his own. Three-way affair. One would assume as contemplates his options. We know that this money is going in the middle. Just mulling over all the options before announcing all in as ace-king, ace-king. The ace-4, can Shemian do the upset in the form of a will, clubs, or spiking a 3 outer to triple up.
Which one?
4-7-1 in the middle. There is a small side pot between VBV
inside information, so I don't want to.
Dan Smith. Lucas Greenwood has inside information.
You're ace-king, right? I think.
I mean, isn't saying you have inside information the same as saying you have one of those cards?
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for not... Yes, precisely. I didn't want to say it, but thank you. That's 100% the case. Inside information. We're not working in a bank as the 3 of spades. Rolls off on the river. No dice for Shemian as he does. Fortunately, have 32 minutes left on the clock to pony up to find 100K. I mean, we're in Monaco. I'm sure if you venture down to the bay and stop a few strangers,
I mean, yeah, the ace-king without a club, I guess, is the better one.
probably be able to pull together 100K.
I mean, if you're a panhandler in Monaco, you get 100 euros straight into the little hat or the tin. They don't do ones here. They don't do fives. The loose change, nobody's got it. Only big bills here.
Hang on. What is a, you say panhandler?
Yes, it's American English for somebody who perhaps is asking for money on the street.
A panhandler. Okay. Learn something.
What do you guys call it?
Beggars.
Well, that just seems a little Does it? Offensive, just mean.
Ask Shakespeare. Okay.
Ask Shakespeare.
Ask Shakespeare.
He came up with it. It's fine.
We're going old school, you know, the old school English. KCG finding the 3-bet against an under the gun open. Carignani getting pushed around a bit here at table 6. Please, I know you've been here for hours. Just enjoy your quiche.
No, it's okay. I'm fine.
Smells amazing. Up to 95 runners now. As expected, this final level to enter. Chips going in looser fashion. Danny Tang, Leon Sturm, Kiat Lee, Brian Kim all recently re-entering. Danny Tang running. How about, well, hang on a minute. How about this hand history? Danny Tang's 10s running into Petrangelo's aces, running into Mikita Baziakowski's 9-6 of clubs. Guess which hand won the lot?
9-6 of clubs.
Oh, yeah. Big lick getting there.
Avi.
On the 10-7-5 2-club board.
Okay.
Top set for Danny Tang. Petrangelo with the aces. Baz with the inside straight flush draw. Yao Ding, another Triton champion. 2.5 million in earnings, 8 cashes, 1 title. That title coming in Cyprus at the start of the year in the 30K mystery bounty. He then went on to pull the biggest bounties as well, and I think he had the first pull. So there was a big upset.
Very anticlimactic from what I remember.
In the room.
And as you mentioned, people are just going to be firing in their short stacks right now with Reg still open. And you see Brian Kim shoving over the open from the small blind with ace-6 offsuit.
I don't think so, actually. I think I'm just showing everything at the win. But there's not as many great options. Like if you're looking to play like big stakes.
So far, so good. Yao Ding.
There's reasonable stuff.
Well, a few more outs materializing on the turn. Kim looking for a 5 or an ace is the ace of clubs.
Ooh.
Didn't even flinch. Wasn't even giving it the whole let's stand up out of my chair, unmiked kind of nonsense.
Mentally was already at the registration cage, but gets to keep his butt in this seat for a little bit.
Okay.
Brian Kim came second in that 50K turbo.
Well, that's
the other night, losing to his good friend Jonathan Jaffe.
A couple days after I tried to book, and it was too late.
I like the dynamic here. Yeah, you're not lucky.
I think Caesar's Diamond, though, is separate than, like, their promotions are separate. Like, I don't think that, I mean, maybe they block it out entirely, but my friend, I don't know if you know this, Steven Sung, he, like, booked a day of, it was announced, and he got it. So, yeah.
Brock Wilson, first time venturing out to a Triton Super High Roller Series. Already established himself as a Super High Roller across the pond. One of the young up-and-coming players from the States to keep an eye on. Carignani from Brazil, conceding the small blind isn't part of their language, that part of the world.
Yeah, it's funny. I'll never forget, I was playing in a cash game with Fabiano Kowalski from Brazil, of course, and he at one point said, if I fold this hand, they won't let me back into Brazil. Not Jack 4, but just like a hand.
It's true. I don't think I've ever seen a Brazilian with late reg still open fold a small blind.
They revoke your citizenship, basically.
It's something they're taught in grade school. Do not fold from the small blind. Got Barbara in the chat saying she's rooting for Biao Ding. Oh, thanks for that, Barbara. We'll let Biao Ding know. Let us know who you're rooting for.
It's pretty crazy the size.
A lot of talent
though,
at this table.
40 million is like, it's big.
97
Are you going for that, or
runners.
you just doing the odds? Okay. Yeah. Oh, because there's the 1 mil.
Are you gonna play that? Sick. Have you ever played that? Like.
I believe there's a discussion of the $1 million buy-in. It's going to be in Vegas later on this year. Heath saying he's going to play, perhaps? Brock Wilson? Are you going to jump in, Maria?
You know, I've been thinking about how much money a panhandler makes in Monaco, and I think I could make it happen. I just have to stay here from now until the $1 million buy-in event happens.
I think you could do it.
I wouldn't root against me.
Online.
It's all there.
Being opening from the hijack.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
The cash game
Wilson.
over there. Yeah, but I seen. I mean,
Defending
when you
the
play
Queen
online.
5-0.
Online. Yeah. You don't play online?
Off of around 15. Jack 8 deuce. Nut middle pair for Biao Ding as KCG tries engaging in a conversation whilst Ding tries to engage in a hand.
You play
I
online
thought
too?
Biao Ding was known in the GG streets. Fairly sure I've seen his name pop up. Some of the high stakes cash games.
MTT?
Just MTTs.
MTT.
And I feel like with the second check
you play
from
online,
Brock, you
Carl?
can certainly
You play online?
go for the
No, I was playing like
delayed C
10,
bet
15
here
years
with
ago, but not.
second pair.
15 years ago.
Yeah, 15 years ago I was playing all day. I was doing that.
Could definitely get called
really?
by worse pairs, worse 8Xs,
Fulfill?
a couple of draws possible as well.
Long before
in the form
Bitcoin was
of
born.
Yeah.
Spades
Yeah,
and
actually,
10-9, 10-7, 9-7.
Crazy part about 1 mil is you sell to a 100K, that's just 10 times as much play. That's crazy. Spending 1 mil.
KCG apparently played
Like it doesn't.
poker online 15 years ago or so, long before.
Actually, you know, I
The success in Bitcoin.
stopped poker because it's kind of repetitive, boring for me, you know.
What,
Oh, yeah.
poker?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're normal
Because I was
networking,
playing, you know.
You're like, yeah, it's, right.
Thank you, Daniel. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was for me. It was repetitive. You know, you play 6 hours per day, 6 days per week, and I was comfortable on mistake, but not going up. You know, so I thought at that time I have to switch on something else. It was in 2012, and I looked everything for 3 months. I discovered Bitcoin. I said, okay, I put my bankroll in Bitcoin.
Well, lucky for some, eh? Fast forward to 2023. Lucky for some. Struggling
I
at
only
mid
discovered
stakes.
Bitcoin in 2017.
Thank you. Yeah.
Withdrew his money.
You know, in 2011, on 2+2, it was the biggest trade on the finance and investing. It was everybody was talking about that actually.
I was on 2+2 in 2011, but I wasn't in that area.
You're too young, maybe.
I didn't have any money to invest.
So thank you.
I really should have spent more time on
Yeah,
2+2
I was like,
back
I was
then.
trying
Jesus.
to like, you know, win a K a month or something.
I feel like one of the only ways to hold from 2011 till now and not sell is if you forgot about it. It's so hard to hold it otherwise.
No, but like not have solo. I mean, you can have like just keep selling percentages of your portfolio, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What will you say?
No, let's say you bought like 1,000
I
bitcoins
wish I
or
took
something.
profits.
I don't even know what taking profits means.
I mean, the way I would approach would be like,
Paper hands here in the
made
booth.
5x, I would sell like 30% or something.
Yeah.
And then you could like be a multi-millionaire and still have 100 bitcoins or something.
Yeah. Actually,
right?
Yeah.
If you're not a, it's a tough thing to do, anyways, right?
Let me tell you my story, brother.
Tell me, please tell me your story.
Please.
When I buy Bitcoin, I should have 1,000 Bitcoin. But the thing is, my bank, they said the beneficiary, I don't know in English, they reject. But it was a lie. They didn't want I buy this, So at the beginning, it took some time that I understand this is a bank who rejected. But they said it's not us, it's the other, yeah. And so actually, it was in 2013, with a pump, actually I had only 168. And I should have, when I make the wire transfer, 1,000. So I was frustrated, So after I start trading, because I wanted to get my Bitcoin back. You understand?
You started trading in 2013?
By revenge. By revenge.
By revenge?
Yeah, by revenge. Because I was so frustrating, No.
So you, how much was a Bitcoin?
When I made the wire transfer, cool.
It was like $100 or something.
No, it was $20.
Wow.
I invest 20K.
Big difference.
I should have 1,000, but at the end I had only 168. So I was so fucking, so feeling bad, So I start to gamble and trading and everything.
Wow. And then?
And I think if I had
There's
1,000,
more.
maybe I didn't. I would not have traded,
Maybe that was the best thing that ever happened?
Yes, for sure. Because 1,000 Bitcoin now, I have a lot more.
I know.
Oh my gosh.
1,000 bitcoins, small amount, right? Like now I got a lot more. Wow.
A lot more is a
Quick math,
nice
that's a lot
number.
That's a nice number.
KCG.
I'm trying to do the math here, but I don't
What a
think I
life.
can add the zeros properly. It's like
30 mil.
34.
A lot more than 30 mil. 35 mil.
Well.
How can you bluff a man who has, a lot more than 1,000 bitcoins?
You right over there, Maria? What happened? Someone call the health and safety department. Maria's fallen down the stairs in the booth. So to summarize that story, KCG was playing mid-stakes online.
So you were trading
and was getting bored
where
of playing
exactly?
mid-stakes.
Mount Gox?
He took his money
or that was only a
out
marketplace?
of online poker. This is 2011.
No, yeah.
Spent 3 months looking online what to kind of get himself into, and invested $20,000
I didn't know it
into
was that old.
Bitcoin
BitMEX.
when Bitcoin was at $20.
But that was
so 1,000
like years
Bitcoin.
later, right?
Yeah.
His bank wouldn't allow him to process the $20,000. By the time they finally approved it, instead of getting 1,000 Bitcoin, he only got 168. And out of spite, and I do love the fact that it was out of spite, he started trading in order to get his 1,000 Bitcoin back. Fast forward to 2023, his words, not mine. Now, I have a lot more. Well, ladies and gentlemen, KCG.
And who says things don't work out when you do something out of spite, right? I feel like KCG proving
Hey, look at me.
that wrong.
I'm in the booth, okay? Think I chose to be here? Love that story. Thank you, KCG. Any more Bitcoin stories that he wants to share? I am more than happy to just mute my mic. and we go storytelling. How do you bluff a man that has way more than 1,000 Bitcoin?
I mean, if he wasn't bluffable 2 years ago with 1,000 Bitcoin, then
Really? I'm trying to do quick math. I mean, that's it's a lot of zeros. Ben Heath opening from under the gun. King of spades, jack of clubs on the ace, 10, 4, 2 spades, and this hand over and done with. Garagnani struggling to build momentum, has 16 minutes left on the clock to either bust and re-enter, get a fresh stack, or spin the wheel. 102 entries now. 12 fresh entries since Maria and I
Can you imagine how many
started this frame?
sad traders have
Chad
way less
Everslake,
Bitcoin because of you
Cat
in the
Luchan,
world?
Tom Hyun,
Same for poker.
Ivan Go.
Trading is a zero-sum game like poker. So if you have money, over there. Thank you.
People you alleviated of their holdings.
I mean, let's not shower the man's talents, okay? Everyone knows what they sign up for when they jump into the Forex trading platforms, or in this case, the crypto trading platforms. Disclaimer.
Tough times.
Anything that you hear on these streams,
not financial advice.
not
people.
financial advice, and doesn't reflect the opinions of the Triton staff or production, okay?
In 2011, I was in the low stakes, live low stakes, no limits, live forum on 2+2.
You were in the wrong place then, Garrick. Weren't you, mate? And yes, MCS, there is currently 10.2 million in the prize pool, but that number slowly creeping up. We're up to 104 now, according to the app. It's Elton Tsang leading the field as Garagnani finds the spot to spin the wheel.
Let's go, Pedro. I don't want you to leave.
I don't want to leave too.
Yeah, but I want to win. No, I call it.
You can fold.
Well,
This is a $100,000 buy-in, by the way. Don't forget this.
Yeah, I'm loving the camaraderie and the banter.
The little
$10
home game sit and go kind of vibe.
And
No, you can stay here too. Okay.
Flops, top, set, and Garagnani dead on the turn. GG's Pedro, but does get to do precisely what we alluded to. Had an attempt at spinning the wheel and now gets to re-enter in exchange for 100,000.
Yeah.
Fist bump between the two.
Have we given KCG proper homage for the jacket that he's wearing?
You a fan, yeah?
I'm enjoying like the two texture situation. No doubt that's
Two
some,
texture situation.
Well, that's really some dead animal skin that he's wearing in the front, is it not? Looks a little crocodile-y, alligator, perhaps.
Please do continue, Maria. Go on.
Why don't we continue with this
Dig.
hand post-flop between Dan Smith and Renlin Smith. Queen high with the queen of clubs, though.
Oh, man. I love having you around. You can stay. One in the chat. Show some love for Maria Ho. joined us for the first time in London. Somehow got an invite back out to Monte-Carlo. Do you know who's been in my DMs? Fighting. Fighting with me.
That what?
Over you.
What do you mean?
Nicholas Walsh.
Oh, really?
It's called you a traitor.
Wow.
I have proof.
Don't lose it.
Nick.
I know, right?
What have I done to be called such a word?
I have now started unnecessary beef with Hartigan, Stapes and Walsh. Winner gets to keep you.
Can't we all just get along?
No, they're now my rivals.
No, we love Hartigan, we love Stapes, we love Nick, we love everybody. Everyone at Poker Stars, they do amazing work over there, and you know,
What do you prefer?
just a lot of poker going around these days, series after series.
How about this for a table? Ibinger fresh off that main event victory.
Did you break it or
Sat
something?
just 2 seats across from Dan Smith.
Have you, like,
JNT,
fit?
#1 on France's all-time money list. Jans Arons also over here. Savannah, fresh off that final table performance in the main as well. These guys just no days off, eh?
No.
Not even a time to celebrate the victory.
You know, Henry, I thought it was maybe just the other table, but this table also feeling real loosey-goosey in terms of their demeanor, having a good time, really chatty.
I don't care.
Ibinger, of course, fresh off his dub in the 125K main.
Yeah, overcoming the mountain that was in his way was Adrian Mateos.
Mateos played tremendous heads up.
Got unlucky in a few spots, if I recall. Jack-7 against Jack-9 to send Ibinger home, and a couple of grim ones. As is poker. Whenever that man is in the mix, Jans Arons, feel like you get to just kick back your chair and enjoy the show. Really one of the most talented players in the modern game, both online and live. Love to see him venturing out to these Triton Super High Roller Series. Taking a break from the grindhouse.
My favorite thing about Jans has to be that little bit of Twitter beef he got into with Alan Kessler.
Oh, man. Jans is just...
Where Alan's tweet probably aged most horribly from any other tweet I've ever seen.
Didn't he, like, win a bracelet, then join us in Vietnam, won a Triton Super High Roller Series there? That's fantastic.
Yeah, and for those who needs a little more context, well, basically, I think Kessler perhaps got some type of either criticism from Jans or some hand history where, you know, Jans might have chimed in and Alan was like, who are you? What results do you have? And put up his Hendon mob because didn't realize what an online legend Jans is.
Oh, man, I remember that. That was fantastic.
Well, who are you with no live results? Jans Arons.
You know, it's something that you learn the hard way in the commentary booth. It's so easy to look at Hendon Mob and, you know, see less than 6 figures in cashes and think, okay, this person, you know, maybe relatively new, and then you have people in the YouTube and Twitch chat saying, no, 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 no. You don't know this person's online screen name. This person's won all the money.
That's very cool.
Certainly been there, made that mistake, is J&T just setting the trap with top 2 on the Jack 9-5. Opting to check call. See if Renlin wants to continue on this King of Clubs turn. Certainly potential bluff cards. 92,000 out there.
You can use it in different colors.
And especially against a big blind defending range, you know, a lot of one pair type holdings of Jack X, 9X nature might buckle to more pressure. But we see just how strong J&T's hand really is. But not necessarily going to have a ton of 2-pair combos in this spot. You know, of course, Jack 9's going to be in there offsuit and suited, but the Jack 5 offsuit and the 9-5 offsuit probably won't defend the big blind.
Wow, does opt to check back. The King run out.
Quick check.
Hearts do
yeah.
get there.
I think you got a 5. Okay, nice hand.
Lynn reading into the quick check from J&T is weak-ish showdown. I guess weak by the river. But something for them to all take away was the trap. And how about setting some traps of your own over on GG Poker, where you can qualify for your dream vacation. We're going to be heading over to the Bahamas, where WSOP bracelets are going to be up for grabs. Satellites running now. Qualifiers will receive 11 days accommodation and a free daily lunch buffet for those of you that are hungry for more than just chips. 5K main event. Satellites also into other events. Also have the Bounty Hunter series running now until 6th of November. 50 million guaranteed. Daily 10K Bounty King leaderboard, where you get to track all of your knockouts. And the flip and go millionaire situation we got going on over on GG, where you can flip your way to $1 million. All details available on the GG Poker website. Had some qualifiers into the GG Millions that we'll be hosting later on in the series. Johanna Strava, Jan Zarens, Satubayev, and Alex Theologis. All out here, courtesy of GG. Elton Sang leading the 108 players at present. Late Reg open for another 8 minutes. Bryn Kenny jumping in. Adrian Mateus jumping in. Nicky P with the re-entry.
Not on Queen 7 deuce, but
love to see Eric SFC in the chat, utilizing the Triton Poker Plus app, keeping an eye on who is jumping in at the last minute. Don't forget, if you haven't already, download the app. Don't need to take our word for it. Hear the players talk about the Triton Poker Plus app all the time. You can watch previous streams, cash game highlights, highlight moments of your favorite players from previous stops, as well as watching every hand from every table. So if there is ever a time where your favorite players aren't at the feature table, you can just dive into the app, find their name, click on their name, and get to see every hand history they're involved in.
I remember when I looked on the app before I came out here, and I was like, wow, this is amazing. I wonder what type of automation they have in place to get all of the chip counts from every table. And then I found out that it was literally a chip count fairy, just a human standing there. It's amazing the amount of work, very tedious, meticulous work that they put in.
Tedious, meticulous work.
More chips for me.
Kind of like commentating
Never sure.
alongside Ali Najad. Santosh, ill-timed rejam, perhaps a little too loosey-goosey here.
Do you want to rebuy?
Gamble.
He is gambling.
He's not lying.
He's being honest. Dan Smith asking him, he's just trying to rebuy with 2 minutes left on the clock to re-enter.
Okay, I'll gamble too.
Oh, Smith.
You're going to like this one.
Happy to gamble as well.
Low, yeah, that was low. King queen.
Get shown the fantastic news
Guess y'all
has.
are just on another level.
Yeah, but do you have the champion hat, Ren?
Oh, chop. Who's chop?
Savannah gonna be heading to the rebuy desk unless he can convert, which he doesn't. And due to the gambling nature, close to the end of late reg, Dan Smith scooping a 304,000 chip pot. The champ.
Everyone has said it now.
There's nothing worse than getting called a nit by some of the most, like, the biggest nits I've ever met.
That is true. That is so true. I feel down on that one. It's like pipe down Alan Kessler. It's the 7% VPIP over there. Dan Smith with 17.8 million in Triton earnings now. Courtesy of that 3.87 million cash in the Invitational. What a couple of stops it's been for him. As we are going to just take a brief pause in the action as late reg is now closed. Just waiting for the hands to finish on all of the tables to play out, just in case there are some more gamblers in the field looking to spin the wheel. As mentioned, some people jumping in. Max late regging, Phil Ivey, Nacho Barbero, Justin Saliba, Bryn Kenny, Danny Tang, Chinwei Lim, Adrian Mateos, Leonard Maue, Kiat Lu Chun, Jao Vieira, Patrick Antonis, Kiat Lee, Nick Petrangelo, Oli Shemian. That's just flying up. 116 runners now. Again, all of this information available over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Who else we got jumping in? As things stand, it's Boss Paul Poit on the short stack, 75k. A few people still on the outside looking in with the option to re-enter. Savannah back in. Is there anyone that's not going to re-enter? Looks like Espen Jorstad perhaps calling it a day. Let's see his name popping up. 119 runners now.
Well, we did also get a ton of max late regs in the 125K. You know, perhaps people hanging out, enjoying Monaco, having a nice dinner, and then coming in here to hop in last minute.
Well, this is cheaper than having dinner in Monaco, so
it's true.
Pick your poison. Ben Heath, huge chip lead at this table, second in chips overall, to 119 entries now. On the outside looking in still, Pedro Gagnani, Rodrigo Seiji, Espen Jorstad, and Paulius Atiakunas opting to not re-enter. Surprise, surprise. Pedro did say he's going to be back in. As we're just waiting another 30 seconds before we kick things off. See a lot of you sweating over on the Triton Poker Plus app.
They can all coexist.
You guys are not banned. Well done for listening and downloading the app. So, back to the action. Back to our favorite table. Wilson, KCG, Ding, Kim, Tong, Mosbach, and Heath.
I was gonna say. You got enough of those.
It was just the beginning. Yeah. If you didn't stop me, I would just
go for the chips next.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it looks like it's official. We'll wait for Luca Vivaldi to crunch the numbers and give us the payouts for this one. Another huge turnout for a 6-figure buy-in.
Monaco is a great place for it. You know, a lot of destinations. Players want that feel of a vacation spot, but also one with great poker. We keep talking about what a nice venue Sporting is, and how beautiful it is to play in this room with the retractable roof, with the views.
Vegas doesn't really get decked out in Christmas.
It's not too hard to get people to come out to Monaco.
We do try our best. Pedro Garagnani did re-enter, so 120 runners in this one. That is it. A couple of names that we would typically expect to see opting to pass up on this 100K. Ike Haxton, one of the bigger names. Eric Seidel, not in. Patrick Antonius, also not in. Oh, sorry, Patrick is in.
Okay, I was going to say, I mean, Patrick lives here.
Am I missing something? Is Haxton really not in?
That's
he
really
is.
surprising.
Chat, come on. He is in. He's in 21st. What are you talking about? That's my bad for trusting
I was going to say, wow, how gullible are you,
honestly,
Henry?
You know, the one time I let my guard down and trust people in the YouTube chat, and I just get showered immediately. Hollywood Haxton's in. He's in 21st with 50 big blinds.
If I told you Santa was real, would you also believe me?
Santa is real, Maria. Okay. Don't you dare go after my inner child. That is a nice jacket, though.
You see what I'm saying now, though?
Well,
it's the texture of some animal skin.
That would be a better one to take.
Not PETA approved, but stylish nonetheless.
Only these two? Okay, seafood risotto.
I typically refrain from getting involved in political conversations in the commentary booth.
I don't feel like it's that, I feel like there's a lot more controversial topics these days than whether it's okay to wear animal fur.
Not Peter approved, she says.
No seafood for this. Mushroom. S'il vous plaît, s'il vous plaît.
Vous pouvez m'apporter un Jack Daniels?
Oh, Jack Daniels has been ordered.
Oh. Whiskey o'clock. Beer level, as they like to call it during the WSOP. Brock Wilson, first time venturing out to the Triton Super High Roller Series. More than happy. Jeez.
Ouch.
Wow, who was that?
80.
That hurt the ears.
Typically blame Ben Heath for those kind of shenanigans, but Brock Wilson in fantastic shape against Mario Mosbach, 60% of the time. Gonna double up. Calls Las Vegas home. And, well, perhaps going to be going home on the Jack 7-3. He's an ace. And an ace only to double. Doesn't find it. And with that, going to be losing Brock just a couple of minutes after late reg has closed. I've got a funny feeling we're going to be seeing plenty more of that young man. 6.8 million in total live earnings, best live cash, 619,000, as I mentioned earlier on. Already making a name for himself stateside on the high roller scene. Great to see him venturing out here to the Triton Super High Roller Series. I'm sure we're seeing more of him
We really don't
in the coming events. Mosbach getting it done.
I just like one time in tournament, 3 times in the same one. In one of the areas.
Speaking of players making a name for themselves, Brian Kim certainly falls into that category. A newer face, not fresh, but newer on the scene.
I've actually got Espen in the Twitch chat saying, yeah, I'm playing, just not in the later stages of the tournaments. Typically a bad strategy there. Not GTO approved by Mr. GTO Wizard himself. At least he's been getting plenty of walks in, though, in the mornings, you know. Morning hikes. Feel free to join tomorrow, by the way, Maria.
Oh, is that what you guys have been doing?
Yeah, we're going for getting some, you know, some vitamin D and some morning UV rays as KCG has flopped the joint on the Queen 10-9. Brian Kim with enough to continue here, perhaps.
Yeah, Kim uncapped on this type of board as the under the gun +1 opener. Can have all of the nutted combos, which almost makes you feel like you could sometimes fast play this spot as KCG, just hoping that you run into top of range against your opponent and you get to win a big one that way. Flush draw possible.
Kim with backdoor spades and a nut shot to Broadway. I don't think he's going to be going anywhere just yet, although a stack depth. 219 behind. Gets awkward on brick turns, obviously. 179 out there as the backdoor spades do present themselves in the form of the 5 of spades, and now an SPR of 1, Maria.
Yeah.
What do we do with ace-jack?
Yeah, danger for Kim, hitting the type of turn that would find himself wanting to continue. And KCG, let's see how big he wants to go. Checking out Kim's stack.
$75K. Is the price right?
If you're not up against a straight right now, you know, Kim just wondering what's happening out there.
What is going on right now? Are we just getting pranked? Like, is there like a hidden camera on us right now to see if we're going to speak up and how we're going to speak up depending on the sounds being put through someone's microphone? I mean,
Like the awkward looks that me and Henry are exchanging. Kim has,
Congrats. Congratulations.
you know, a little bit over 2x this
Lucky.
bet behind. does opt to see the river with all the equity.
Hey. Hello. See you
Black,
again.
but not the right kind. Kim, deuce of clubs. Completing the run out, KCG with the 100% check mark. 329 in the middle. Such a beautiful spot for KCG as well. Unblocking all of the pairs. At this SPR, loving life. Unfortunately, Kim with a busted combo draw.
Yeah, and the only type of hands he's beating with ace high is going to be busted flush draws and some 8x and some jack x, which I just don't know if it's enough. He is getting a pretty good price in the sense of, you know.
Stop it.
I'm not saying he should. I'm just saying. That's why he's kind of thinking about it. He's like, well, what if KCG just has
King 8 of
six,
hearts.
is that, yeah, like 6-8 of hearts, a ton of different hearts. It's KCG. You never know. The man
I mean, he's got more than a...
The man's got more than 1,000 Bitcoin.
Right?
He could afford to bluff there with no equity.
Okay, I see it, I see it. KCG on a bit of a spin. Eliminating Pedro and then getting 2 streets of value out of Brian. See a few people late to the party asking us who won the main event. Well, Maria, you were here for it, for a lengthy heads-up battle. Do fill us in.
Well, I just feel sorry for those people that didn't get to watch the show that was put on between Ibinger and Mateos. But luckily, VOD, check it out, the replay available. And
in order to watch that replay, just to interrupt you, apologies, you do have to have clicked the like button, though. That's what I've heard. So if you haven't watched it...
So maybe we should leave it at that then and just not tell them the results.
There we go.
Incentivize them a little bit more. But what I will say is it was an incredible heads-up match between the two of them.
An absolute treat to watch 2 of the best in the world battle for a main event trophy. There's Biao Ding. Turns top and bottom, but it's KCG that's going to come out firing in this limped pot. Maybe fireworks here. I mean, Carl with middle pair and a gut shot to Broadway.
BVB spots. These are 2 strong hands.
Ding just opting to call. Extending as much rope as possible, and KCG thinks he's going for value here. 60% on this 8 of spades river.
Yeah, and against this sizing, you know, you wonder if Ding wants to raise for value or if he just wants to call. Maybe worried about, of course, the straights here. Not a ton of better 2 pairs possible, considering this was a limped pot pre.
I like to play with you. Fucking shit.
KCG loving the fact that he's been put in the blender with Biao Ding.
Yeah, it does block King Queen, of course.
Blocks Queen 9 as well, somewhat relevant.
And also, you know, perhaps feeling like when the flop goes check, check, isn't very often going to put Ding on top pair and have a lot of 2 pair combos as such.
Are you able to get change?
Oh, we know he's never raising.
If not, I'll just do that, and then I'll get the purple one back.
How much he enjoys playing with Biao Ding. Don't forget, limped pot, check through on the flop. Carl stabbed 10k into 30k on the turn. Biao just opted to call with top and bottom pair. KCG Trying to squeeze out some value on the river. 60% has now met the iron wall in the form of 100K.
Spending quite a lot of time, using up a lot of the time banks on this decision. Granted, you know, the night is almost over, so you will get some time banks replenished.
Oh, he's looking him up. Flicks in the call and gets shown the 2 pair.
What? No. I should have fooled because you're not going to do that every time. But he's capable of. Yeah. Nice hand. Yeah.
I wish I was that happy losing pots.
You know, it makes it easy to be happy when you lose pots when you have more than 1,000 Bitcoin.
True. That is true. You're right. We are just 70 likes away from hitting our target of 2,000 likes by the end of today's stream over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel. Also, just 2,000 subscribers away from hitting our milestone of 200,000 subs that we set at the start of the year. And we're just 4,000 followers away from crossing the 100,000 follower mark over on Twitch. So if any of those apply to you and you're not a follower, you're not a subscriber, or you haven't taken a couple of seconds to just click that like button, I'm going to ask you for the last time this evening, please take a couple of seconds and help us, help Triton on their continued journey to keep growing the game, growing the production value and the quality of the content that they're putting out around the globe, free of charge, the highest stakes, your favorite players. All we ask for in return is a click of a button. Thank you.
Kim checking it for the second time over to Mosbach, who has turned top pair of aces.
蘑菇可以，蘑菇没有试过，这海鲜的不可以。
你们有肉啥的吗？
没有蘑菇，没有肉。对。
Mosbach always goes for,
不是呀。
like, depending on what day of the week it is, depends on whether he's on the good side of the Force or the dark side of the Force. You never know whether the Sith Lord is going to show up. It's either the all-white affair, using a white hoodie as a scarf, or the all-black affair, using a black hoodie as a scarf. I'm a big fan.
You're not used to having big blind in
It also makes packing very simple.
You know big blind out of position. You don't know big blind in position.
You know, but the days that you wear white, probably not a good day to eat red sauce. You want to eat pasta on the days you wear black. Just a little pro tip.
So the white day you think is like a low carb day?
Yeah.
Like high protein, high veggie kind of day. Okay, I see. Adri, second in the main event. Smith asking him if he's playing good or just gambling.
I've never seen Mateus play bad, so I don't think he has that gear.
Craig Wright saying I'd click it 1,000 times if it let me. Brilliant coverage, you guys. Appreciate the support, Craig.
Very kind.
Smith. Oh, the cap's now on. Oh, it's business time. The cap's now on, back to front. Feels like he means business. I think Dan Smith always means business, let's be honest.
It does feel like if Mateos is 3-betting well, as I said that, Smith does make the call, but, you know, it does feel like if Mateos is just 3-betting, you know, the ranges that I think are somewhat standard there with 16 bigs, then I think Ace-10 is doing okay, but not great against that range, but he does make the call.
So far, so good for the Spaniard. And has him dead on the turn. 3-3-5 going Mateos' way. Straight back in the driver's seat after that impressive run in the main event.
Thank you.
Has there ever been any events in your career, Maria, where I don't want to make assumptions on Adrian's part, but there was a lot of emotion at the final table, and you could tell how much it meant to him. And to come up short, you can only imagine that right now, perhaps, I don't know, the Whoop band is probably sending some warning signs, you know?
You don't want to say that when somebody as good as Adrian goes into a final table with as big of a chip lead as he had, that he necessarily expects to win. But of course, it's hard to not find yourself in a position where you're thinking about the fact that you feel like that win is very much within your grasp. You're not quite counting the money yet, but maybe you've thought about what you want to do with it. And so anything short of first is going to be disappointing, especially for a competitor like Mateos. You know, he's here to continue to solidify himself as one of the best to ever play the game. And these types of wins and this title takes him one step further in doing that. And so I think it's going to sting for a little bit, but as a true professional, it's not going to affect the way he plays this event. It's not going to affect, you know, the way that he feels or his confidence in his game. It's really just about when is that
It's an all-in. It's all
what if going to wear off? You know, what if I did something different this one hand, or maybe was this the turning point?
Right.
Could I have possibly won? But, you know, being here in the booth and us watching it, I can't really pinpoint a hand where I felt like Mateos did something wrong. And sometimes that's just the way that the cookie crumbles. It's to no fault of his own.
Yeah, there was a couple of hands, three-handed and four-handed, not to state the obvious, but the two big ones against Ibinger, blind v blind, where Ibinger jammed 10-8 suited, Adri called with king-queen. Ibinger got there, and then an orbit later, Ibinger limped ace-10 of clubs in the small. Adrian tried applying max pressure pre by jamming queen 4 of diamonds for around 22 big blinds, I believe, or so at the time, and that was the turning point. That's when Ibinger took the chip lead, and yeah, I mean, he looked back at just one or two hands, makes all the difference. Luca really is cruel, cruel mistress at times.
Excuse me? Can I order food still?
J&T always has a stack. I don't think I've ever seen J&T with starting stack or below starting stack.
J&T's very much the type of player and the type of person, I think, if you look at his very successful business ventures, that creates his own luck. The man makes ish happen. Ibinger opening with eights and bulls again. Kings on the button.
VBV. Ren Lin.
46.
This is button V cutoff. Does Ren want to do something spicy here with the ace-9 of spades?
Note the smaller 3-bet sizing and a little slap on the hand from
Oh, hello.
Lynn.
Hello, Mr. Main Event.
Better.
3-time Triton champion, newly crowned.
Why? I don't bluff in you.
VBV.
I did not bluff you either.
Oh man, the one-liners from VBV. It's got to be one of the funniest guys on tour.
8-7.
Well, an 8 and an 8 only needed to get Ibinger out of jail. Otherwise, he's going to get showered for the last time this evening. Will not be going back-to-back.
Okay. You win too much, you need break. Let bump away.
Fist bump between the two.
I'm only a person that could stop you.
You hear what Vyacheslav just
No,
said?
what did he say?
He's like, you know, I'm the only person that can stop you. Brian Kim on the short stack, getting it in against the loose open from Biaoding. I say loose, seems.
Approved, solver approved open.
Seems fine this stage of the tournament. As Kim connects on the Jack 5-5, and now Ding looking for a king. Ding needs a king. No king for Ding on the turn. Doesn't find it on the river either, as Brian Kim keeps doing the dirty on Biaoding to stay alive.
Even with that double up, Kim is still the shortest stack at this table, followed by Kiat Lee with 18 bigs. Everybody else, though, fairly comfortable.
120 runners in this 100K, event number 6 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in Monte-Carlo. Prize pool of 12 million. 20 places paid in this, 1 min cash of 156,000. The eventual champion going to be going home with 2,880,000 for their efforts, as big pocket pairs being passed around like candy at Halloween.
Halloween is coming up.
It is. What
should
are we coming
dress
as?
up? Yeah, we should probably dress up.
We
Okay.
definitely should. Let's do it.
We'll have to go look for some costumes. We have a couple days.
Any ideas? Any inspiration?
I feel like I don't want to say on air because I want to make it a surprise for everybody. But I have a couple
We can throw some
thoughts.
suggestions out there.
No, no. No, let's just keep everybody in the dark. Okay, all right.
I'm thinking we're in Monte-Carlo.
I'll tell you one that we're not going to do.
Thinking of James Bond.
Oh, okay, okay. You're giving too much away. I was
Okay.
going to say, you know, maybe we could be Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift.
I don't know who Travis Kelce is, but let me have a quick Google. Wow, my laptop is listening because it immediately came up with, you know, they're listening to us, Maria. Travis Kelce, okay. That doesn't look like me at all, but I'll give it a go.
Well, I don't look anything like Taylor Swift, but I'm just saying it's the duo of the last couple of months. So
Is it? In whose world? Not mine.
fine, you're not a Swiftie, I get it, but you're offending a lot of Swifties out there. Yeah. People who watch American football, maybe some NFL fans out there might know what I'm talking about.
My bad. I'm going to dress up as James Hartigan.
I don't want to dress up as Joe Stapleton, so I'm going to have to veto that one. But I do like the Bond thing. I like where you're going with that. Oh, I actually was. Oh, I'll have to show you. I was a Bond girl for a New Year's 007 party before. I wish I had known. I could have just recycled that outfit. I was the Bond girl from, let me look it up, the one that Michelle Yeoh played. Which Bond movie was that?
You know way too much about
Tomorrow Never
everything
Dies.
pop culture related. But yeah, we could dress up as Bond and Bond girl.
Locating photo now. Oh, found it.
KCG in the tank with just king high does beat some hands. 10-9, 10-8, 9-8. All the straight draws. See if he wants to spin the wheel.
Okay, look up Michelle Yeoh in Tomorrow Never Dies. And I'll show you this photo. Do a quick little side-by-side.
Yeah.
Okay, there's that one. The one on the second row corner. But
Fantastic. Okay, fantastic, yes.
should have brought that outfit.
Bravo. Yeah, let us know in the chat. We'll get Ali Najad and Randy Lou involved. Any suggestions? Who we should come as? What is it? It's the 28th today, so we've got, 2 days to find some outfits that don't cost $1 million.
Should we buy something for Ollie and Randy
Yeah,
while
100%.
we're out?
I want chat to come up with some suggestions on YouTube and Twitch. I've never dressed up for Halloween in my life.
Yeah, Halloween's not really a big holiday, I feel like, outside of the States.
Could come as, I feel like Woody from Toy Story or something like that. We'll see. Wow, battle of the Asex. As KCG has Savannah and Tong outkicked.
And just a great squeeze spot with the dead money of Savannah calling in between. But Tong has a real hand to continue with, especially being suited. That's always nice to have. About 40 bigs effective.
Nice little squeeze spot for KCG. Maria, you're a fan of the jacket.
Mm-hmm.
Something you like, is he? It's good. Maybe it's the jacket. It's bringing him the run good.
Maybe it's the fact that he has more than 1,000 Bitcoin.
I'm sorry, KCG, but we're not going to let that slide, bro. Carl, you know, that's going to be our go-to. Every time Carl picks off a bluff now or makes a massive play, it's like, wow. You know.
I never fold, my friend.
It's got more than 1,000 Bitcoin.
Check.
We got Z-Blog sweating along over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Phil Ivey was all in at risk and won the hand. Something you all can do from the comforts of your own homes is download the Triton Poker Plus app, find your favorite player, and sweat every hand that they play. Ivy found the double
Maybe need time to think.
against Joe.
Okay, don't want to waste your time. Maybe need to think a little bit. Okay.
Bring Kenny in the mix. Adrian Mateos. Behave, Maria. Stop it. Come on.
It's late.
No.
I honestly.
Stop it.
You know that I thought I had rid myself of my jet lag when I got 12 hours of sleep.
You are in a giddyish behavior. Yeah, it feels like 11 a.m.
Yet yesterday, though, reverted back to like the 3 to 4 hour range, and now I'm a little loopy.
Losing the plot. Here's Maria in the booth. Mateos flopping best after opening the King 8-0 on the button. Dan Smith with a piece of his own in the form of bottom pair. 59k out there. Not getting many suggestions in, by the way.
Well, we have Prince and Princess of Monaco. Maybe that's for Randy and Ali, though. Maybe that's a suggestion for them.
Dress up as King Queen suited.
That's kind of funny.
Bold saying Randy and Ali is Jackie Chan and Chris Rock, Rush Hour style. Okay. I like that.
Wait, it says Kilbane could pull off Wayne Rooney for Halloween. I don't know who Wayne Rooney is. What is this reference?
It's one of the greatest English strikers of all time. Yeah, you tell it, James Dempsey.
Well, as always...
Giving me stiff for not knowing who some random American footballer is.
Well, as always, we appreciate you guys in chat interacting with us, of course. We love having you guys here with us, sweating the best of the best to ever do it. So make sure you guys are hitting that like button and subscribing. You know, we've got quotas here.
We do. Our current quota is 2,000 likes over on YouTube, which, if I'm not mistaken, we are just 50 likes or so away as Smith gets there on the river. Flop went check, check. Turn went check. 35k call on the 9 of diamonds, and now Smith finding the ace of diamonds. 129k in the middle. Looks like a block. Little 15% pot.
Adrian flicking in the call with 9s and 8s. I don't know. Do we feel like Adrian looks a little just like it's I don't think frustrated's the word though. It's just a little indifferent or like uninterested, like like unengaged, disengaged. I don't know. Is it dis or un? I don't know, but you know what I'm saying.
He would rather be elsewhere.
Like he just like he kind of just wants the day to be over and start again tomorrow. It's just one of those days.
Wake up, cold plunge, sauna, breakfast, walk, you know. New day. We've all been there. That's what all of these players sign up for. Perhaps not directly. It's funny how as your career progresses, you realize a lot of the things that you didn't really know rather, came with the territory. You just thought, yeah, I'm going to play poker for a living. Sounds easy. You don't really know about all of the ups and downs and the heartbreak and the self-doubt and the crippling anxiety and am I good enough to do this? Yeah.
Yep.
Even the best of the best have to battle with the mindset part of the game.
Yeah, the side of poker that some people don't see. Definitely have to psychologically be tough enough to overcome that.
John R., by the way, making a great point, Maria, as you were singing to the choir. Jet lag is a small price to pay to travel some of the best casinos and countries in the world. Sign me up, can sleep when we're old. Yeah, you tell her, John.
What happens if I am old?
2 trips in, doesn't know how to fix jet lag.
What happens if, like, you know, I'm already at that age where I do need to sleep? No, I definitely feel like jet lag was something that I was able to manage so much better when I was younger. You know, in the last few years.
Handling it.
Yeah, in the last few years, it's been tough. I think the pandemic made me soft, you know, just that break I had from traveling when I was such an efficient traveler, such a well-oiled machine when it came to going through airport security. But now I'm slipping.
Crimea River. Elton Sang, first player to eclipse the 1 million chip mark. Similar story for him in that 200K where he came third. Michael Watson also up there north of 1 million. Punat Punsri currently sat in third. Gian Fiero in fourth and VBV in fifth. Is there a seniors event that we can put you in? Not quite there yet.
No, but you know what? I'm closer to the seniors event than I am to being 21, so there's that.
How's that working out for you?
I feel good. You know, I don't mind my age. Dan Smith just showing the ace of clubs. Letting them know what's up. Yo, guys, I had it. Back off. Entering the final level of play. 20 places paid in this one. Playing down to the end of level 12, which we are currently in. And the remaining players will bag and tag for the evening and come back tomorrow to battle it out for $2,880,000. That's the plan.
Whoa.
They can't believe JNT giving up his big blind there.
He's just like the Russian Jim Carrey, isn't he? I love VBV, man. He's the facial expressions, the one-liners, the language barrier when it comes to the humor that he tries to spread around. He's just such a character. So entertaining. His poker, stylistically as well, really matches his personality.
I can only imagine how funny he would be in his native language if he's that funny.
I honestly, I don't think there's ever been a time where VBV's at the table and I haven't had to like mute my mic or not laugh. He's fantastic. Talking of fantastic, this man on your screens right here, Jan Zarens, Mr. Graftekel, online OG. Don't question his live resume, by the way, as you may find yourself involved in some unnecessary Twitter beef as he tangos here with Ren Lin, and quite the tango it is for Jans as he flops an open-ended straight flush draw on the King Jack 8 board. We've had our share of straight flushes today already.
It started with 244.
You think when Adrian hit that straight flush, he was like, this tournament's mine to win? Probably a little bit. Well, who could blame him?
Yeah, I mean, at that stage, things had actually been going pretty south for Adrian. Did feel like a potential turnaround moment as Ren continues. 430k into 84. What does Jans want to do here with all of this going on? Do we just play for it all, push some equity,
75.
get some folds perhaps as he bumps it up to 75k?
Yes.
Good spot for Ren.
For sure. And no backdoor flush possibilities.
Diamondless. Does have an over to the board and clean outs in the form of a 10. Why do I feel like the longer he tanks, he's thinking of doing something crazy on this board texture, saying, hang on a minute, pal. This is my kind of board. Throwing out all of his time extension chips.
It does seem like he is seriously considering, again, just doesn't block a lot of the draws.
It's a weird spot, right? King, Jack 8. I mean, a few combos of King, Jack suited, pocket 8s. Would have heard from Ace, King, Jacks, Kings, maybe some King, Queens out there. Okay, okay, okay. Really thought about it. Which ones is Jan's going to show? 9 of diamonds.
What is your fault?
Best hand, but actually not a favorite in terms of equity, as Jans had nearly 60% with his hand.
So again, you don't think I would fold?
No, I mean, I put on your call. I don't think you call. So you get straight on flush on.
I think
he's going to call.
This is beating you to the pot.
25.
Yes, okay, okay. No game for no future.
Where's the thing?
Yes, I need to go find it. Okay, gamble time. Guilty now.
The best part of watching Ren play is just, he's okay with talking to himself if nobody else wants to humor him.
I was trying. I wanted to order a whiskey.
Ooh.
I mean, for 80% of our lives, Maria,
I could have king queen.
we only have ourselves to talk to, so why not get comfortable with that relay?
80%, is that a legit stat?
Yeah, thereabouts.
That seems like
Maybe.
a lot of time to spend
I didn't
by
touch
yourself.
anything this time. This one is probably mine, and that one is also probably mine, right?
Oh boy.
I didn't touch anything, so.
Someone's gonna get stacked here.
Yeah. That someone's gonna
Neil
be mad.
Smallwood, watching over on the Triton Poker Plus app, saying that Elton Sang just knocked out Kuhn in a monster hand. Well, firstly, thank you for the heads up. I'm going to reiterate the action for you all. So what's open from the cutoff to 27K? Jason Kuhn flatted off of 480K on the button. Elton Sang 3-bet out the small blind to 131K. Only Jason called. Came 9-8 deuce with 2 diamonds. Elton continued for 50K into 313K. So sub 20% pot. Jason called. Turn brought the 5 of diamonds. Elton continued for 25%, 110K into 413. Jason called with the nut flush. Ace-9 of diamonds. Board paired on the river. Came 5-5. Sang jammed with 633K in the middle. Jason had 195K back. And Sang had pocket 9s.
Wow.
Nut flush against nut boat for a 1 million chip pot to shower the 9-time Triton champion.
Dang.
I mean, that will do it. That will do it. It's one way to eliminate the 9-time champ. Smith gonna win this one at Showdown. Re-entry is now closed. Neil Smallwood also letting us know that Ivy just doubled up. Again, Triton Poker Plus app, ladies and gentlemen. You can find out all of this information. Sweat every hand played. Every player on the outer tables as Mateos mulls this one over. Just ace high.
Feels like sometimes a hand like 6-7 or 8-6 and those straight draw types might have just led the turn instead of check. It felt more like Smith has more showdown when he checks the turn. So Adrian still curious enough though to pay it off.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Quick view of the main stage. Now, typically, when this ad pops up, shout out firstly to our exclusive staking partner of Triton, PokerStake.com. I'm quick to point out that you can buy action from Espen Jorstad. But we've had Espen in the chat saying he's not running too well. Perhaps that is a sign that now's the time to buy some of his action over on PokerStake.com. If you missed out the action that he had available, you can scan the QR code, buy action from the likes of Michael Scheuser, Espen, know a few of the other players that frequent the Triton Super High Roller Series also have action available over there, as we've just crossed our milestone for the day. Maria, 2,000 likes over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel.
24.
We appreciate that, as we're getting a lot of love for the Triton Poker Plus app in the chat as well. Andrea Franson saying, I love the app. is truly amazing.
Folds again with ace jack. Looks like he's gonna 3-bet. Jan's head open from under the gun +1 with jacks and Ren. Kings in the big blind. Definitely might not get credit for such a strong hand. What are you laughing at?
Dan Smith's laughing at the same thing that I'm laughing at. I'm sorry.
18 big blinds for Ren. What looks like a pretty good spot to squeeze, so doesn't necessarily have to have a hand as strong as kings in this spot. And of course, Jans won't be folding jacks for 18 bigs effective. Jans with 27 bigs.
Well, he's open from +1. He's gone button 3-bet. Cold 4-bet jam out the big, but Jan's unable to get away from it. He's going to take the spot as a little bit of an overlay, courtesy of the VBV 56K. Do you see it now? Do you see it? The Russian Jim Carrey. 10, 9, 4. All spades, neither player holding a spade. Some running straight cards. Potential. No longer an option. Jan's one card away from being down to just a few big blinds as the 10-10 run out. Means the 478,000 chip pot is going Renlin's way. Jans is down to 10 bigs.
When we picked up action in this 100K event, players are really chatty now, getting towards the end of the night, a little more quiet, some drinks being ordered. You know, some players maybe feeling a little less jovial since the re-entry period is over. And now if you have a short stack, it might just mean that by the end of the night you could be eliminated.
Yeah, not as fun when you can't exchange 100K for some plastic betting discs. Oh, Ren just saying, all you can eat. Bring Kenny down to just 76K.
I win with you. I always lose.
Maybe I should fold.
How do you think?
Anybody see that huge bouquet Steve O'Dwyer's carrying around? You know how usually he has some type of totem, you know, some type of, sometimes it was, I believe, an orange for a while and maybe some other fruit.
Do you know the story? Do you know the story or not?
Of the original?
Of the bouquet of flowers?
No, I just saw him carrying one out.
So first time he won a Triton Super High Roller Series, we promised him that next time you ship one, we'll get you a full bouquet of flowers. Now, he took down the 25K Turbo the other night, and we didn't have any in the premises. It was like midnight.
Yeah.
So he put out a bit of a mean tweet, didn't he, O'Dwyer?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Putting us on blast, saying that we didn't deliver on our promise. But the Triton media team threw some spice back saying, lies. We got you, as Jans has got Kenny in this blind v blind confrontation. We'll get back to the O'Dwyer story. The conclusion of this hand as Kenny's found the 3-outer on the flop. King 5-3, 2 clubs as it goes from bad to worse for Jans. 7 of clubs means he's now drawing to just 2 outs. Doesn't convert. As Bryn Kenny is going to double back up to 164,000, and Jans is down to just 3 bigs. But yes, a fun little beef exchange between O'Dwyer and the Triton social media team. And of course, the Triton VIP concierge team delivered today with their promise and a big bouquet of flowers.
I mean, it was beautiful. It was so big that Steve O'Dwyer needed a separate chair for that. I don't know if you saw, but he had put a chair next to his chair, and that was solely reserved for the bouquet.
Can you give me a...
I got for both of us.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Make it one more regular water.
You know, find yourself a table mate like Bryn Kenny, by the way. Love that gesture. Got to give credit where credit's due. You know, the way it comes over, you want a tip, you don't have any change, and the guy next to you says, hey, don't worry, buddy. I got this.
Well,
I got this for both of us.
It's especially considerate and thoughtful when you're in a hand, when the waiter or waitress comes over. And sometimes, you know, they aren't all necessarily trained to know that they should wait until you're out of a hand to approach. But I've had, you know, my neighbor next to me, seeing that I'm in a hand, tip the person for me and kind of give them instructions to just leave whatever they're bringing off to the side. And I always appreciated that. You know, it's okay. I understand that we're adversaries at the table, but you can still do something nice when we're not in a pot together.
Yeah, love it. Shout out, Bryn.
Oh.
That's VBV.
I mean, a club. A club for fun.
Club for a sweat. Flops the open ender, and now Jans removing some of his outs by picking up diamonds on the turn, and he's going to double up. 96K, let's go. Back
now we
up.
Will use all of these to make day 2. Imagine.
To 96K.
Good for the viewers at home.
It is good for the viewers at home. I feel like we could all learn a lesson from people like Jans. Yeah. Humble in victory, gracious in defeat, just having fun with it.
As we're approaching the last little bit of the night here.
The night shift.
Yeah, definitely see, you know, some short stacks out there hoping to get a double before the end of the day. A lot of 10, 15 big blind stacks out there with 55 players remaining.
A few people asking about Steve O'Dwyer exchange. Can check that out on Twitter. Just type in Triton Poker, scroll down a few clicks, and you'll see the light-hearted banter.
7 ace you folded? Really?
Yes, really.
Wow.
You look.
Oh, I look. Okay.
No.
I will look at the stream.
7-6 with me.
Oh, 7-6.
I think he's flash on.
Unfortunately, I don't have the right to share links in the chat, otherwise I would.
Queen 6.
Folds again with 2 pair, queens and jacks here. Mateos, no connection to the board.
But I think a good ball. If not hit that ball.
Would be coin flip.
No, you got a 2 over on the flush draw, right?
No, 1 over. Queen 6.
Have Landon Pipkin in the chat saying, what are they playing till? Great question, Landon. We are playing to the end of level 12, which is in around 15 minutes' time. 120 entries in this one, down to 55. Tomorrow we'll be crowning a champion. Said champion will be going home. 2,880,000. 20 places paid in this, but obviously a long old ways to go before we start talking about the money bubble. Get to the end of the day first. That champion hat that Dan Smith is rocking, a byproduct of his victory and a $200,000 invitational. Walked away with $3.8 million for his efforts in lifting his maiden Triton trophy.
Jan's just down to 5 bigs with the ace X in the cutoff, moving it in the middle. Not a whole lot of fold equity left, and certainly some hands going to be looking to call against his shove from the blinds. Mateos first to ponder.
I think Mateos is keen to run down the clock a little bit here, because I've seen him do this in the previous spot with just 8 high.
Yeah, before the number of hands get drawn, and making sure that the big blind doesn't hit him before the end of the night.
Smart.
Well, these little tactics, always very meaningful.
Very meaningful.
Has a couple of time banks as well that he can burn.
How much of an edge do we gain here? Just means that you don't have to go through the big blind.
Yeah, you're just trying to avoid the blinds before the night is over and hope that, you know, tomorrow when you get your seat drawn.
What if you get drawn the big blind?
Well, sometimes that happens. That's just the luck of the draw, but you're not going to be trying to pay the blinds tonight if you can help it.
VBV with the snap call.
Good again.
Jan's just letting everyone know he's got it in good again. He is in good shape. 1 king already folded. That's the ace of spades in the window. Top and bottom for Jans. Looking good. Could turn VBV dead as, well, not the case on the 10 of spades.
Ooh, royal.
Picture?
How about that for a run out, ladies and gentlemen?
If I'm the boss, then I prefer it this way.
Runner, royal flush.
Now, do you want me in the picture or?
Wow. I thought he was just going to snap a picture of the board.
No, he had to
Instead,
be in the
he's got to
photo.
get the selfie in. Death by royal flush. Maria, we've heard of death by quads, but how about that?
Running royal. Don't see that every day.
Really don't. As we lose Graf Dekel, the end of the day. I'm sure we'll be seeing him in the other 6 events this series. Got Ken Tong final table list in the 125K main. Venturing out to the Triton series for the first time. He's going to run into the good side of the force today, Mario Mosbach.
And going to be on the good side of this flip as well. .21 bigs, effective, shoving.
Wow, KCG's been getting busy over here. Playing a monster 1.1 chip stack.
All in?
That's Ben Heath.
Come on, bro.
It's got to be Ben. I always blame Ben.
Save our ears.
Oh, a bit of a slow roll there from Ken. Asking if he's got jacks before making the call. Then got shown the ace king and said, okay, chop.
Again?
Again.
Don't know how I feel about that. I mean, kind of feels like you're asking
you have
the
to say
poker
compliment
gods
to the girl.
to punish you. Oh, sweaty turn card as goes from 2 to 11 outs. Oh,
amazing!
Runner spade.
I love you so much.
It's a big celebration from Tong.
How to say? How to pronounce it in fact?
Mario's definitely going to the dark side tomorrow.
Fist bump exchange between the two. Mosbach.
You like?
Always a professional.
Today,
5.
Ken Tong, first time out. Triton Super High Roller Series, building a stack late in the day.
Amazing.
他妈的抽6不行哦，不玩大小麻，上头。
Runner Royal Flush. Don't think I've ever commentated on a 2-card Royal Flush before.
5.
You were saying earlier on you've never made a 2-card Royal
Never.
Flush, right?
Never. It feels
maybe
impossible,
3.
but now that I see it can actually be done, I'm convinced.
I thought from
Like
your
home.
neck of the woods that manifestation was like a really big thing. Can you not just manifest Royals?
If it were that easy, I would show up and play all of these Tritons.
Seems like
Just manifesting
get some
the
coaching
nuts.
from VBV. What is going on?
What? You see there?
Wow.
You have to pair?
Gao Ding incredibly under-repped.
No. I missed the straight. But I have one pair. What did you have?
I have ace.
Me too.
Let's win.
S1.
A7.
I win. Good for the good
Ben
one.
Heath, who recently took a monster hit through his stack against KCG, Ace King into Queens.
But I play it like I missed a draw because I was on the draw too.
Yeah.
Getting out of the way. Gao Ding wants to proceed.
You?
It's a
You I cannot
squeezable
say.
spot.
No, I will say later.
You're not close enough with me and Carl.
Yeah. Yes. No.
The battle of the RMs. Matching watches.
But someone pinged me. It's starting, but I don't know exactly.
13?
It's going to start soon. I don't know.
Are you watching with Danny?
I don't know. He asked me if I have a plan, but I don't have.
Yeah, we can watch together.
Yeah.
King shown.
Yeah, exactly.
Discipline fold from the ace queen. No.
It's too late in the day for that nonsense, Maria.
I know.
What do they
Very
think is going to
jarring.
happen? It's incredibly jarring.
Call.
Neil Smallwood letting us know that Ivy just knocked out Bazagusi to get up to nearly 1 million chips. Ivy with the max late reg, up to 5th in chips overall.
Yeah.
On quite the spin.
Yeah, the other top 4 stacks all over 1 million in chips.
Q Lil Wayne's a milli.
Oh, an 8 could be a problem here for JNT. Thinks he wants an 8, but be careful what you wish for, as I don't expect Ren to be folding 8s here against a C-bet. Feels like a pretty good board for his holding. Trying to deny some equity, it looks like, to 2 overs with the raise. Feels like Jack 10's gonna be a natural continue with the straight draw with 2 overs. If you feel like some of Lynn's check raising range contains maybe some 9Xs, but also some straight possibilities, some of, you know, the lower end of the straight perhaps.
It's an interesting hand to check raise with pocket 8s. I understand he wants to deny some equity fold out some Broadway type hands, but I don't think there's any other than like Broadway cards that don't have a backdoor flush. And then it just gets incredibly uncomfortable when JNT does continue. And a card like this rolls off as he comes out firing 75K, and what do you do with the 8s now?
Right. And I love that JNT recognizes that the turn card is quite good for his range and is trying to take this pot away from Ren without having to hit what he believes would be good if a straight rolled off for him, but really actually looking for a jack or a 10 as a clean out should Lynn want to continue against this turn bet.
Oftentimes we mention how consistent JNT seems to be, running deep with a big stack. Now we're getting to see just how he does precisely that. Building a stack, applying pressure on Ren Lin. Try getting a read off that man.
Right? This just feels so strong to me. JNT just looking right back at him.
Show the bluff. He's going to show it. He's going to show it.
No bluff at all.
Let's go, JNT. Getting it done with just jack high.
Never
Yeah.
activatable.
Tell these young kids, you know, you've still got a lot left in the tank.
Calling the check raise on the flop. Barrel in turn, just recognizing the great spot it was.
Huh?
You shouldn't tell him to show.
I try to make a better sleep.
Yeah, but he only shows you if he bluffs.
Chat going wild for JNT.
Mateos can't help but crack a smile at what's going on there in that exchange. Good to see. Don't worry. The night's almost over, Adrian. Just a couple more hands, and then you can take a load off.
Take a load off.
That's also another American saying. It's okay. You know, hang out with me enough. Stick with me, kid. I'll teach you some things.
Check back in with me, ladies and gentlemen. And
You're going to be speaking like an American in no time.
Oh, am I going to do that that eyebrow thing not eyebrow thing, that eye thing that LA women do.
What eye thing?
Where you like flutter your eyes as you speak.
Have you seen me do that though? I don't feel like I do that.
I'm joking.
Might be subconscious though, because I've been in LA for so long. I've lived there since I was 5 years old after all, so.
Kenny with a legit hand. J&T, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that weren't aware, recently became #1 on France's all-time money list. As Ren Lin's made it uncomfortable for himself, 2.5x open on the button, facing 12 big blind jam from Bryn Kenny.
You will be ahead of, you know, some of the Broadway combos that Kenny would shove with here. And Kenny would also be shoving with a lot of small, medium pairs, but it's still quite a bit of chips to call off.
Ren Lin is quickly becoming one of my favorite players. Very animated as well, just immediately putting Bryn on ace-7, just listing, you know, one of the few hands.
No gamble, no future.
Oh.
No gamble, no future announced.
King, king.
Oh, he's run into the goods.
Good game, good game.
Cooler.
5 cards to come.
100% what you say.
28%.
That's why you said A7.
Yeah.
That's why he said A7. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
What an astute comment.
Well, 10-8-6. Couple more outs now for Ren. Would be the dirty way to do it. All of his outs still working for him. Ace or an 8 needed. The shower, Kenny doesn't find it. #1
Too much gamble.
on the Triton earnings list. #1 on the all-time money list. Bryn Kenny doubling up to 304,000. Fantastic couple of orbits for Bryn late in the day.
You get to pay the both blinds. You pay both blinds. Pay small too.
How much, hon?
Landon Pipkin saying that J&T had to retire the FBI hat. Poker Hall of Fame item now. What is going on over here? Who is it?
Seriously, it's... Oh my gosh, I can't. It's too late for this.
Who's the culprit? I'm starting to think it's Tong. I'm just going to blame everyone. Maria's checked out, ladies and gentlemen. It's come 10-9-7, Diao Ding.
They don't really need me for the end, right? You can handle the last 5-10 minutes by yourself.
Yeah, you know, I don't
see you tomorrow.
I don't mind people perhaps like rustling their jacket into the mic. That I can forgive. You're trying to get comfortable, but burping directly into the mic as if we don't know how mics work. I don't know how I feel about it. That's Diao Ding. Come out firing. Savannah with top pair in trouble. KCG backdoor diamonds. 2 overs. And a gut shot to the nuts. Gonna come along for the ride. As it's Savannah that gets there on the turn. Jack high straight for the Indian poker celebrity. He's made a massive name for himself in the span of a year on the Triton Tour, picking up 1 title, been involved in several $1 million pots at the Triton Cash Games. What does Diao Ding want to do? Wants to check, needs the board to pair. It doesn't. Deuce of spades. giving Savannah the much-needed check mark. Would have been crippled. Had a board paired, in fact, likely would have been showered.
Now has less than pot behind. You know, with this type of texture, though, not going to get called very often, but does have 2 players in this pot. KCG's out, but what about Ding with the set of 9s? Can only really beat bluffs. I mean, but not really many bluffs to fire into 2 people when you think about the fact that Savarna bet the remainder of his stack here. I don't think he's ever doing this with 2 pair into 2 people. So it's really just weighted towards straights.
It's a pretty quick jam as well. Feels like any of the bluffs would have to come from... Wow, he's got called. Biao Ding, a non-believer.
Yeah.
And Savanna scooping a 607,000 chip pot. Good for 50 bigs. Late in the day here. In event number 6, the 100K. I mean, I'm trying to think, like Queen 10 wants to just try and show down King Queen, perhaps. Really feels like some of the only bluffs there that Savanna could have. Shake of the head from Biao Ding. Unable to get away on the set of 9s. As we head into the final
That's 2 hands.
2 hands of the evening. It's Elton Sang currently leading the final 47. 20 places paid in this one. Maria's gonna contact HR.
It's just abusive at this point, really.
2.88 million. Gonna be going to the eventual champion tomorrow. And this for a prize pool. 12 million in the prize pool in this 100K. Catley would have liked to pick up a customer. And that was it. I thought it was 2 more hands. My bad. That was the final hand of the evening. KCG bagging a monster 986,000 chip stack after winning that huge flip against Ben Heath. Good for 4th in chips overall. It's Hong Kong's Elton Sang going to be leading the pack. Daniel Dvoris and Michael Watson also with more than 1 million chips as we welcome you back to the break desk for one last time. Maria Ho alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Maria, a much lighter vibe out there towards the end. I don't know, there's a lot of banter. You throw in someone like VBV and KCG and JNT and it feels like a little bit of a home game kind of vibe.
Listen, I feel privileged to hear some of KCG's origin story there in the beginning of when we picked up coverage of this event. And also, you know, people ordering some drinks, getting loose towards the end of the night. As we mentioned, the big buy-ins are kind of out of the way now. This is, you know, the last 6-figure buy-in.
Just the 100K.
Yeah, so why not? It's time to unwind, take a load off.
Get the whiskeys in, take a load off as we do wrap things up for day 1, event number 6. Tomorrow, though, another 7-figure battle. 2.88 million will be going to the eventual champion with 20 places paid in this one. As mentioned, Elton Sang bagging the chip lead at the end of day 1. Back tomorrow with Maria Ho and Ali Najad at 2 p.m. local time. The plan is to play down to a champion, so you won't want to miss that one. From us here in the booth tonight, good night.